It's G'day from Bathurst in New South Wales. Australia has the first round of the Intercontinental GT Championship as we get set for a massive event tomorrow and qualifying today for the Repco Bathurst 12-hour. This is where we are playing today. We know this venue so well down under, but for those watching from all around the world, they've probably had the chance to play it in all kinds of video games before. There's nothing like the 6.2 kilometres of Mount Panorama, and it looks brilliant today in the sunshine. 25 degrees here, and the action is heating up ahead of Pirelli qualifying here. We've got Jack Perkins and Garth Tander, two fellas who have done a lot of laps around here. And already, guys, from Friday practice through to the practice sessions we've had this morning, the vibe is well and truly up right now. It feels like the 12-hour is really back in form, and it's going to be huge this weekend, Garth.
Oh, even from Thursday before the cars hit the track, you roll into the campgrounds through the back of the paddock here, and that's as full as I've ever seen it at the 12-hour. So great to have so much support here, so many people here that are basically going to camp here for a week, because we race not only this weekend, but next weekend as part of the Bathurst Superfest. But 12-hour this weekend, the practice so far has been seriously impressive. There's, mate, who's who of GT3 drivers is here this weekend, so qualifying coming up very shortly is going to be fantastic to watch.
We just love the variety, don't we, Jack, about this race. It's the same old Bathurst that we know and love, but completely different cars to what we're used to seeing compared to the 1000 in the hands of some of the world's best.
Yeah, absolutely, Chad. And I mean, it's great. I mean, the summer sports are finished. We get to go car racing now, so there's just so much enthusiasm about car racing. And the fact that we're at Bathurst for the first big race of the year here in Australia, it's awesome. We get to showcase this awesome circuit right around the world. And if it's not drivers making their first time here at the mountain, it's pit crews as well. It's such a really cool way for all these people around the world to get involved in Bathurst, and we love showcasing it to the world.
There's some big names to watch out for. We'll touch on some of those shortly, but there's even been some slight changes to the rule book. There's pit stops to think about. There's the different classes. It's one of the great things about this race is there's so much to think about outside of just who's going to be first to the flag.
Yeah, I mean, today our focus is who's going to do the fastest lap in qualifying, and then later this evening in the pole shuffle. But yeah, the race itself is such a strategy lottery. There's some rules changed around pit stop times. Now there's a mandatory transit time. Effectively, from the time you turn the pit limiter on to the time you turn the pit limiter off, there's a certain time that you have to spend in pit lane. How you do your pit stop's going to be different to how we've done it in the 12-hour here previously. So strategy and how the teams attack that's going to be very, very different. The way that the driver combinations line up with the pro drivers and the bronze drivers, or the non-professional drivers, if you like. So there's a whole heap, and we've got 12 hours tomorrow to tell you how that's going to play out. But today, who can go fastest? That's going to be amazing to watch.
Yeah, qualifying here today, Jack, just getting that one lap speed out of it and trying to, in this session, at least lock yourself into that Pirelli shootout, the top 10.
There's always so much hype around Bathurst qualifying session, because as a driver, you get to put brand new Pirelli tyres on and absolutely see what your machinery's got in terms of a fast lap time. But, you know, people go, oh, it's a 12-hour race, who cares about qualifying? That's true, but try to tell race car drivers that qualifying doesn't matter. There is absolute limelight and glory on today's success, but tomorrow is the bigger picture.
And it wouldn't be the Repco Bathurst 12-hour without Shay Adam in pit lane. You'll hear her voice all weekend long. We get to hear her at the Rolex 24-hour. We get to see her at Le Mans. Shay, welcome back to Australia. The big names have come back with you this year.
Thanks, Chad. It's great to be back here, and it's only once a year that the sacred tarmac that adorns Mount Panorama is open to the best GT3 cars in the world. So it's no wonder that some of the best drivers in the world come to try and make their mark in history. This year, back again, the 7 times world champion from MotoGP, Valentino Rossi, is back. This time, though, he's got a bit more experience under his belt in GT3 racing. He's got a win at Le Sarthe, which is Le Mans. That from a different race, not yet the 24, but he's looking to fulfill a birthday wish and get a win here at Bathurst. Also back again this year for a second attempt, the 2003 Champ Car champion, the thrill from West Hill, Mr. Paul Tracy himself, the Canadian legend. We've got brothers in the field in the form of Lawrence Vantor, 2015 pole winner. His younger brother, Dries, 2018 race winner, is back once again with BMW. Sharing the car with Dries is Sheldon van der Linde, the 2022 DTM champion. Sheldon's the younger brother of the van der Linde brothers, the VDL brothers. You can look them up on social media. Kelvin is the older brother, and 2 times Kelvin has qualified second in this race. Still looking for that pole award, still looking for that win, and he's already been top of the charts several times across this weekend. But overlook one of the biggest international national stars at your own peril at this point, Matty Campbell, fresh off of an overall win at the Daytona 24, just just a couple weeks ago. He's back again. He was the hero for Porsche back in the 2019 race, the only guy to ever get the pole position in this race for Porsche in 2020. It's going to be a phenomenal experience to watch all of these international stars duking it out with some of our supercars heroes as well, because 9 current supercar drivers are in the field this weekend. We've got Chaz Mostert, 2-time pole winner. This time, he's in GT4. Everyone else in the field is in a Mercedes, though. We've got Brock Feeney, Will Brown, we've got Thomas Randall and Cameron Walters in one car, and then, of course, David Reynolds. So it's going to be a jam-packed field where every single one of these drivers wants the big award at 5:45 tomorrow afternoon. But for today, it's the honor of being the fastest driver and getting that Alan Simonson trophy.
Yeah, that is what we're playing for today. The late Alan Simonson, a legend of this event, used to love watching him rip around here in that Ferrari many years ago. Thank you, Shay. Let's just chat about some of the things we've seen so far this weekend in that final practice session. She mentioned the Aussie names. It gets a bit of a Jack and Aussie versus international feeling, this event, and it was the Supercars boys who stood up in that last practice. Yeah,
it was, Chad, and like you say, it's a mixture of Australian drivers and Australian teams, and in practice 6, the fastest car was Cameron Waters in an all-Australian team with an all-Australian driver lineup, including Craig Lowndes. So awesome job by those guys to be the quickest so far in practice, and that puts them in good position for qualifying, but it is still wide open, and I tell you, these international drivers are very handy behind the wheel.
We saw all the action yesterday, Garth, which was streamed to hundreds of thousands of people literally around the world. So much interest in Friday practice. One thing we didn't see yesterday was the red flag. We certainly saved it for today, it would seem.
Yeah, I mean, practice 6, we saw a couple of red flags. So one right at the end for the KTM that had made contact with the wall. So, yeah, Friday, though, was incredibly clean. But then this big one, the biggest one of the weekend, Adam Hargraves in the Mercedes-bodied IRC car, contact with the exit of Reed Park, and then you'll see it spin across here, and then big energy going through the rear of the car. And the team thrashing to get that ready for tomorrow's 12-hour race. It was great to see Adam get out of the car and basically walk away reasonably unhurt. Same can't be said for the race car. And then the KTM, this is the run down to Forest Elbow. Just a little bit wide on entry, and we've seen this so many times in supercar races. Once you're wide there, you make contact with the outside wall and passenger down to Forest Elbow. So it'll be touch and go whether that car's ready for qualifying this afternoon, but they'll certainly hope to have that out for 12 hours of running tomorrow. So what was a very clean Friday turned into a little bit of a scrappy Saturday. Certainly hope we don't see any of that in qualifying coming up shortly.
Yeah, hopefully get those cars back for tomorrow. So we get 30 for the race tomorrow. Jack, the cars are rolling out onto the apron behind us, including the 75 Sun Energy 1 car, Jules Gounon shooting to become the first driver in Bathurst history to win 4 endurance races here in a row. Can they do it?
Well, I think so. You know, they did it last year with the same driver lineup they got this year. And don't forget Kenny Abul. He's gunning for 3 in a row as well. So good job for Kenny, an Australian race car driver that not a lot of names here would have heard of, but does a great job in that Sun Energy 1 car. So, look, they're ones that, you know, probably aren't going to be that stressed about qualifying speed today. They know tomorrow's race is where they're going to win it, and they've got great form because they're using the car that won last year's race as well.
Yeah, had to get craned out of the 6-story New York museum that he's got, which is really cool. Nice work, guys. We're going to send Garth up to the commentary box. He's going to be sitting alongside these two. We've got Richard Crowell, the voice of the 12-hour. John Hindhoff is back, and John, it looks like Rich has brought his fan club to the mountain with him. There's the shirts for sale this weekend. Cannot wait to see what we've got coming up in Pirelli qualifying.
He's going to hit you for saying that. You absolutely. You know, g'day. I'll say that to you. G'day, Rich.
Welcome back. Nice to have you here. 10th time you've come to the Repco Bathurst 12-hour, the voice of global sports car racing. Great to be back. We'll squeeze Garth Tander in the middle of us in a minute for what is a massive day of motorsport from Mount Panorama in the Repco 12-hour, the strongest field we've seen in years, and a depth of competition that is going to make today's program incredibly competitive. So 2 parts of qualifying coming your way, top 50 and bottom 50%. To set the shootout, the Pirelli shootout, they'll fight for the Alan Simonson Pole Award. Could we go sub 2 minutes? Well, some people in the paddock think it could be possible, and then bright and early tomorrow morning, 5:45 a.m. Perhaps the best hour of motorsport in Australia, the start of the Repco Bathurst 12-hour, and we're on air all the way to what I'm sure will be another dramatic conclusion to Australia's international endurance race. The Valentino Rossi fans are here in force. There is an enormous crowd and a great vibe around this place as we get set. And John Hindhoff, you do sports car and GT races all the way around the world. At Le Mans, at the Nürburgring, at Sebring and Daytona. There's nothing quite like qualifying at this place.
Session 1.
I think the nature of the circuit, Rich, you know, Mount Panorama has its own character as a racetrack, as an event. But you have to respect the just over 6Ks that rolls through this fantastic bit of countryside here. Originally, of course, a scenic drive, and then some bright spark had the idea to go motor racing on it. And when you come here on sticky Pirelli tyres, on low fuel, enough fuel probably to do 3, maybe only 4 laps, it should be the quickest that the cars will go the whole weekend. Although it doesn't always work like that, but pretty good at the moment. And here's where we are in the world.
180 kilometres inland from Sydney, the capital of New South Wales. You cross the Blue Mountains, Great Western Highway or Bell's Line if you're in something really nice, and then you find the great city of Bathurst, about 40,000 people, with the best racetrack in the world. 6.213 kilometres, almost 180 metres top to bottom at the peak at the appropriately named Brock's Skyline. And for timing purposes, we'll break it into 3 sectors. We'll talk a lot about them today because they produce some pretty spicy numbers. It's an incredible circuit, it's an incredible field, and pole position will be decided later on this afternoon. But we've got a bit of a process to get to that. In practice 6 earlier this afternoon, we broke the 30 cars into 15 quickest and 15 slowest. The bottom 50% will run now. In a little bit of time, you'll see the top 50%, the 10 quickest cars, irrespective of where they run now, will make it through to the Pirelli shootout. And then the fastest of those will take home the Alan Simonson Pole Award, which celebrates its 10th anniversary this year, and it has become one of the most coveted awards that this place to claim.
Well, I very seldom take issue with what you say about this place, but top 15 quickest and the bottom 15 are just less quick.
Less quick.
Because these guys have been hanging it out around here, absolutely in that session. And of course, this session will set the poles for the different classes, other than the top class here, the GT3 cars. So look out for the GT4s and the Invitational. That is going to be absolutely outstanding as well. Garth Tander has made the climb up the stairs, getting his steps in. Who we got to look for here? Who is in here who didn't want to be in here and will want to get some clear track, Garth?
I think the car that's coming to pit lane right now, the Phantom Motorsport Porsche, that car has been a top 10 runner in practice leading up to qualifying. Didn't quite get it right in qualifying, so that's one to keep an eye on. Tony D'Alberto is driving this car right here on screen, heading down to turn 1, and we certainly know Tony's experience around Mount Panorama. And David Russell in the Theo Koundouris, or the Koundouris brothers AMG Mercedes. D. Russell's been on the front row of the 12-hour in the past in a Lamborghini, and Glenn Wood, also in a Mercedes for M Motorsport, has potential to have top 10 speed as well. So there's still some threats to come from this qualifying session. If these guys can lay a time down that can stand the test of time when the fastest 50 come out, then they're every chance to get themselves in the Pirelli shootout this evening.
Do you go hard early?
No, I think you play in here. So I had a quick look at the tyres as I was coming back from the pit exit there to the commentary box, and most of the teams look to have a very lightly used set of tyres laid out for the first run, and then a brand new set that you put on for the second run. So half-hour practice session, or half-hour qualifying session around Bathurst really is only 2, 3 or 4 lap runs. If you allow a bit of time, like if you allow 3 to 4 minutes of changes while you're in pit lane between runs. So you play yourself in this first one, bring the tyre in, see where the track's at. Don't forget, it's been over an hour and a half since these cars were last on track. And I can tell you guys, standing in pit lane right then, it is hot. There is some UV out there. The track temperature is going to be way higher than it was an hour and a half ago.
Fan favourite has always been the Wall Racing number 93 Lamborghini. It's a different Lamborghini this year. It's the Evo 2 on the Huracan, and Krilsey, a really nice reworking of the classic homage to the BASF livery that this team has used in the past.
Yeah, Adrian Deitz, who owns this car, decided to step it up a little bit. V10 Song flat through the kink and the run up to the KW Chase. So yeah, an evolution of what they've run previously, but this is a really good car. They really fond of the way this car is kind on its drivers. They say it's a big step up from the previous generation Lamborghini, from driver comfort, from being easy to drive, easy to set up. Grant Denyer did his first ever 206 at Mount Panorama in it earlier today. He's part of that driver lineup. But Tony D'Alberto, who's been on the podium here in the Great Race, has got the job of getting that car further forward in qualifying today. So they're the first car out of pit lane, the first car with clear racetrack in front. This is one of our invitational class entries, the Mark II Mustang-shaped car built in Queensland. In fact, these cars are an incredible story. More than 90% of everything that goes into these cars sourced from within 150 k's of Brisbane, which is a really cool story. So about as Aussie as a race car gets. And the MRA team have been doing a great job. Now, we are down a couple of cars in this session so far because the Mountain has claimed a few victims today, Garth Tander, and one of them was the beautifully liveried IRC GT, which unfortunately found the fence at possibly the worst possible, certainly the quickest place at the top of the hill.
Yeah, ran wide in the run down to the grate at Reed Park and then could not get the car back, and then contact with the outside wall on the exit of Reed Park. And then you'll see here, once the rear suspension's broken, the car spins across the circuit. And we have a really graphic shot. We talk about the energy that goes through race cars when they make contact with concrete barriers. So just watch this as it makes contact. And you can just imagine that all going through the drive line, the back of the car, making its way all the way to the front of the car. It was great to see Adam Hargraves get out of the car. You can see the team have stripped it all back, so hopeful that they can have that car ready for tomorrow.
One of the cars that's still in the garage, but it's not supposed to be out on the racetrack yet, so no panic. The Mercedes from the 888, it is the national storage car, and right now it is down a battery. They tried to turn the car on, nothing happened. They checked the fuse box first to see if maybe a fuse had switched or gone bad. No, they decided, let's just bring out a new Braille battery and stick it in. It's a lot easier, so the work almost done, and it will be Brock Feeney, I'm told, qualifying this car to try and get it into that top 10 shootout.
Not a shock about that, Shay, given the job that Brock Feeney did in qualifying here last year. Very nearly got pole position in the same car. And what was the start of a really, really good season for this young guy who's made a huge mark in Australian motorsport. We've been there, wait a couple of days, go to fire up the car, nothing happens.
Remember that invitation class will be setting their grid times in this next 22 or so minutes, as will the GT4s, and we've got two McLarens here. McLaren's traditionally always gone well here at Mount Panorama. These are the GT4 Arturas, which we're seeing for the first time. And a GT4 car that is, yeah, all right, small, just 3 entries to it, but I'm really interested to see how the McLarens go against the Ginetta G55. Young Owen Hizzy is in that car at the moment. He's sharing with Colin White, among others. And this is going to be a drag-down, bare-knuckle fight between these 3 cars in this particular category, right through today for the pole position and tomorrow for the whole of the Repco Bathurst 12 hours.
Well, I thought I'd wander down and have a quick look at how the repairs are going on this Mark car and point out some of the key little things about this car. Now, this has got a rear clip on it. So this is the gearbox that mounts here. This bolts to the chassis and it's coming off. You can see here, if you can see my finger work here, this is a bent tube associated to the roll bar mount. So that clips out of action. And if we wander up the back of the garage, you'll see a brand new clip ready to go on. So they'll put the transaxle in there, put that clip back on. And then behind that is the fuel cell. That's also damaged there. So right behind us on cue, a brand new fuel cell clip to go behind the clip.
Clip on a clip on a clip. It's like Meccano down there at IRC GT, but they'll get it all back together. So we've got 20 minutes remaining in part 1 of qualifying. The Repco Bathurst 12 hour, and Tony D'Alberto leads the way.
Just on 20.5 minutes then, with a couple of cars yet to come out onto the circuit. We're missing
the KTM
of course,
MIA,
yes.
The car we've just seen being repaired, MIA. We're also missing the AMG GT4. Oh no, that's out there, Mike Griffith. We're missing one of the 2 Method Motorsport McLarens, the GT4 cars, car 25.
Owen Hizzy is on his way down Conrod Straight in the V6, 3.5 litre or thereabouts, Ford-derived engine in the front of that Ginetta G55. Ginetta working on a G55 Evo, which has been racing recently, that's got a V8 in it. It is more sort of a GT3, GT4 sort of plus package, if you will. And a little bit of different aero on the side of that new car as well. This is one of the venerable G55s. They're a great endurance car, running their own series around the world as well in the Sprint Championship. Paddle shift gearbox, 2 pedals, and plenty of grunt from the front end. No ABS, no traction control. And they are fun, funnity fun with a capital F. I raced 3 times, 3 races at Rocky Motor Speedway a few years ago on the pre-TCC package in one of those cars. Thanks to Lawrence Tomlinson and the team at Ginetta, Yorkshire's finest. And absolutely brilliant little things to throw around. Now this is at the elbow, the BMW M elbow, and the blue and gold car will be a car that they feel shouldn't be out right now. They were expecting to be having another cup of tea and maybe a small finger sandwich with the crusts cut off as they were getting ready for the top part of qualifying. They were pipped towards the end of that FP6 session, Crailsy, and we expect to see this car put down some decent times, and that is exactly what's happening at the moment as it comes to the end of a first push lap.
With Joel Eriksson driving, who's done a lot of the heavy lifting so far this weekend, but it has got some damage to the right front guard. Big piece of carbon fibre. It's become detached, so I wonder if there's been a slight wall brush somewhere early in this run. No visible signs of damage, but that's not going to be helping the aero on that car. That time was a 2:05.2, which isn't going to be quick enough to get into the shootout, but Tony D'Alberto quickest at a 4:7. The times will continue to improve as this session goes on, of course.
I have seen a number of times when the whole front wing, the whole front guard, has come away from those cars with a bit of side-to-side damage. We've seen it in IMSA, we've seen it in some of the 24H series as well, so they're going to have to keep an eye on that, and I'd be surprised if they don't get a mechanical black flag. Around the world, we're live from Mount Panorama. Hello to Kevin Brink, who's in Thermal in California. He's kind of a big deal in the artichoke world, and he's a big motor racing fan and tuned in to us right now with just on 17 minutes to go.
Bright sunny conditions at Mount Panorama, just on 25 degrees now, the warmest it's been all day. It started off quite cool, some early fog this morning on the mountain, and it's turned into a spectacular afternoon as we look to set at least some of the grid for the Repco Bathurst 12-hour, Australia's international endurance race for 2024. This is Carnival 91. It's the Mark II entry owned by Keith Kasulki, but it's got a full-time supercar superstar behind the wheel, one of 9 full-timers on the grid. He'll be racing here next weekend as well, the Thrifty Bathurst 500, which is the opening round of Repco Supercars Championship. 2 250k races, a couple of shootouts as well, which we love to see. Timmy Slade doing a nice job, 11th at the moment, but starting a push lap now, running in the invitational class. And we've seen some damage on the Phantom Global Porsche 992. Car number 13, Swedish driver Joel Eriksson currently behind the wheel, and they have been told to go to pit lane to fix the damage on that car with some bodywork flapping around. Chad?
I've walked down to the Motorsport McLaren team. I've got Chaz Mostert here, who I could have sworn would be driving a race car in this qualifying session. But first of all, good to see the car back out on track, Chaz.
Yeah, it is good to see it back out. Just we kind of spent the last bit of the practice after the little off at 1 just to make sure the car's all right, and obviously focus into this qualifying. So yeah, we're the car's got some young, awesome drivers in this team. So we've got Marcus Flack out there at the moment, Tommy Heyman. You know, I'm a bit old, Chad. I'm getting a bit past my heyday, so I thought we'll get the young stars in there.
For a guy who's been on the pole here, what, twice in the 12A, surely you'd have some good words of advice for them?
Yeah, just have fun. Like, you know, not everyone gets to drive a race car at the end of the day. Like I said, they've got the talent to do what they do. I've seen them in plenty of different other categories. So, yeah, go have fun. It's an enjoyable experience getting to qualify here around Bathurst in a GT car. No doubt the GT3 cars, you know, still right on the limit. The GT4 cars, even at the pace we're doing, is still on the limit. So I'm excited to see what we can do. We'll try to go for the class pole, but there's some really fast drivers in it as well.
Gives you a chance to focus on next weekend. We've got the thrifty Bathurst 500. You keen to get behind the Willie Mustang?
I can't think that far ahead. We've got a big task to do tomorrow, so I'm really proud of this team, really proud of everyone here, even the little team members back at home, with Ree and Sandy and Eddie and Ann and the 3 Shih Tzu dogs as well. So yeah, thanks for all their support the last 2.25 months. All the friends and family here as well. It's been pretty cool to see it all come together.
Super cool to see, mate. Well done.
Thank you, and also all the sponsors on board. Thank you very much.
It's very different Chaz Moss that we're used to. The most corporate Chaz has been for a very long time.
Well,
it's funny what happens when you got your own skin in the game.
Exactly.
Good point. It's great to see Chaz. I mean, that's real leadership there, isn't it, from Chaz? I mean, he could have strapped the helmet on and gone and done a lap, but he's been here. He's done it before. Why not give one of the young guys a chance? Marcus Flack, give him a chance. Go out, take the responsibility of qualifying the car, getting the job done, and build his own experience.
Bit of a rest at Mercedes AMG team for M Racing before they go out for their 30 minutes next. Marcus is a great young talent, popped up in one-make Porsche racing in the last couple of years, having raced internationally in Europe in Formula 4 in Great Britain. Did a couple of rounds of Carrera Cup at the end of last year and certainly did a very nice job. Linked up with Sonic Motor Racing in that part of the world and getting some endurance racing experience this time. So this was that Phantom Global Porsche, brand new race team. This is their first adventure anywhere, and they've picked Australia's International Enduro to do it, which is really cool. Chinese-based team, support from Team 75, which is owned by Timo Bernhard, one of the all-time legends of Porsche motor racing in Europe. 75 Motorsport on the rear wing. And that was the car that was black flagged to go to pit lane, or the meatball flag, to go to pit lane to have some loose bodywork on the right front corner rectified before they go out. And the young Swede, Joel Eriksson, will continue onwards in this qualifying session. Tim Slade, invitational class, has a benchmark lap time they are not allowed to go beneath. And Tim Slade, even in qualifying, has gone within 0.07 of said 2-minute 06 benchmark. That is about as perfect as you're going to get. Nice work, Sladey. So if someone wants to beat Tim Slade for the invitational class pole, noting that Ryland Gray, who is actually in front of them in the leaderboard at the moment, has done a 2:05.9, that time will get disqualified. That won't be allowed to stand. You're going to have to do a 2:06.077.
Yeah, you've got a 7/100th of a second window to slide in between the ceiling and Tim Slade for pole position in invitational.
Let's get your stopwatch.
No, I play that game with my kids. My best is nearly 2/10 of it, just under 2/10 of a second. So.
Are your kids quicker?
No, they're way quicker than me.
Yeah, just get out your phone and try and start and stop the stopwatch within 7/100ths.
And just imagine that's taking into account driving a race car around 6.2 kilometres of a racetrack with up-to number of brake applications, gear shifts and corners.
Yeah, it's pretty near. That's pretty near perfect for that. David Russell on top of the pile at the moment with a 2:04.674, and the number 47, the Supermarkets Mercedes AMG, leads the silver contingent in this part of qualifying. Remember, still another half an hour to come for the cars that were in the top half of the times for free practice 6 earlier on this morning. If you missed any of our video coverage from Friday or Saturday, you can go back and watch it. So when we get to the end of the day, if you want to find out how we've got to where we are, thoroughly recommend you sit down with some popcorn and get yourself comfortable for a few moments, because we've had some great racing as well in the support categories here. With just coming up to 10.5 minutes to go, it is still David Russell on top.
So exactly 10 minutes to go in this session. There is a red flag allowance if needed of 10 minutes, so they can extend that session to make sure everyone can get a lap. As we jump back on board this Method Motorsport McLaren Artura GT4 V6 power. GT4 is a glowing and growing category around the world, so more entry-level way into GT racing. And there's the boss, looking very team boss-like down in pit lane. His bosses himself are here this weekend. St. Bruce Stewart from Auckland Terrain Duty United floating around the paddock, surely doing some deals.
Chaz was a long-time driver for Tickford, and that was a very Tim Edwards look on his face.
Wasn't it?
Serious. Very serious.
He's changed.
Got some penalty information for you. Philippe Bonnell, man at the head of Vortex, has been a little bit enthusiastic in the pit lane and has set off the pit lane speeding alarm. And that car, wherever it finishes, will take 3 grid positions as a penalty.
Garth and I were standing down there with Jack Perkins at the beginning of this session getting baked by the sunshine. That sunshine has all but disappeared, guys. So for the rest of this session, big grey clouds covering the sun. So it could be a little bit of a happy hour here. It is partly cloudy. There's still some patches of blue out there. So maybe that UV will return. But right now could be a good time to be on the racetrack.
It's a good point, Chad. That UV is the enemy of lap time when it comes to Mount Panorama Bathurst. They certainly lose a lot of grip in the surface here when the UV is out strong, so that cloud coming over will improve the lap time, and we've seen that right there as Glenn Wood goes to the top with a 4.0. So that's starting to get into the territory of where the car's in the fastest. Oh, bowls are wide though out of 1, so straight away the second lap will be not as strong because that will hurt the run all the way up Mountain Straight. So the first sector will go away here for Glenn Wood. But a 4.0 is starting to become into competitive territory based on the lap times that we saw in practice 6. It was a 3.9 that got you into the top 50%. So remember, that's 15th and better. So it was a 3.7, I think it was, that had you in the 10. So starting to get close to making some of these guys a little bit nervous that Glenn Wood might be playing in their territory in the fastest 50%.
So what did he do here then, Garth? Was he just a bit greedy on the exit?
I think on the gas a little bit early and run the car wider. You can see the car didn't look like it had understeer in the mid-corner or really oversteer. Just too much inertia and too much momentum ran the car wide. So probably just trying to flow too much speed to the apex and pick the throttle up. I mean, that's the name of the game, isn't it? You've got to go around the corners as fast as you can. And that's a real important one for that run up Mountain Straight, because that's where you start your climb.
We were saying in the earlier broadcast that last corner and the first corner on paper look probably the two most innocuous of the challenges that you have to face around Mount Panorama here at Bathurst. And yet they are both so crucial. You can absolutely blow a qualifying lap before you've even got it started if you get turn 1 wrong.
This is the Superclass Racing IRC GT, Aussie built and developed endurance racing special, and it's been driven by a guy who's had success at this place before and in the Repco Supercars Championship in the form of Nick Percat. It's run by Matt Stone Racing. Really good way for Matt and the team, and also Nick Percat and Cam Hill, who are driving with John Hollinger to get some laps in. You see a driver change going on down in the lane, but this is a great opportunity for this team to get themselves sharp before the start of the Supercar season. Glenn Wood has just gone into the 3s. And we're wondering if he was going to challenge some of the established elite of GT racing that are in the top 50% of qualifying coming your way in about 10 minutes' time. Well, Glenn Wood's just punched out a 2:03.64 to go quickest. D'Alberto responded with a 4.0 to go second in the Lamborghini. So that is a very good lap time from Glenn Wood for M Motorsport Mercedes-AMG.
And remember, he had that little drop on the exit of the first corner of Hell's Corner, and that was, what, Garth, do you reckon? 10th and a half?
Yeah, given how wide he went at the exit of 1, I thought that was a 10th and a half, 2 tenths. So Wood's 2:03.64 would have had him 10th, 9th in practice 6. So he is certainly getting himself into the game, and he's gone faster again in the first sector. So is this the first car that potentially might bump his way in from the slow group?
Just a thought, guys. I just wanted to have a look at the radar because all that cloud that was starting to build got me wondering. If you look over towards turn 1, there are big grey clouds, and on the radar, there is a small but very strong cell building, and as it continues to build in size, it's edging closer to the racetrack. Imagine if this was a dry session and the next one was the wet session, we could be facing GT4 and Invitational cars potentially in the Pirelli shootout.
I think we're all pondering that right now, aren't we?
Hard to know how to quite take that little piece of information.
Builds the tension.
What it will guarantee is that everyone will be on the racetrack from the first moment of the next phase of qualifying. That's the sad sight of the KTM Crossbow down at the KTM Vantage Freight Garth Walden Racing Team. Trent Harrison unfortunately caught out. We saw the vision off the top of the show up at the BMW M elbow. That team will go to work and hopefully get that car fixed. They won't take part in qualifying, but we'd love to see them take part in the race tomorrow, and this was the accident.
Big contact, wasn't it? The inside wall down at the Forest elbow.
That noise is a horrible noise, isn't it? It's even worse when you're inside.
That's the noise of money being spent, John.
Yep.
When you crash cars like
That's
that.
the equivalent of kerching on the old till, is it? Dear me.
So here's Glenn Wood. We saw earlier that he backed out of a lap, potentially to get a bit of track position or to save the tyre because the Delta lap time on his dash wasn't what excited him. So he's having another crack here at the first sector.
And back out as well for the Porsche number 93, 25 Motors back out again as well.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Sorry, that's a Lamborghini. My apologies. Looking at the wrong line on the screen. That was.
Don't get those brands. It's not quite Porsche v Ferrari, but
no, I know.
Mixed up. Sorry, you'll get letters. Yeah, I think Joel Eriksson, that car has the potential to be in a Pirelli shootout this afternoon, comfortably.
I think it's these two. Yeah. It's the Wood AMG Mercedes from M Motorsport and the Phantom Global Porsche, who certainly they had themselves inside the top 10 in practice yesterday, and they would have been disappointed to find themselves in this one. Traffic hasn't really been an issue so far for our fast runners that find themselves in this group. What's Wood's second sector like? It's gone away from him a little bit in the mid part, so still the cumulative to the end of the second sector is not so bad. So if he can have a strong final sector, he'll look to improve on that 203.64. Got to send it here. This bit's easy. Hold it flat here. Right about now is when you start deciding, when am I going to put the brake pedal out?
It's so easy.
He's perennially underrated, Glenn Wood. He's a lovely guy, very good race car driver, perhaps hasn't had opportunity come his way. He does a lot of racing with his brother Dale, who's good in Carrera Cup. Let's see what this lap time is for Glenn. Is there any improvement? Well, it's a 3.8, backing up a 3.6, so pretty good response again, but no improvement.
Starting to wonder whether he's gone past the best of that Pirelli tyre.
David Russell.
D-Russ, yeah.
He's the one I'm looking at now in the Superbarn Supermarkets AMG.
Middle sector's gone away for D-Russ on that one. As we check on the 888 National Storage AMG Mercedes, Brock Feeney will pilot that one to try and back up his heroics from last year in qualifying. Started from the outside of the front row. Nearly undid Maro Engel, factory AMG superstar. And those guys are just taking this time to do a bit of driver change practice. So, I mean, if you're Maro, I'm thinking, you probably don't want to be doing that before qualifying. So maybe it's David Reynolds and Felipe Fraga doing some driver change practice.
Well, that is the familiar helmet of one D. Reynolds, who been drafted in as a factory AMD driver for this weekend, which he's very proud about. That connection came via Maro. And of course, they raced each other in supercars a little bit. Clock ticking down. Is this build-up for car 13? It has to be.
So this is the last roll of the dice for this car. So they're still finding themselves down in fourth with a 4-1. So regardless of whether they get themselves in the top 10 or not, they'll just want to be right at the front of this one.
This young man at 25 from Sweden, despite the youthful exuberance, is still one of those European drivers that seems to have done an enormous amount of GT and sports car racing despite his young age. So this is a great opportunity. They've got Bastian Boos, who's the reigning Porsche Super Cup champion, and Jackson Evans, a name familiar already to Australians, former Carrera Cup Australia champion, but a guy that will be full-time in the supercars starting next weekend for SCT Logistics and Brad Jones.
And Bastian Boos won the Young Driver Shootout at the end of 23 last year, where all of the Porsche selected young drivers from various Carrera Cups around the world come together. That is a very prestigious thing to do, and it's launched the career of many. They were at Portimao for 3 days, and he came out on top. Main time Woody, come on.
It's better.
2 or 3, 4, 2, 4, 6. And that would have put him where, GT?
It would have put him 5th in practice 6, which was our last quali sim. Not saying that's going to put him in the 10 for this one, but it's our first real reference of what they've got. And it looks like the 13's rolled out of this one as well, Joel Eriksson. So not able to fire a real shot in this session for this car, which is a real shame because we thought that it was going to be towards the front, doing similar things that Glenn Wood was able to do to get themselves in the conversation, to have themselves inside the top 10. And just look at that coming at us. We were here earlier today and John Hindale was telling us how great the weather was, and we said, just wait, John, it will change.
I'm going to hide behind my hands and pretend that doesn't exist at the moment. So that's how they end up at the bottom 50% of qualifying. A really good benchmark time, Glenn Wood. That is going to take some beating. A few pole positions determined. Invitational class has been set. We think it'll be Tim Slade there. Ryland Gray did a really good lap in the 111 car, but possibly too good. It was quicker than allowed. And then Adam Christodoulou, the English driver in car number 19, the Mercedes AMG GT4, has snagged top spot in GT4. Their grid positions are set. They are locked in to the race at 5:45 a.m. tomorrow morning. Well, that was a nice way to warm ourselves up for the fastest 15. And Glenn Wood, I think, can go back to that garage and be pretty happy with that job.
Yeah, and let's not forget we've set the grid positions as well for the Invitation and GT4. So, as Krilsey was just telling you, Christo on pole for that. Well, that was an interesting session, Garth, with people dialing themselves into it. Did not throw tyres at those cars.
I think Wood certainly put a set of tyres on in the second half of that session. We saw the Phantom Global team, when they came to the lane to rectify that loose bodywork at the front of the car, they bolted a new set on there as well. So I think they went on a lightly used set at the start, and then certainly would throw a brand new set of Pirellis at it for the second half of that session. It was a bit of a slow burn early. David Russell, he came home third. He was super wide and super committed, as he always is here at Mount Panorama. Tony D'Alberto, he finished second in that session, a 4-0. They'll be happy with that. It was this man, Glenn Wood. He probably certainly got everything out of the car, but I feel like there was even a bit more potential if he was able to string all the sectors together, maybe a very low 3. But regardless of that, a 3-4 in these hot and sunny conditions, he can be very happy with that one. He's certainly in the conversation to make himself get himself into the top 10. Pirelli shootout.
Start no worse than 16th, but he'll be hoping for a little bit more. Great crowd here today, enjoying the sunshine, and so too in pit lane is Shay Adam.
Thankfully, I've gone into this shade in the garage, and Brock Feeney, your car no longer occupying this space. It was a battery change for the 888 Mercedes, but now it's up to you and qualifying to thank the guys. How excited are you for this session?
Yeah, I'm pretty cool. It was a lot of fun last year qualifying, and obviously putting on the front row was great. It's hard to know where everything's at the moment, but car's back out on the apron. It's good to go, so really looking forward to getting out on the track. Couple of green tires. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Now, I saw you in the garage in shorts and a T-shirt until the last possible moment. Is that just trying to stay calm and cool, or is it something else?
Nah, just chill out before. I was in the ice bath just before, trying to keep cool because it's pretty hot out there. But yeah, just trying to chill out. This is pretty, yeah, trying to keep the nerves down a little bit for now, and it should get pretty exciting this afternoon.
Good luck making it into the shootout.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cam Waters, you're the fast man in practice 6, the session before qualifying. We've just seen Glenn Wood go out there and do a pretty handy lap time. You thought that was pretty impressive?
Yeah, he did a good job out there. Like, it's probably a little bit hotter now, so you'd say the track's slower than, you know, practice 6. So I think he did a pretty good lap, but I'm hoping there's a little bit more in my lap as well.
Hey, it's a pretty cool team this weekend. Almost should be called Team Australia, the all-Australian drivers in Pro Series. It's Australian team mechanics, a lot of familiar faces in this garage, and it looks like you've got Mick Dundee's hat on, so it's a pretty cool environment in here.
Yeah, it's been so much fun. So the test days and, you know, pairing up with Lounsey and Tom, just, you know, the whole vibe in the team is so cool. So having so much fun with this program, and this weekend's been great as well. So it's definitely an all Aussie lineup in this garage. And, you know, last practice we kind of got our stuff together a little bit more. So that was great. And yeah, hopefully we can keep doing that.
A few dark clouds coming in on the horizon. What's the plan? Just get in the car, get out there and go as fast as you can straight away?
Yeah, 100%. You need to do some bankers here, don't you? So if it rains, it is what it is. I like the rain around here, so I think it'd be pretty important to get out there, do a banker, and you know, just normal Bathurst build up to it.
How do these cars compare to what you're used to? You don't have as much GT experience as some of the other competitors on the grid. How are you finding the cars?
Yeah, so much fun to drive, and they just make an amazing amount of grip, don't they? So the supercars, you know, super slippery, and you really fighting the thing under brakes, where that's kind of the opposite to the GT car. So once you kind of get your head around how to drive it and where to make the speed, it's so much fun.
All the best out there, mate.
Cheers, mate. Cheers.
I'm here with Mercedes factory star, David. That sounds pretty good, doesn't it, David?
That sounds very, very good. You can call me that, refer to me that anytime you like, Chad.
Let's get over the big news items. Are you replacing Lewis Hamilton at Mercedes next year?
I am, definitely, yes.
No,
Definitely not, no.
Hey, when you've got Murrow Engel in your driver lineup, when it comes to qualifying, you just sit back and enjoy the show?
100%, mate. This is quite different for me. Normally, I'm sort of the pro in the team, trying to like qualify the car, but I feel like the amateur at the minute. So I'm done for the day. Murrow, it's all up to you now. You can qualify and put the car in a good spot.
When's the last time you got to sit around and watch a qualifying session at Bathurst? Because you would have done plenty of these in the 12 hour as well as the 1,000.
Yeah, probably one of my first times here, probably 2008, I reckon I was the last time actually watching. Actually, no, it was 2010 when I was a enduro driver with Will Davis and HRT, so yeah, it's been a long time.
What's he capable of here? We saw a 2-minute flat from him last year, which was breathtaking. A lot of sunshine out there today, so what do you reckon?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. The track conditions been a little bit worse than it was last year. Obviously in the morning sessions really fast, the car comes alive, but in the afternoon session the car moves around a bit more, doesn't give you the same feeling. But yeah, last year was an amazing job, but this year the BOP hasn't sort of helped us out as much as it did last year. But you know, anything's possible at Bathurst, and especially with Murrow in the car. He's that good at these cars that, you know, I actually can't wait to see what he can do.
That makes 2 of us, buddy. Enjoy the show.
All right, you too. See ya.
That makes 3 of us. We cannot wait. Qualifying part 2 coming your way. We fight towards the shootout, but in just a few days' time, we are right back here, all part of the Bathurst Superfest, round 1 of the Repco Supercars Championship, the Thrifty Bathurst 500. This is a huge weekend. 2 top 10 shootouts, 2 250k supercars races to start a massive season. The fastest 50% from practice heading your way next. We're going to decide the 10 cars that take part in the Pirelli shootout later on this afternoon.
Start your engines.
Brace yourself for another great race, Australia. It is showtime.
Open pit exit, please.
Drop the clutches. Tense up. This is going to be a beauty. This is great racing. It is high stakes. They're laser focused and ready to jump. Adrenaline is peaking. The supercars are howling. Expect this to be a ruthless and bruising encounter. And there's crazy stuff at the back of the pack. They are maximum attack. But he is driving the wheels off this car right now. Go, you good thing. Mark Winterbottom, take a bow. Chicken flag, D1. The apprentice has joined the master. Juarez is the winner. The brilliant breakthrough win. when you come all the way through the Blue Mountains to beautiful Bathurst, there's so much to do in this part of the world. It's not just about the 6.2 kilometres of Mount Panorama. There's breweries, there's distilleries, there's no shortages of great places to grab a drink, especially here in February in summertime. So I thought, how about we grab last year's race winners and we share, fellas, a bit of a beer with the Mountain. Now, Reckless Brewing's come on as the official beer of the 12-hour guys. So I've grabbed a BX Lager, a 4-pack, ice cold. You'll be happy to know, Kenny, as well.
Wow.
And we can have a little bit of a chat about last year's race over a beer. So first of all, guys, cheers. Well done to last year. This is the local lager, fellas. Well done, boys, on the win last year.
Cheers. Cheers.
You're kind of a bit of a local in this part of the world, Kenny. The house is just behind us. Are you guys staying there for the week?
We're always there with the family. Yep. And there's plenty of this stuff in the fridge.
Let's have a chat, guys, about 12 months ago. The success that you brought in from the year prior, but Jules, 3 in a row, to be able to do that is one thing, but to share a couple with these guys as well is very special now.
Already 2 in a row is something. Already winning is something. Like Kenny said before, sometimes you come here your whole life and you never win. So what we did was just, I don't know, fantastic. You know, I'm still out of words. I remember after the race laying down all together and we had no words. We were just full of happiness, full of everything. So to be back here with Kenny and Luca is pretty special, and sharing a beer on the mountain is really special.
Luca, your team went for a really different strategy last year. How hard was it to execute that strategy in the race?
Well, it's always really tough because we were both really close in driving time, and the team just did a perfect job. I remember sitting at the top, and I said, now if we don't take tires, we're going to win it. And I'm still getting goosebumps watching Jules just for refuel, and then he went before the Porsche and before the Group M car. And yeah, such a nice feeling. And obviously the last half an hour was difficult to watch for me. I walked up and down the pit lane, and then I put my headphones away, then I grabbed my phone, then I did something else just to do something because I was nervous.
He's as nervous as a butcher's thumb.
Which I'm usually, when I'm in the car, I'm totally relaxed, but there I get really nervous, and yeah, in the end we did it 2 in a row.
Kenny, at what point did you think we're going to try this? Because everyone would have thought, you go Pro-Am, you know, you wouldn't possibly put a bronze-ranked driver in a pro field because the risk is huge that you could get it so wrong. So when did you guys go, no, we're going to give this a go?
Well, I mean, I always like to think that I'm close to these guys. I mean, many tracks around the world I am very close, you know, almost the same in Daytona. This is difficult with my weight and, you know, their talent level. Here I'm a little bit further off than most places, but I mean, Spa and Suzuka and these places I'm very close, and I want to be closer, so I always want to challenge myself. Unfortunately, this place, you know, I'm the furthest away, but I'm getting better, but it takes a long time, and you don't get a lot of track time. But for me, it was a dream. 22 was a win, but it was a Pro-Am race, and I thought, you know what, I'm just going to try it for an outright. You know, for someone like me, to hear outright win is a dream. So we tried and we did it, and you know, the odds I'm sure get much more difficult to keep winning, but we'll try.
Well, there's now a few different teams trying that. I think a couple of the Audi guys are going to try and do exactly what you achieved. Talk us through that last stint, the battle between you and Maro. You came from sharing the Rolex victory a few weeks prior, and now you guys are right here behind us having that epic scrap.
Well, like Luca said, the stint prior to the last stint, they told me full push to try to catch the Porsche, and you will get a new set of rubber for the last stint. So I didn't. I turned the TC down, and I was like, okay, I just fully pushed. And then I arrive in the pit, and I see the tires down, but there's no mechanic with a gun, and I'm like, what's going on? And then they are like, okay, no tires, you just go. And I exit the pit lane, and the engineer say, yeah, we are in the lead. And I look at the race logic, and I see 58 minutes to go, and I'm like, yeah, sure. But I have somebody on new tires, and I'm on old tires, and I could see Kenny, you know, through my vision. And I was like, you know what, we're gonna give everything. And I apologized to my mom later because I told many people I could sell my mom to win this race. So that's what I did. I just gave everything, just trying to win. I mean, to win this race, you would do stupid stuff, and it was just maximum full push. I could not do much more. And well, the chase. He went for it, I was also there, and I was like, well, I'm here, so it's up to you now what you want to do. And luckily, it ended up very well for us, but what a race, you know, just to finish like this. And then the Porsche was coming, and I was seeing my boss, Stefan Wendel. I was like, okay, the two Merc take each other off, and now the Porsche is coming, so if we don't win, we have a pretty bad dinner tonight, so we're not gonna get the Porsche. Let us go.
And it was nice, the little moment as well with Myra coming over. There was no hard feelings. It was just good, hard racing.
I think that's nice in racing, and that's difficult in AMG because sometimes we win together and sometimes we fight against each other. But again, at the end, we are trying the best to win the race, and may the best win it, and then it's sport.
Guys, well done on last year. Good luck becoming the first ever to win 4 in a row, by the way, of any endurance racing here at Mount Panorama. And guys, bring on Sunday. Good luck.
Cheers. Thank you. Cheers.
We are on the banks of the Macquarie River in the central tablelands of New South Wales, the vibrant regional centre of Bathurst. There's so much to see and do here. Heritage-listed buildings, quirky bars, restaurants, arts and crafts, music events, good food and wine too in this part of the world, and beautiful scenery that all culminates at Mount Panorama. And you might find yourself some gold along the way. That's what they're shooting for this afternoon. Welcome back to Mount Panorama, the Repco Bathurst 12-hour. It's qualifying day, and the fastest 50% of the field are about to hit the racetrack to push their way into the Pirelli shootout. But before we do that, let's jump back down into the lane where we find Shay Adam.
Might be a bit of a surprise, guys, that Jules Gounon is standing beside me instead of being strapped into the Sun Energy One Mercedes. But Jules, we just saw the piece. We heard from you and Kenny and Luca. You guys are a family at this point. What does it mean that Luca is getting this opportunity to qualify?
Yeah, well, as I said to you before, with Luca, we are a good friend, and he always get the bad works. Let's say the hard stint in the sun. He never does a Super Bowl or a quali, and you know, this sport is all about team spirit, and at one point, if everyone gets always the best treatment, it's also annoying for others. So when we arrived there, I said, you know what, I would like that you do quali, even if the team asked me, because you deserve it, you're very quick, and you never did it here. So that's why he's in the car, and I have 100% trust on him that he's going to do fantastic.
At the end of last year's race, you didn't get those new tires that you were promised, but when you get to go out on low fuel sticker tires and it's just you and the mountain, especially with this pit box, no one in front of you, how magical is it?
It's so magical. If you look at me, I'm getting goosebumps. So no, it's magical. This place is magical, and you know there is always a rule kind of in Bathurst that you drive 95%. And then for 98, you come up, and then for quali, you're like, okay, I have one lap, I'm going to go 100%. Let's hope you still keep a little bit of margin, because the race is more important than quali. But yeah, going there on low fuel with new tires is something surreal.
Green flag is out, guys. Let's see who makes it into the shootout.
What do we reckon then? As the cars are going out, Garth was spot on. Everybody's heading out straight away. It's no hurry up and wait here, it's just hurry up and hurry up.
Well, I think with that weather that's coming, we're just starting to see on the weather radar and alerts coming through that rain, potential rain in 4 to 5 minutes. So I would have thought now what you would have done, traditionally you would have for this session rolled out on a lightly used set of tyres then go to a brand new set. I think you throw your new set on now and have a crack, and if it doesn't rain after the first half of this session, maybe then spend another set just to make sure that you're in. So Bathurst, we know how fickle the weather can be here. We know how quickly it can roll in. So whilst the track is dry, and importantly, there's less direct sunlight on the racetrack, this could be the next 5 to 7 minutes, could be the fastest of this qualifying session.
And we have got 13 times set. Let's just remind ourselves, because although this is part 2 and it's the top 50%, the top 15 cars, Krilsey, we've got times on the board. We've got, effectively in golf parlance, we've got people in the clubhouse.
Well, what it means is if it rains now, the top 10 shootout is going to be really different. It will be a really different looking grid, because all of these cars could do a lap time in wet conditions. Shay?
You guys want to know the most stunning thing of the day? I just talked about the fact that Jules Gounon not qualifying the 75. I've got one better for you. When you have 2 previous pole winners in your car and you put the new guy behind the wheel, that's exactly what Manthai EMA has elected to do with the Grello Porsche. The 912 has Anakan Guven behind the wheel, not Lawrence Vantor and not Matty Campbell. What?
That's my reaction exactly. Wow, 2 of the best qualifiers in Bathurst 12-hour history. Both former winners of the Alan Simonson Pole Award.
On the bench.
On the bench. Laurent Vanthor, the Belgian, in 2015 with Audi, and Matt Campbell with Porsche, with a lap that at the elbow was 7/10 of a second quicker than anybody. There on the bench, and the young gun from Turkey, Ayhancan Guven, who's a one-make star of Porsche racing, gets a shot at some glory here.
Is there anything in the rules to say they can't change drivers?
Well, no.
No, that's true. But with that weather that's coming...
Indeed. I'm playing devil's advocate.
I like it.
But I'm loving what Jules Gounon said in that interview about Lucas Stoltz, because when we've been calling the practice sessions over the stream, we've been singing Lucas Stoltz's praises, that he's done all the grunt work over the last couple of years. He's done the setup work in the hot part of practice. He doesn't get to do this session. Then in the race, he's always driving in the hot part of the day when the car's greasy, it's moving around. And the fact that he says that Luca's always done that, I've always got the Hollywood stuff, to now give him that chance. That's real leadership, and that's what really brings race teams together. When you're superstar, and Jules Gounon's a superstar, can do that and bring the team even closer together.
So Chankoven in the 912 Porsche, Brock Feeney in the 888 Mercedes, Cam Waters in the treble 2 Mercedes, Maro Engel in the 130, except he's not, is he? We've just heard that he wasn't, so we'll wait for Timon to catch up on that. Jordan Love in the 88 Mercedes, Maxi Kurtz in the 77, Luca in the 75 we've just talked about, Max Martin in the 46 with his teammate Valentino Rossi watching on nervously in the WRT box. Luke Yolden in the number 44 Audi, Sheldon van der Linde in the 32 BMW, Mercedes-AMG GT3 for Heart of Racing is Gunny, Ross Gunn in the 27. His dad's nickname, actually. His dad was called Gunny, raced as well. Kelvin van der Linde in the Audi number 22 and Lee Holdsworth in the number 9. That is your list of runners and riders, and I'm just waiting for the 911 to go out.
Alessio Picciarello behind the wheel of the Shell V-Power Manthey EMA Porsche. Gee, there's a fairly heavy hitter list of race car drivers among those names you've just rolled out. Any one of them capable of doing a lap time to get yourself into the Pirelli shootout. So as a reminder, at the end of this 25 minutes and 27 seconds remaining in this qualifying, we will know the 10 cars that will take part in the Pirelli shootout. Now, it's not your standard Bathurst top 10 shootout. We do the bottom 50% of that, so 5 cars, and then the fastest 50%, and they get 15 minutes. That's it, 15 minutes to go and set their one qualifying time to set the grid.
And whatever happens in the weather, they are guaranteed to be the top 10 on the grid. That's the key part of that. So if this part is weather dependent, at 4 o'clock when we come back, it's not. That will be the top 10, whatever the times.
So definitely the weather is the talking point down here, guys. I'll grab Craig Lowndes from the Scott Taylor Motorsport team, because they've got a very special weather vane in here. Craig, now that's next level technology.
Well, it is. Thomas Randall a couple of days ago decided that we just needed a bit more something high tech, something that doesn't fail, doesn't run out of batteries, doesn't run on Wi-Fi, and you can see it's now spinning, so it's windy, and he tells me when it's wet, it's raining.
Especially if it's indoors here, there's going to be some pretty crazy rain. How about strategy, though, because this is a race about strategy tomorrow?
Well, he had another great idea for that. So we've got this board, snakes and ladders. So we're just going to roll the dice.
Perfect. That can't possibly go wrong. See, Tom Randall's a trained engineer as well, so he's a bit of a bright thinker, clearly.
He is. He's kept the humour really high in this garage, that's for sure.
Perfect. A great way of keeping the upbeat spirit in here, mate. Best of luck. Cam Waters very quick in practice early, so hopefully he's got one in for qualifying.
Yeah, I hope so. I think we're still sort of, fine-tuning the car and that. We're actually struggling a little bit of straight line speed, but the car's really nice across the top, but that's not where we want to be tomorrow. We want to be fast down the strip. So we'll see what happens this afternoon.
Well done, Craig. Beautiful breeze in here right now, everybody. Loving it.
How long's Craig Lowndes been working on those gags, do you think?
Lowndes, yeah, well, he drives the race car naturally.
Yes.
So he probably spent no time looking at data and vision.
He's got additional capacity.
All the time working on his gags.
I like it.
He was working those out when he was driving you around yesterday, probably.
He was. That's outstanding work as we jump on board that STM car. Cam Waters did a really nice job in this earlier today to top practice 6. They battled with this car yesterday. It was a challenge, but they've tuned it up overnight and it became very, very rapid. Some representative lap times happening. So Glenwood, remember, 203.42, the time to beat. Lucas Stoltz has done a 3.5 on his first full flying lap. Cam Waters goes to 3rd. Jordan Love, he's in the 88 Johor Motor Racing 888 car. He's gone to 4th. So already these heavy hitters starting to fire in qualifying for the Repco Bathurst 12-hour. And Sheldon van der Linde And the number 32 BMW goes quickest, 2:03.28. That's starting to get down to the kind of lap times that we're expecting to see as this session unfolds, and then as we look towards the Pirelli shootout later on this afternoon.
So that would have put him in the top 4 in that FP6.
Yeah.
So we're starting to again throw overhand here. This might be the best conditions if it stays dry. This, with a bit of cloud cover, a bit of a qualifying cloud, as you called it earlier on.
Yeah, well, and certainly that's taking effect over the full circuit. And it was actually, whilst Chad was having a bit of a joke and laugh with Craig Lowndes down in pit lane, when he parted at the end saying there's a bit of a cool breeze blowing through here, that got my attention, because now the sun's gone, so there's no UV on the racetrack and it's cooling down. So that's when the track certainly starts to pick up speed, and our timing screen is starting to show that, with lots of personal bests and lots of purple sectors flashing up on the timing screen. On board with this man right now, Lucas Stoltz, who's got the fastest cumulative sector to the end of sector 2, and he's about to finish this next lap, his second push lap. But that's so deep on the brakes, 70 metres. That's deep, I can tell you. So here he comes to the line, goes to the top with a 2.6. So you're going to need to be in the low 2s, I think, boys, to be in the game, because to do that early. Feeney now comes in with a 2.6, and Sheldon van der Linde's continuing to go on with his fast form. He's fastest at the end of the second sector.
And of course, the thing to remember in this session is, while the fastest time is important, we want to see that, the numbers we need to look at are anywhere between 7th and 14th, because they will be the ones looking either nervously backwards at someone looking to bump them out of the 10, or looking forward to try and get into it. So we'll keep across that for you right now. Tony D'Alberto, who did his time in that first part of qualifying, remember, is looking on the outside in. 2:02.2 for Sheldon van der Linde.
Yeah, I thought all week that the BMWs had plenty of speed, and they just weren't showing us exactly how much they had. And this man here, Maxime Martin, was on a very good lap in practice and then put it away and didn't show us what they had.
Interestingly, Sheldon van der Linde goes to the top without a best sector time. He's just put a really good lap together. Lucas Stoltz is on another quick one, and everybody now beginning to pick it up. It's going to be, if it doesn't rain, we're going to have some really good times, and then people in the second half of this session are going to have to work out what they do with the rest of the time. Fully opposite lot for Stoltz.
I can tell you, there is no way that car is going faster down the mountain than what Lucas Stoltz just did then. He was out of control at the S's before the Dipper, out of control around the rock face before Forest Elbow, and there was no real estate to the wall at the exit of Forest Elbow. You want to talk about commitment? That was it in spades.
31.3 in the middle sector. It's going to be another decent run. He sits second at the moment, just under 4/10 away from the best time. They want to get these cars put away, don't they? They want to get it done right now and get into the shootout.
It's party time in qualifying at the Repco Bathurst 12-hour. Lucas Stoltz threw everything at it across the top. The final sector not quite there, but ends with a 2:02.42. We've now got 5 cars in the 2s today in what is shaping up to be an electrifying qualifying session. This car is the quickest. Sheldon van der Linde, the younger brother of Kelvin van der Linde, who's in the number 22 Audi and is currently 5th and going on with a very good lap. But the BMWs, their second time at Mount Panorama as Team WRT, are going on with it.
On board with Kelvin van der Linde, who's just gone the fastest across the top of the mountain in the middle sector, and he is fastest cumulative to the end of the second sector. We're now right on board with him for the run down Conrod Straight. And the Audi's very, very good with high downforce across the top of the mountain, but probably do not have the same straight line performance as the BMW. How late does he brake? 100-metre board into the chase. That is seriously deep from van der Linde. Gets through there nicely, very neat, tidy. Can he get it stopped on the bumps into the final corner? He gets it in there, so all eyes to the timing screen. What does Kelvin van der Linde have for us as he comes to the line? Proves to third, 2:02.4, just 2/10 off
Is that enough?
Time.
Well, you got to ask yourself, is that enough? These guys are pushing. Is that enough to keep him in the top 10? You don't have to be fastest right now. You just need to be 10th or better.
Rich spoke earlier that said that we're really going to have our eyes on 7th to 13th in that bump zone area. Best place to be is in the top 3 or 4 because there's less chance of being bumped. So here's Lucas Stoltz coming to finish his one.
You'd never be presumptuous enough to say you're safe at any point, but I think up there you're pretty good, and that lap from Luca will help. 2:02.20. It's 4/10,000ths quicker than Sheldon van der Linde, and that's good because this lap won't count. Got the grass on the turn into Hell Corner, and he'll have to throw that one away, but it's good enough to go quicker. So 2:02.0 right now. Lee Holmes lead 10th at 2:03.85, which is not going to be enough to get through to the 10. Glenn Wood's lap that he did in part 1 of qualifying at a 2:03.42, it holds up. He's still 6th at the moment.
Given the sunlight that was on the circuit when Glenwood did that time versus the lack of sunlight right now, that's a seriously impressive lap time. I don't expect that it will stand for the entirety of this half-hour session, but I think he's probably in the game longer than they thought they were going to be.
Halfway through the session and they're still in with a shout. Good point.
If we're talking cut off at the moment to get into the 10, it's that car.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's 3-4-2 for Glenwood. Probably that or better will have to get you in the game. So, Ricardo fella, there was nothing left to the outside of the car as he turned it into the final corner. So he bumps Wood as well with a 3:03.
And we should say here, as Matt Campbell is jumping in to his Porsche 992, a 992 that is slightly heavier, not because Matt Campbell has got into it, but we should say, Krilsey, you'll run the numbers on that for you. We should say, for those of you who don't know this circuit and aren't watching the pictures, you're listening on RS1 around the world, there's no curbs on the outside when these drivers are turning in. There's a white line, and then there's grass scarf. So if you drop your Pirellis off, first of all, you've got less grip, but then you've got to drag them back onto the surface and potentially risk inside shoulder damage.
Yeah, it's old school here at Bathurst. There's no acres of tarmac here. You get it wrong, there's consequences. That's certainly been the case across the top of the mountain. The same rings true down the bottom as well.
Liam Talbot, you're co-driving with Calvin van der Linde, sorry. How exciting is it watching him in qualifying? You said it's like the X factor for you guys.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, him and Christopher Haas, amazing lineup to be part of, and I feel so lucky. But just watching both of these guys drive, look at their data, ask them questions, it's a big privilege for myself.
You talk about what happens pre-qualifying. Is pole the ambition, or just happy to settle in the shootout and focus on the race tomorrow?
I mean, every driver wants pole. A 12-hour race, it's not so important, but it'd be nice to be sort of closer to the front end.
You've been on pole before with Chaz Moss. It's a pretty cool feeling in the garage here. A lot of sort of excitement around what lap time could be done. What do you think's capable?
Yeah, it's hard to know. I mean, track's cool now, so it's going to be fast. I mean, when Chaz got that amazing pole lap back in 22, like, we knew it was amazing, but when it actually happened and the way it happened and then the feeling in the garage, it was so much more special than we could have ever imagined. So, I mean, if we could replicate that, that would be amazing. I mean, to get a race result would be pretty cool too. So, whatever happens, happens. But, yeah, we're trying. We want it. Let's see what happens.
All the best, mate.
Thanks, Dave.
He's a great character, Liam. Charlie and the kids are at home watching on, cheering on Dad for a big weekend and a real shot to claim an outright win at Mount Panorama as Kelvin brings the 22 car into pit lane. So while we're in a little bit of a lull, we alluded to it before that the GT3 racing around the world is managed by something called Balance of Performance. It's managed by SRO Motorsports Group, who run this category globally. And it's the series of checks and balances on a performance level that means a front engine, 6.2 litre, normally aspirated Mercedes AMG can be as competitive as a rear engine Porsche 911 or a mid-engine V10 Audi R8. But it's also a bit of a game between the various manufacturers, and there are some things given and some things taken away.
It's dynamic. It's dynamic.
Correct, to adjust the performance of various cars across the course of indeed a season, but also an event. Now at 11:34 local time today, an update to the balance of performance regulations was applied for this event. So the changes came into effect immediately. And the result is that the BMW M4 GT3 had 10 kilos removed from its minimum racing weight. The Porsches had 10 kilos added.
Was that the same 10 kilos?
I think they took it from one car and put it right into the other one. The Mercedes had no changes whatsoever. The Lamborghini had a slightly larger air restrictor, so it'll breathe a little bit better, a little bit more horsepower. So fascinating. The BMWs have come alive all of a sudden. I don't want to allude to anything.
A couple of moments ago, big slide going down into Hell Corner once again for Jordan Love in the AMG. Just noted, by the way, into the pit lane and out again, the 992 that started that conversation with Matt Campbell getting in and getting 4 new Pirelli tyres. So they have changed drivers in the middle of this session, and that's pressure for Matt Campbell to get them in to the Pirelli shootout.
Into the pit lane and not going back out again. The car that is currently top of the charts, the number 75 Sun Energy 1 Mercedes. Lucas Stoltz with the mic drop with that lap. Came in, put the car in gear, turned it off so that it won't roll back down the pit lane, and got out. He now gets to sit back and watch and enjoy the rest of this session. And he got quite the adulation from all the crew to say, "You did it, buddy. Thanks."
So 4/1000th of a second quicker than Sheldon van der Linde, but they look pretty safe at the moment. The battle continues. Stolz, van der Linde, Sheldon in front of Kelvin, and Brock Feeney next.
"11 minutes left, gentlemen. You Pirelli's been prepared or already bolted on." How about that pressure for Matt Campbell, Garth? It's confidence in your driver, but he's been good. It's like the McQueen film, isn't it? You know, it's Michael, I want you in the 20 car. Porsche must win Le Mans, you know. Porsche needs to be in the top 10 shootout.
Oh, look, it's his pressure. I mean, we love Matty Campbell and what he's done in Porsche race cars around Mount Panorama, but to jump in the car on a brand new set of tyres with 10 minutes left in the session when you're outside the 10 and you've got to go lay one down, even for Matty Campbell, that's a big, big ask. So I feel he'll get the job done, but the pressure to get the job done is immense.
Garth, we see it so often in the Repco Supercars Championship in qualifying when two cars decide, you know what, let's just save the rubber for the shootout and hopefully have more to go for the race. And that is the plan for BMW. They're 2nd and 5th in the qualifying session at the moment. They reckon that's going to be enough to have them locked in. So both drivers of these cars are out with their helmets off.
I would have thought van der Linde, Sheldon would be safe. Maxime Martin, who was 5th, now 6th. I'd be still in the car. Yeah. I'd have new tyres on, but I'd still be in the car because you can still roll with about 7 minutes to go and get 2 push laps in.
Yeah.
And so if you feel like you're starting to get bumped, if you get bumped much more than if you get bumped down to 8, say, in the next 2 minutes, you need to get going. So Matt Campbell, we've already spoken about him. He's a chance to bump. Jordan Love, who's bowled a wide at the exit of turn 1 on the previous lap, but is on a very good lap this lap. Behind him, Cam Waters, who topped practice 6. He's on a good lap as well. So there's plenty of potential to be bumped all the way from 6th outside. So big risk here from BMW.
The longer forward we go into this session, that 203.42 from Glenwood gets better and better.
Totally. I was just about to say the same thing, Krillsy. He's still sitting in 7th position.
He's still 7th.
Yes. And he's top of his class in front. He's just been bumped by Jordan Love and Cam Waters now, so he's right on the bubble. But he's still top of his part. In fact, no, Jordan Love's in the same class, isn't he? So he's now taking over the Pro-Am pole, if there was such a thing, but leading that class at the moment.
For all intents and purposes, though, with a pro driver in, it's all the same.
Exactly right.
As far as qualifying goes. So they'll worry about Pro-Am podium tomorrow.
Here's another car that's got bumping qualities. Picarello in the Shell Porsche. Very, very fast in practice earlier.
Slightly older form of Porsche, but that presumably...
Did the BOP affect that one?
Well, I thought exactly.
That didn't get
that for you.
That didn't get the 10 kilos. It was only the Type 992, not the 991.
So there we go. Picarello into the 10, 3-0.
And all of a sudden, Glenwood is on the bubble in 10th position at a 203.4.
Hey, look, they'll be ecstatic to still be in the game and be on the bubble. And you're right. The fact that he did that in the direct sunlight, much hotter conditions, was a very special lap.
And he's out. Maxi Goetz in the 77 for Craft Bamboo Racing. Jumps up to 8th position. So Glenwood bumped from the top 10. We ride on board with Brock Feeney, who very nearly scored the Alan Simonson Pole Award here 12 months ago at Mount Panorama. He's in the chase. He's on a very good lap. Quickest of anybody to the first sector. Quickest for the car to the middle. And he is on a personal best. He's just got the braking to do at Murray's Corner. National Motor Racing Museum on his right. Start-finish line directly in front. And is this improvement? It is. Brock Feeney goes to 3rd. Just over a 10th of a second away from Lucas Stoll's benchmark in this session. So he climbs to 3rd position. Maro Engel goes to 6th in the 130 Group M AMG. So that's him firing up the leaderboard. And all of a sudden, Alessio Picarello now on the bubble in 10th position.
But on the bubble with a very good first sector for Picarello. And we continue just to monitor the 46 BMW, Maxime Martin, that they've put the cue in the rack. And now with 6.5 minutes left in the session, there's no chance really getting out on a new tyre and getting that tyre prepped to go. So that's one that we will keep an eye on, as is this car right here. Matt Campbell on his first real push lap. This car currently 15th and out of the game.
This is the Valmont Racing Audi. Luke Youlden behind the wheel.
Oh, yeah.
The Audi Sport Cutting
Close the touch.
leaves a bit of R8 against the wall.
Well, it's on the Audi sign, so that's all right, isn't it? Yeah.
It's less bad.
Yeah, less bad.
Less bad, I'd say, is probably the best way to put it.
Yeah.
All right.
So Luke.
Oh, Feeney. Have a go at the first sector for Feeney. Look at the totem pole. It's purple, that first sector. What's the middle sector like? This is fast. Fastest cumulative. 2/10 up on Lucas Stoltz. Will this be the first one of the weekend from Brock Feeney?
I think they're safe regardless at this point, but
now this is fun though, for now.
Well, this is setting up for later.
Personal enjoyment for the Fiend.
Lower fuel, of course. They've had to put a bit of fuel in to get all the way through this half an hour, whereas when we come back at 4 o'clock this afternoon for the Pirelli shootout for the Alan Simonson Pole Award, they'll be running a lot skinnier in terms of how much fuel they've got in. Brock, beautifully to the apex, runs right, almost millimetre perfect, and thank you very much indeed. We'll have a 2:01.89.
Now it's time to put that car away.
Yeah,
that's safe as houses. And I'm curious just to listen, and Brock has rolled out of it. Curious just to listen, the onboard shot from Brock Feeney versus the onboard shot of Lucas Stoltz. We'll just watch as Matty Campbell comes to the line in the Grello Porsche, and he's 12, so he's need to push on this next lap.
He needs half a second and more.
He's not braking as late as Stoltz, and he's rolling more speed through the mid-corner, whereas Stoltz is sending it very, very deep, and then probably doesn't have the flow in the mid-corner that Feeney has. So both cars achieving their lap time in a bit of a different way, although they're both AMG Mercedes.
So exactly 1 second now from Brock Feeney in first to Maxi Goetz, who is 10th and on the bubble. This is to make the Pirelli shootout later on this afternoon. And right now, the Caltex Craft Bamboo Racing Mercedes AMG is just in. Cameron Waters just out by 0.139 of a second for Scott Taylor Motorsport. And crucially, Matt Campbell in the 912 Porsche, former pole position winner, runner-up last year, is also out. Lee Holdsworth goes 12th and puts Campbell even further down the field. I don't think Goetz is safe. I'm not convinced that Picarello is safe.
I'm not convinced Martin is here.
At a 12.5, he's got 3/10 of the buffer to Maxi Goetz and Picarello behind him. But this guy certainly has the capability to get much further up the order. And his first sector is a PB. 50.2 to the first split, 31.6 to the middle, still giving away half a second to the 22 Audi across the top of Mount Panorama. This will be enough to get him in, but just into the 10.
Real estate in the last 3 spots of the top 10 is going to be prime for the next 3 minutes and 10 seconds. On board with Matt Campbell, flat through the kink, now decide when to brake. At 110, he flows so much speed through the chase. That's where his strength's been here at Bathurst. He's run across the top of the mountain, the way that he flows speed. It really stands him out against everyone, especially the other Porsche drivers. He can just carry so much more speed. Comes to the line. What does he have? He goes in. He's still going to need more, I feel.
And that's the thing. He can't back off here. 2.5 minutes left. And there are still people behind him who have got some green, notably Cam Waters.
Cam Waters is on a
Cam
very
Waters
strong.
on a nice first sector in the 222.
On board with Cam now.
Sorry, Garth. The Porsches traditionally in history here, they are slightly lighter, to the tune of about 50 kilos to the AMG, so they do take a little bit longer to switch their tyre on to get it better, as Cam just gives Dick Johnson's wall on the outside of the Forest's elbow a little bit of a nudge. So this is quite a good lap from Cam, personal best to the first and second sectors. He's only 1.1 seconds away from the quickest time of the session at a 3.0. Doesn't have to find much to get him into the top 10. In fact, he only needs to find 0.2 of a second. And
this is not for Paul. Can we just remind ourselves, we're not setting Paul in this session.
Round of applause for Brock Feeney down at Triple Eight, because he's done an outstanding job. The only guy into the ones all weekend so far. Is Waters in or out? Doesn't have to find much time. Where does Triple Two go? Stay.
Oh! At the last corner, the car was really edgy at the last corner.
Did you see how long he took to go across to the left-hand side of the road after he'd come out of the BMW M elbow, so that he was putting as little lock into that car? He didn't want to scrub any tenth of a kilometre an hour off that car.
Matt Campbell's about a tenth up on where he was this time last lap. So a little bit of improvement. He's just looking to be safe now. Almost everyone ahead of him is in pit lane. So it can only be improved, and he just gets it stopped in the braking zone. Up the hill into the chase. Where does this put Matt Campbell? He's ninth, he's in, but he'd like a little bit more buffer zone. He'll get one more opportunity if he wants it, but it really needs to be this lap for Matt Campbell, and it's an improvement to 2:02.56, and it just pops him up one more spot to 8th. His teammate, Alessio Piccarello, sits 10th. He's on the bubble.
So it's only Cam Waters or Lee Holdsworth who can bump anybody out now, and Matt Campbell is, I think he's going to be all right, isn't he? Because even if both of those two got in, there's two people behind it.
Could be Holdsworth. This is quite a good lap from Lee.
Yeah.
And Waters still going on with it. So Cam is on Conrod at the top of the hill now and has set a personal best lap time to this point.
Pit exit in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Checkered flag, close pit exit.
To make the shootout, Lee Holdsworth, former Bathurst champion in the 1000. Or goes to 12th. Exactly a second away from the quickest time. So it's all down to this guy, Mildura's Cameron Waters. He spent the summer in a sprint car on the dirt tracks of Australia doing really good things. Can he get his car into the shootout for Scott Taylor Motorsport?
He's not leaving much on the circuit, is he? The way he hustled it through the final corner.
Improves, but his lap time, but not his position. So Holdsworth missed the shootout by less than a tenth of a second. Waters was a tenth of a second to miss the shootout by.
Matt Campbell, by the way, still pushing on to his two personal bests on this lap, and this is fact-finding for 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, it is. And I do wonder whether got in the car with 15 to go, really got cracking with 10 minutes to go. The pole shuffle session is a 15-minute session.
Yeah.
So,
and he may actually be able to improve into the top 5 as well. That's
that's another point, because you run in the different group, 2 groups of 5 for the pole shuffle. So what does Matt Campbell have for us?
So late on the brakes.
I still don't understand how he's got time to get down through all the gears in the braking zone. He brakes that late. Matt Campbell goes to 6th, so he'll be in the first group out of the Pirelli pole shootouts. 2:02.37. Brock Feeney watches on. Provisional pole position for that man. Continues his very strong qualifying form in the AMG Mercedes here at Mount Panorama.
So an incredibly close field, and these are the top 10 that will take part in the Pirelli shootout and battle for the Alan Simonson Pole Award this afternoon. Great lap, Brock Feeney, the first into the ones all weekend. Lucas Stoles did the job for Sun Energy One Racing to go second. Less than a second covering the top 10 cars, and it's even closer just outside of it. Those that were on the outside looking in. So Maxi Goetz just misses the shootout by 37 hundredths of a second. And Lee Holdsworth, that's a really good job from that team as well. Cam Waters, they threw everything at it. They're in a much better position than they've been all weekend. And Glenwood, if it wasn't for all that excitement at the end, one of the performances of qualifying today to end up 14th from the bottom 50% in vastly different conditions, not particularly conducive to ultra lap times. They've done a great job, and that is a fast pole position for them as well. So well done. Well, what a session, and we've still got more to come this afternoon from Mount Panorama that highlights part 2 of qualifying. Repco Bathurst 12 hour. Enjoyable little half an hour that was.
Wasn't it just? So Jordan Love trying the line that we've seen quite a bit this weekend, turning in from the grass at turn 1. Luke Yulden taking the Audi Love all the way to the Audi signage at the exit of the cutting. Kelvin van der Linde, he was the fastest man. We didn't see that in our session, so that is why van der Linde did not roll for the rest of the session. I was going to say there was no one faster than him across the top of the mountain. That was true. But he tried to outdo himself and nearly all ended in tears. Lucas Stoltz was fast early, got himself a strong lap time, and they put that car away after only 6 laps. So that car, Sun Energy 1 car, continues to look strong. Brock Feeney was on the outside of the front row 12 months ago. He will be provisional pole going into the Pirelli pole shootout this evening with the fastest lap time of that session. A 2:01.89 for Feeney. Continues to be very, very fast when it matters at Mount Panorama.
Just 0.4 of a second covering the 5 cars that make it to the final session of the day in the fight for the Alan Simonson Pole Award. Shay Adam, what a session.
What a session indeed, and let's hear from the fastest guy, because we talked to him before the session began, and you were so excited to get up there on the mountain. Yeah. Where is there more time? Because we certainly didn't see it.
Oh yeah, I felt it far out. It's fast going down the hill there, but we're gonna have to make another big step this afternoon to go even quicker. So we're still a second off what we did last year. I'm not sure if we'll get back to that, but it's out of control. Doing these lap times around here is pretty hard work, and you don't breathe for a long time of that lap. So yeah, stoked to be up top, but yeah, that means nothing. We still got a shootout to go.
What's it like when you come back to the garage after putting in the fastest time, a time that nobody else could touch, and then the crew members are greeting you like a hero?
Yeah, everyone's obviously pretty pumped. For me, I'm trying not to play it up at all. There's still a job to do this afternoon, and that's nothing compared to what we've got ahead of us tomorrow. So great, everyone's in good spirits. We've got a great car. I'll go try to do it again this afternoon, and then we'll see how we go tomorrow.
Good luck in a couple hours.
Thank you. Cheers.
The tension was palpable at WRT, the BMW team who decided to sit out that second part of qualifying after already having a time or two in there. Maxime Martin's rocked up. Beautifully timed, Maxime. What was that last part of qualifying like, watching your name get ever so close to that 10th spot?
Yeah, for sure. There are a lot of people improving, and also they went later, so there is also track involvement, but we were a bit scared with the weather. We never know what's going to happen here. So, yeah, at the end we are in top 10. That's where we wanted to be. And, yeah, now we still have the shootout and especially a long race tomorrow.
And the good news, you managed to only use the 1 set of tyres. So that little strategy play gives you some more rubber to play with later.
Yeah, exactly, because it's quite limited for the race and for qualifying. So the less sets you can use, it's better. So, yeah, it's a good strategy. But and we are in top 10. So at the moment, everything is going like planned.
I've just heard the cheer from outside your garage, because I'm guessing that the doctor has just left the garage. So how are you enjoying being connected to the 46 and all the fanfare that goes with it?
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, to be able to share a car with that kind of MotoGP legend is something special, for sure. We have done the whole year last year together and now again together. So we start to know each other quite well, and we have a good relationship. And also with Raffaele Marcello coming with us, I think we also have a very strong lineup. So now we have to make the step and win races.
Here in Bathurst, we love a shootout. Now you get to go do one later today, so enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, Matty Campbell, great to have you back at Bathurst. Hey, talk us through that session, because you didn't start. You gave your teammate Gurvan some laps there, and then the pressure was on to get into the 10.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it wasn't necessarily our plan, but we decided to switch it up, so he starts and I'll finish. But yeah, interesting session. As you might have seen, like the sun really had a lot of cloud cover early in the session and sort of came back later, but pretty happy with my lap, to be fair. All pretty close in lap times, my few laps I did, but yeah, not easy. The field is super, super close, but it's great to be back at the mountain, also in our brand new 992.
Mate, your sectors were so close to looking like you're going to make the top 5 the second part of the shootout, but you're still in the shootout, and you never know, the weather could play in your favour in that session as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the most important, we're in the shootout. We'll try and tune the car up a little bit for later on. Obviously, the weather's going to be a little bit different when the shootout's on later in the afternoon, but looking forward to it. Yeah, see what we can do.
You've just been successful at the Daytona 24. How's it like to come back to Bathurst? It's pretty cool, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one of my favourite events of the entire calendar. You know, Bathurst is my favourite track in the entire world, and to come back here and be a part of it, again, it's fantastic, and especially with our new car. So great to be back. I wasn't able to make it a few years, but now I'm back and really enjoying it.
What do you do between now and the shootout later on this afternoon?
Yeah, so we'll go through some video, some data, just try and fine-tune the car. I don't think we need to make big changes. Obviously, there's still half a second to the front guys, so we'd love to try and bridge that. I think it will be a little bit difficult, but nevertheless, we'll try and make a few changes and see what we can do later on.
Mate, thanks for your time and go well this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, he's a legend of this race and indeed this place. So just confirmation of the session results. These are the 10 cars you'll see in the shootout this afternoon. 6th through 10th, you'll see first. They'll run for 15 minutes. And then it will be a couple of Mercedes AMGs and a particularly fast BMW. We think in car 32, battling it out for the Alan Simonson Pole Award as well. So there's so much to look forward to this afternoon. We've got some great support racing coming your way as well. But this guy, once again, a massive factor at Mount Panorama. Yep, Valentino Rossi is back, and earlier in the weekend, our Gartander caught up with the birthday boy.
Valentino Rossi, welcome back to Bathurst.
Grazie, thanks a lot.
And happy birthday.
Happy birthday, thanks a lot. It's today.
It's today, not a bad place to spend your birthday?
It's fantastic. Here in Bathurst, driving the M4, I think is the best birthday.
Last year was your first time here at Bathurst in the M4. Did you have much talk with other drivers before you came to prepare for last year, and then after you drove the first time, what were your thoughts about the track?
Yeah, you know, it's always one of my target racing Bathurst, because also in Europe this race is very famous, especially it's very famous the track, no? But when you arrive here is different, because you expect a strange track, but it's really unique. And it's a great race because the level is so high and have a great history, and also the track is fantastic. When you drive, you have a lot of fun.
I watched you across the top of the mountain in your very first practice session here, and your commitment was very high straight away. What's your favourite part of the circuit?
The best part of the circuit for me is when you are on the top, and is the skyline. So the braking on the right, and after you have right, left, right, left, right, left. That part is the best. Is really is good because it's fast and you have to be very precise. But that is the place.
You are 9 times world champion on motorbikes. You have your own MotoGP team. I'm sure there's lots of things that you can be doing with your time. So why are you now starting again in cars and trying to get to the top?
Because it's always in my mind to race with cars when I finish with the motorcycle. And you know, my career with motorcycle was very, very long. But when I finished, I was ready to race some years with the car, because I am a driver. And I enjoy the weekend. I like a lot to drive. Also the car is very funny. And also the driver life, you know, you go around and work with the team, be part of a family, I like, is where I am happy.
How do you go sharing your car with 2 other drivers? Whereas MotoGP, it's your bike, your garage, your team. Whereas this, there's more drivers, much bigger team. You work more closely with the other car, the other team car. How do you go with adjusting for that?
Allora, share the car with 2 other drivers is very different compared to MotoGP, but I like very much. Because you create a very good atmosphere and a relationship with the other drivers, because first of all, they are all very good guys, and but you work for the same target, you know, and in MotoGP it's difficult to have a good relationship with other riders, but here is more easy, and I enjoy a lot. And also I have always very strong teammates, so this help a lot.
You're scheduled to race Le Mans this year in GT3. That's an amazing opportunity so early in your professional car career, but is there something that you would like to do that's maybe a bit faster, maybe like the BMW hypercar or something like that in the future?
Allora, also Le Mans was one of my targets because it's the most famous race in the world. And when you race with motorcycle, you don't understand completely Le Mans. You understand that it's a great race, but you know, yeah, okay. But last year I was there. I did the Road to Le Mans, the race, and I saw the atmosphere, the paddock, the track is great. So I cannot wait. About hypercar, I don't know, sincerely, because you know, the hypercar, all the drivers are top level, so I don't know if I'm fast enough. And maybe I will try the hypercar at the end of this year, and after we see. But anyway, also if I continue with GT, I'm happy.
Finally, I'm sure you're aware that they used to race motorbikes here at Bathurst back in the past. Maybe next year when you come back, you bring your MotoGP bike and do some laps?
Allora, I know this because my team was full of Australians, no? From Jeremy Burgess and also Gary Coleman, that was my man of the tires and fuel. He raced here with the 750 and he won. So he always show me the picture and the video. And they asked to me if I make a lap with the MotoGP here. But sincerely, I prefer no.
I think that's smart.
Maybe, I prefer to stay in the car.
Good idea. Good luck, congratulate. Good luck this weekend. Wish you all the best.
Grazie. Thanks a lot. Ciao ragazzi. Ciao.
Supercars Season 2024. A lot has been learnt. A lot has changed. And we've got a lot to look forward to. It starts with the Bathurst Superfest. Following the Bathurst 12-hour, it's time to kick off the new season at the thrifty Bathurst 500.
Brace yourself for another great race, Australia. It is showtime.
This year, a new champion will be crowned. Take your pick. It could be anyone's.
Who gets the job done today?
Ticket information can be found at supercars.com. Supercars, unforgettable. We love seeing some fast, wonderful vehicles here at Mount Panorama, but how about this, the Ford Supervan 4.2. It's got a bit of a bloodline of being a little bit quirky and a little bit fast, and they've got Romain Dumas here, who's got a lot of credentials at Le Mans to drive it, to try and maybe even break some records here at Bathurst this week. I'm lucky enough to hop in the passenger seat. That was the biggest four-wheel burnout ever, biggest EV burnout ever. That thing was so cool. Romain was like, do you want to do burnouts or do you want to go fast? I was like, let's do burnouts. Oh man, that is so cool. That's 2,000 horsepower for you. You see the size of the licorice straps we left on the front straight? Absolutely massive. That thing's badass, man. Romain, this is something completely new for Bathurst, completely different for yourself, given your amazing history in sports car racing. Tell me about the Supervan.
Well, it's 2,000 horsepower. As you can see, it's quite big. You know, it's for sure a little bit heavy, but it's really fast. We drove it last year the first time in Pikes Peak. I think we were all impressed by the lap time we were able to achieve. And so it's really the first time now on a racetrack, like for sure on top of that here in Australia, but you know, on a pure racetrack like that. So we will see.
Two things. One, how do you think it'll go around a full lap here at Mount Panorama?
Well, you know, on a fast section, it will be very fast, definitely. We know about it, but for sure, on top of the hill, when it will be very narrow, as we all know, for sure, as you can see, will be a kind of challenge. So let's see. I have really no idea about what kind of, you know, performance we can achieve, but for sure, I think it will be you know, when you see it the first time, you are already impressed, but you will see when it's driving, when it's on the road or on the track, it will be even more impressive.
Cirium, the Supervan has arrived. Can you just tell us a little bit about the package behind you? It is incredible.
Yeah, so this was originally created for our Pikes Peak attempt last year, where we set the open class record. And this is pretty much the same thing with changes for Bathurst, specifically for the track. So power changes, aerodynamics changes, and then of course there's strategies that differ when you get down to the nitty-gritties of setting up a vehicle. But yeah, otherwise that's the origin of this.
And the origins go back even further because the Supervan has a historical story with Ford.
Yep, I mean, we've been putting really cool, you know, Formula One or race engines and, you know, building Supervans for the past 5 decades. So this is just a continuation of that tradition. And it's also a way for us to really push electrification technologies to their limits and put it in these sorts of packages and take them around to different circuits and really push the limits and stress it in a way that you can only do in racing.
Really cool initiative from Ford Performance to bring Supervan 4.2. It's a program with great history to Mount Panorama. And Chad Nolan gets all the cool gigs and gets to experience 2,000 horsepower, 4,000 Newton meters of torque and 2 tons of downforce as well. That is a very cool thing.
It's just how instantaneous the torque is when you're inside the thing. It's amazing. The first thing I noticed when I hopped in the van was just how wide it is. It's a proper van. You can do deliveries in the thing. You get some pretty speedy Australia Post deliveries going with this amazing beast. They've turned up the wick as well, so it's got all 2,000 horsepower for this run. And with a burnout that big, I want to know if anyone's seen Romain Dumas and John Force in the same room at the same time, because that was a proper drag racing burnout. That left not 2, but 4 giant licorice traps on the start line because it was a proper 4-wheel burnout. There was smoke pouring in from where the dashboard would have been on this thing. I've never seen anything like it. They clocked it, guys, at 314 clicks the other day at Eastern Creek. Have a look at this thing eat down Conrod. Man, that's fast.
What was the sensation like, Chad, when you launched with Roman alongside you?
Well, I wasn't sure what to expect, Rich. I thought it was going to pin me back in the seat, but what got my attention was just the sheer size of the burnout it did. I don't think me or Roman were expecting it to light up the tyres quite like that. And so we got to the end of the straight. They put a handbrake in it just so he could do handbrakies with me in there as well, which is a very nice touch from Ford. So thank you to Svirim and the team for that one. But then we spent the entire time trying to open the doors and trying to wipe all the smoke out because it was possibly the world's biggest four-wheel drive. Certainly the world's biggest EV burnout that I think's ever been recorded on planet Earth. So very lucky to be in the passenger seat for that one.
Nice work, Chad Nailon. Between the private jets and super vans, you're having a pretty good weekend here at Mount Panorama. Lovely stuff and really cool activations from Ford Performance to get involved in an event like this, of course, with a GT3 program on the way as well. But, gents, they haven't been the only cool car doing demo laps at Mount Panorama.
No, because earlier on this morning, we had a celebration of Mercedes-Benz and AMG 130 years, and Gilles Gounon took out what I suppose, Garth, you would call the ultimate iteration of the AMG GT.
Yeah, I mean, this thing, it looks like a GT3 car, but in no way whatsoever is it a GT3 car. More downforce, big rear wing with DRS, carbon brakes, super special tyres, big horsepower coming from that car, and the lap time that Jules Gounon managed to do in it was seriously impressive. The lap board, the pit board gives away the lap time what it did. That was pretty cool to watch.
And apparently over 300 kilometres per hour down Conrod as well, which is really cool. Christoph Sagamüller, head of AMG Mercedes Motorsport, has come out for a chat. I love just looking at this car. We see the lap time, Christoph. Can you give us a bit of a background for the entire project and why you're here at Mount Panorama today?
Well, yes, of course. So first of all, I think Jules did a remarkable lap time with a 1:56.6. I think this is a proper time for a GT race car here on this difficult track. Yeah, basically the idea was to showcase what's possible with a more or less standard kind of race car. I mean, as you know, due to homologation and attending into different racing series, you have to follow certain kind of limitations in terms of BOP with weight, aerodynamics, but also power of the car. So, and as I said, the idea was to really take this car and just lift it up to what it's capable to do in terms of aero power and also weight, and see where we end up.
Now, it's got the number 130 on it. That's typically a very unusual number to see in motorsport, but for this car and for Mauro Engel as well and the guys at Group RAM, that's a very special number to Mercedes this year.
That's true, and it's also a special year for us. So this year's the 130th anniversary of Mercedes-Benz and AMG Motorsport. So it's a very, very important year for us for the whole heritage. So we thought it's nice in kicking off this year and the communication around 130 years with this record lap here at the Mount Panorama.
How good is that? Thank you very much, Christoph, for the chat. I want to take our viewers very quickly down to the back of the car, because if anyone wanted to know how hard the man from Andorra was driving, check this out on the rear wing end plate. Going up through Reed Park, he left a little bit of BP Ultimate on the side of this amazing AMG rear wing. What a lap that was from Gilles Gounon. He pushed it to the extreme limit up through Reed Park. Have a look at that. There is nothing in it. And at the speeds he was going, that was very close to a huge, huge moment in this unrestricted AMG GT3 with some extra little aero modifications that give it away that this is a very, very special Mercedes AMG.
Nice work, Chad. Yeah, it gives it demonstration a whole new meaning, doesn't it? Outstanding stuff. Well done to Ford Performance and Mercedes AMG. Well, the Repco Bathurst 12 Hour kicks off the Bathurst Superfest, and one of the things that has become a great tradition of this event is Track to Town, and on Thursday, all of Bathurst turned out to check it out.
Become such a highlight of the Repco Bathurst 12 Hour. The Track to Town, we cure the cars up, we send them for a lap of this amazing circuit. And then how about those images, watching them drive down public roads all the way to downtown Bathurst, and a huge crowd ready to greet them all, and the drivers with some autographs as well. Shay, we love this part of the event. It makes me know that the event is absolutely on. But for you, do you get to see this sort of thing anywhere else in the world?
Well, you get to see it now at more and more events. Not the cars actually driving themselves to the event, though. That is something special, especially taking a lap first.
I want to pick your brains, mate. A few entries in this field right now. We've walked past the brand new Porsche that we've not seen in the country before. What have you learnt seeing that thing on track so far?
It is good in 12-hour races. One took victory in the 12 hours of Sebring last year in the IMSA event, so we know that they are good for longevity. Very quick cars, and especially when you put guys like Lawrence Vantor and Matty Campbell behind the wheel, that is a serious contender. Oh, and it's Grello, by the way. You're not going to be able to miss it.
Yeah, it is the brightest car in the field. We've got a few local entries to watch out for as well. This is one that I know a lot of fans are going to gravitate towards. If you put Craig Lowndes in anything here, doesn't matter if you're from America or from Australia, you know what a legend that guy is. There's just so many particular Mercedes-AMG GT3s popping up everywhere now.
And this one in particular is super special. It's number 130 for a reason, celebrating 130 years of Mercedes-AMG racing. When you've got people in this car like David Reynolds, very well known for being a fast guy in anything, especially in a Mercedes now. Felipe Fraga is not a name that a lot of Australians will know. He's a 3-time IMSA champion, very established driver, been with Mercedes for a while, but it's the first name on the car, Mauro Engel. He's the defending Alan Simonson Pole Award winner.
Yes.
He is a 2-time pole winner, looking to be the first ever 3-time.
When we get towards the front of the queue, we get closer to the BMWs, you start to get a bit of a feeling as to why there's so many people queued up at that autograph session over there.
It's the BMW colors, but then you've got the bright yellow to accentuate it. That's because, once again, Valentino Rossi is back at the mountain, and the 7-time MotoGP champ really coming into his own as far as motor racing is concerned, because Valentino won at Le Mans last year.
Yeah.
It was a sport race. That doesn't matter. The man is amazing in a car, and especially with Maxime Martin and Raffaele Marciello, a guy we've long associated with another brand, in his car. Oof, they're definitely the favorite lineup in the field.
So many good combinations to watch out for, and they're all queued up over there signing some autographs, so let's get a quick chat.
We talk about the international presence here at Mount Panorama, and Ross Gunn is a guy who's raced everywhere around the world. You've never been here before. When the weekend kicks off like this, with this kind of festival atmosphere, what does that tell you about what you've gotten yourself into?
Yeah, it's clearly a massive event. There's a massive crowd, and it's just a beautiful place to come. I've never been here before. It's a race that I've wanted to do for many, many years, and to finally be here with the Heart of Racing and SBS is a massive opportunity.
Your first lap around the track ever was at a very reduced pace in the race car in street clothes. What kind of mentality is that like?
Yeah, that was pretty strange to be honest. I've done countless hours on the simulator, but nothing really replicates to driving it in real life.
Great to have Kelvin van der Linde back in our part of the world once again. We've missed you the last few years here at the 12 Hour. Great to have the track to town back. Look how many people there are at today as well. It's just the pre-event vibe.
Yeah, it's always great. I mean, Bathurst 12 Hour is on the bucket list for so many international drivers, for the locals as well. As you can see, it's still, you know, the passion is there. You can see all the fans are loving it. So really excited. It's a tradition of the beginning of a Bathurst week. So really excited to be here, and can't wait to get going.
I said earlier that Mauro Engel's a guy with some unfinished business at this place. I think you're top of the list for unfinished business here, huh?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, always had a good crack here, been in the mix so many times, but never really been able to pull it off. So hopefully this year we have more fortune.
Good luck, mate.
Thanks a lot.
Without a doubt, the biggest draw card for the Repco Bathurst 12 Hour, the superstar drivers. We've got former F1 stars, we've got MotoGP champions, winners of the Bathurst 12 Hour 1000, winners from Daytona, Spa, Nürburgring, Le Mans, everywhere. So here's some names you got to watch out for. Jules Gounon shooting for an incredible 4th straight 12-hour victory. Valentino Rossi. He'll be joined by former Merck star Raffaele Marciello. Former F1 driver and Bathurst regular Marcus Winkelhock. German giants Manthey EMA are back, and with them 2019 winner Matt Campbell. Kevin Estre's no stranger after his appearance at last year's Bathurst 1000 with Penrite Racing. Grupper M Racing return with Maro Engel. Craft Bamboo are back with factory pilots Daniel Juncadella and Maxi Gertz in the fold. Then there's the names that are familiar to the local Aussie fans. Triple Eight Race Engineering are back with new boy Will Brown pairing with Brock Feeney and Jamie Wingcup behind the wheel in the sister entry. Two-time winner and all-round Bathurst legend Craig Lowndes. Tickford duo Cam Waters and Thomas Randall. Chaz Mostert, David Reynolds, Jack LeBrock, Nick Percat, Cameron Hill and Jackson Evans, making this year's Repco Bathurst 12-hour field a true mix of local and international flavour.
It is a star-studded field, no question about that. Even Lego Man's made an appearance once again here at the Repco Bathurst 12-hour. The Pirelli pole shootout not too far away. An incredible atmosphere out there on a very warm, humid afternoon here at Mount Panorama as we continue on with the action here this afternoon. Our 2 support categories out over the next hour here before we send the GT cars out for the Pirelli pole shootout. Before we get to this race, let's head down to pit lane. Here's Shay Adam.
Well, Nuts, what is it that they always say? If you're going to list a car for sale, make sure you get the good side. That is the case for this 44 Audi, the Valmont Racing Tagani Motorsport entry, coming off qualifying with a couple of extra enhancements that the driver did out on the circuit. The crew deemed an unintentional track-aided camber adjustment for the right side of the car, where it unfortunately met the wall. There's still bits of the wall embedded in the air intake. The car can't be touched yet because it's still in park firme conditions, but you can tell the toe link on the right rear, that might be broken.
It's a bit of work to do down there, and it's every crew's nightmare seeing a car like that running. He spends so much time getting the wheel alignments done. I know from experience, Garth Tander, who's sticking around for this race, only for the driver to realign it for you.
But the driver was out there trying to drive as fast as the car would go.
Absolutely.
So sometimes you do step over the limit of the car, and we saw Luke Youlden have that moment just around the corner from where we pick up the combined sedans making their way out, just on the exit of the cutting, just brush the wall, and the crew will have to. They were going to do a setup anyway tonight. They were going to tow the car and make sure everything was right ahead of 12 hours tomorrow, so they'll just have to change a few suspension arms ahead of doing that job tonight.
Looking from this amazing new shot here at the top of the cutting, looking down at this famous mountain. We do our best every year to try different angles up here, and until you've been to this place, it really doesn't do the justice on how steep the way just climbs from this point. You've done a million laps around here. We do our best for TV, don't we?
Yes, this is a very good shot that gives you a better understanding of just how steep it is coming out of the cutting. That part right there is the steepest climb here at Mount Panorama, and you get around the corner of the cutting and you think you've done all the climbing, and then you just keep looking up and up and up and up till you get to this point right here, and then you've done all the climbing you're going to do, and then it's all downhill from there. There's a few ups and downs, but you're pretty much downhill from this point of the racetrack. So I encourage you that if you haven't been to Bathurst before, when you come here for the first time, go and walk it, and it will blow your mind. Every time I come here, I've been coming here for 25 years, every time when you come here and walk it, it just blows your mind how steep it is and how narrow it is. And then you look at the data printouts and go, hang on a minute, we go, how fast through here? It's every time. It doesn't get old.
What a place. We look from the safety car back on this field of over 30 cars in the Duggan Family Hotels combined sedans. They've had a couple of races in the lead up, but it's been these two guys, Angus Fogg and Jeff Taunton, that have led the field here. Now, Jeff Taunton won the race earlier today, but was given a 5-second penalty for the class rule of 2 minutes and 9 seconds. If you go quicker than that, you get penalised. He did it by just a couple of tenths of a second, so 5 seconds was added to his time, but with a 50-second margin back to third, he was safe.
It's pretty safe. So it was a great race between he and Angus Fogg over the last couple of laps in race 2. So we're really looking forward to those two picking up where they left off from this morning's race. But that rule is a very important one that you need to keep an eye on in this one, is that the cars are not allowed, even though the car performance might be able to achieve it, you are not allowed to go faster than 2 minutes and 9 seconds 0. So Jeff Taunton getting caught out with that one, did a 8.7. He got caught up in the battle with Angus Fogg and didn't keep an eye on his dash. So that's just to stop guys and pro drivers turning up in this field and Joan just disappearing into the distance. So I think it's a great rule. Just got to stay on top of it.
Viewers will remember Brad Sheriff in that Nissan last year doing that, for example, lap after lap, blowing our minds up here in the commentary box before ultimately crashing that car. So the safety car pulls away and the field make their way around. It's quite a few cars still dangling down here at this point through the chase. So we're going to see lapping very quickly here. There's some 30 seconds covering the entire field, broken up into space frame chassis. It's like the Mark cars and the ARC cars are in the field, to chassis cars which dominate that, but they've got classes within that class. One thing's for sure, the lap cars have played a big part so far in the first 2 races. There's a few stragglers at the back there, GT. It's going to be a big margin from first to last, as it was for the last 2 races. Angus Fogg and this amazing fastback Mustang, and Jeff Taunton waiting for the lights to go out here on the main straight. The final race underway in the Duggan Family Hotels combined sedans, and the charge to turn 1 is on. Fogg gets it initially. That's the best run he's had all weekend aboard that J.A. Russell entry. He'll lead the field up Mountain Straight for the first time.
Serious amount of horsepower under the bonnet of that Angus Fogg Mustang, so he will climb up and over the crest on Mountain Straight with clear daylight. Back to Jeff Taunton. Scott Cameron third now in the Commodore Sports Sedan, and it's Paul Bachert sticking it up the inside in the 427 Corvette. Gets the job done at turn 2 at the end of Mountain Straight. But this was the battle in race 2. Fogg and Taunton went at it for the entirety. It was a fantastic race, and lap traffic certainly played their part towards the end. So those two will scurry away, as we have seen so far. Look at them scurrying, they are going.
And they will disappear from the cars behind right now, like they did earlier today as they climb Mount Panorama for the first time. A timed race, if you're watching at the top of the screen, there's 16.5 minutes remain of this race. As across the top they go. Now, Angus Fogg was nudging at times, touching 300 kilometres an hour on Conrod Straight today.
Yeah, for those that have followed the broadcast last year, would have seen Angus Fogg racing this car in Touring Car Masters, then he converted it to a sports sedan and raced it on the streets of the Gold Coast. And one of the things that grabbed my attention was he passed Tony Ricciardello in the sports sedan race on the streets of the Gold Coast in a straight line. Yeah. And I don't think in the history of that car of Ricciardello's it's ever been passed in a straight line, ever. So it's got serious horsepower. Some saying upwards of 900 horsepower under the bonnet in that black Mustang.
The car will be converted next week to come back and run here in Touring Car Masters, and be reshelled to go back and run in sports sedans in Tasmania. The car is just a piece of art up close. So much work has gone. He built this at Foggy's Garage, his own setup over there in New Zealand. Brought it out last year for the final 2 rounds of TCM. And it's great to have Foggy back here. He's been a regular at the mountain for some 2 decades now.
Yeah, he has turned up in the early 2000s in the Team Kiwi Commodore, and certainly showed those of us in Australia that he knew how to drive a race car and drive it well. He's a superstar back home in New Zealand and come to Australia and having a lot of fun with this beautiful car. Steve Lacey making his way up through the field. He had started from the rear of grid in one of the races earlier in the weekend, so that's seen him start this one out of position, so he'll continue to fight back.
He climbed all the way back up into the top 10 this morning after spinning out yesterday, and one wonders, had he not had these dramas with the 78, it was a flat battery that put him to the rear of the field for race number 1 after qualifying in the top 5, where he might be in the mix.
Gets that pass done up into turn 2 at the end of Mountain Straight.
Time back in the front, it's on. It's the closest these two have been. In fact, the ARC car behind of Jeff Taunton, who was a regular in the 12-hour. In fact, he's decided to sit that out to defend the crown in combined sedans this year. And a car that Cam McLeod drove to victory in a National Sports Sedan Series on the streets of the Gold Coast last year. Certainly got a head around this car. It's well balanced, well suited to this Mount Panorama course at the moment. He needs to get back in front of Angus Fogg because that car is straight, very fast, the 2 straights we have here.
Yeah, well, that's right. Once Angus gets track position, it's very, very difficult to pass across the top of the mountain, and that's where Taunton's car's a little bit stronger, given it is a space frame chassis with, does have some aerodynamic front splitter, side skirts, rear wing, whereas Foggy's car very much a floor pan car.
so probably doesn't have the same downforce or the same suspension componentry to work for it across the top of the mountain. But once you point the thing in a straight line and press the gas pedal, that's when that black thing goes. And look at it go here. See, look at that gap open up. No, he's gone. So then he doesn't have to worry about defending here in the chase. You can see Taunton, how much stronger he is on the brakes, and the different strengths and weaknesses of these two race cars. Ultimately, when they get back to the start-finish line every lap, they achieve the same lap time. They just do it in such a different way.
13 kilometres an hour quicker is the Mustang ahead of the GT car just behind. The gap is 10 seconds. Angus Fogg leads from Taunton, Boschert, Mark Duggan and Cameron here in the combined sedans.
Combined sedans doing their thing here in race 3. Mark Duggan having a look up the inside into turn 1 on Paul Boschert, but does not get the job done. This is the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Scott Cameron in the Sport Sedan Commodore running in 5th spot, trying to buy his way into the battle, and the battle at the lead continues. Angus Fogg and Jeff Taunton, and really Taunton needs to try and get the pass done before the cutting here, because really the pass across the top of the mountain, doesn't matter who you are, it's hard to get it done. Boschert runs it wide at the end of Mountain Straight, and that was the only invitation that Mark Duggan needed to get himself onto the final step of the podium. Oh, this is big dramas, Matt Nolte.
This is at the chase, 2 cars in, and heavy damage to both. It's going to bring out the safety car. So we'll come back to that in a moment while the leaders head across the top of the mountain here down towards Brock's Skyline. These signature flames from this 830 brake horsepower Mustang, the Round Yates engine. Sounds like a NASCAR. It is a NASCAR engine in between the front wheels. The yellows haven't been called for that. It's in a really bad spot down there.
There's significant damage to both those cars, so they're not going to be able to drag themselves out of harm's way down here. So our leaders will get down. Certainly that'll be covered under local yellow flag. Still time to go. Safety car now. Fogg, he's gone, blissfully unaware. So there's the local yellows, and we do go safety car now. So that's Mark Griffith down there in the AMG Mercedes, and Liv Palermo from Western Australia in the Monaro, caught with heavy front end damage to the Monaro there down in the chase.
For Griffo, he started 26th today. That car had a battery issue in race number 2, that was forced to the rear of the grid for not firing in the dummy grid. Now, what happened here in the background of this shot?
Oh, so Palermo bowls are wide, whether there was an issue with that car, and then Griffo's trying to get by and just gets tagged. Completely unaware that that car's going to be coming at you from the wrong angle. Not a significant amount of damage to Mark Griffith's car, but heavy contact with the outside wall for Palermo. So, say not significant damage, it's still going to be Mercedes spare parts that you're going to need to repair that car, so it will cost a little bit.
Griffo, that's driven so many cars over the years, and basically a road-going car with the rear wing on the back.
This car, I think, was built for the production car 6-hour race.
Yeah.
And it's sort of been up-spec'd since then. Mark Griffith, a long-time Mercedes campaigner in GT3 and GT4, having a run in the combined sedans, and unfortunately it hasn't ended well for Griffo.
High-speed shunt regardless. You come off the track down there, it's high speed. And
it's one of the fastest, it is the fastest part of racetrack that we have here in Australia. You can see the damage to the front of Palermo's car. Heavy, heavy contact, and even to the point now where it's actually difficult to open the driver's door to get out. So the driver looking to jump out the passenger side, and hopefully all will be well for them.
Safety car is out on the track. We've had an incident during the last couple of laps here at Mount Panorama. Liv Palermo, the West Australian, and Mark Griffith have come to contact down here at the chase. They waited as long as they could to bring the safety car out, and here's what happened. So watch the topper shot right-hand side, and Palermo coming in, the black car on the outside.
He just didn't turn there for the kink at the chase, so that's ended up in a funny spot in the gravel trap, and then snaps around, and Mark Griffith trying to get by and contact. Sees Griffith in the gravel trap, and heavy, heavy damage to the front of Palermo's car. Monaro before, it's got 4 doors, so it'll be a Commodore.
Western Australian husband and wife combination. Wife Sue is also in the field. She's getting ready to run at the 6 hour in an all-girl assault there for the Bacchini racing team. So just getting some laps for Lib. It's his first run here at the mountain. Sue is in the Mercedes AMG running here. So a big effort to come away from WA to be part of this Repco Bathurst 12-hour weekend, but you'll never knock back some laps. And no, that tilt tray is not 19th in the race, but they have been busy here the last couple of days, the Repco Bathurst 12-hour, retrieving cars and making sure we can keep this show moving. But with the timer counting down, we might end up with a couple of laps here, with Fogg leading from Taunton, who was starting to really apply the pressure to the back of the J.A. Russell Mustang. Mark Duggan up into 3rd position now, but they'd lost touch, so this brings them back into it all. Duggan, who started towards 8th position on the grid today. Boschert, 4th position. He bowled a wide going up through Griffins and dropped back a position. Lacey's up into 6th spot now. Rob Vanderkamp in 8th. But right now, the safety car is out while we retrieve these two, Mark Griffith and Lib Palermo's car.
Safety crew doing their job, getting the job done.
And part of this Superfest weekend kicks off next weekend too with the first round of the Repco Supercars Championship. Jenny, feels like yesterday we left the Velo Adelaide 500, and fans, of which there is thousands out here, so they had a chance to walk around the paddock just before, and over the other side are sticking around for round one. The Thrifty Bathurst 500 next weekend. Get your tickets at supercars.com as we start another season of the Repco Supercars Championship.
I'll be there, Nolts.
We will be.
Looking forward to that one. Obviously, big wait since Adelaide last year. Lots of anticipation. All the teams have been testing this time of year. Everyone's going to win the championship. Everyone's going to win the first race.
The first race.
So really looking forward to seeing who's actually going to win the championship, who's actually going to win the first race. Always plenty of anticipation and excitement ahead of round one.
One of the most wide open championships, I think, coming this year.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm going to get off the fence this year. I'm going to start making some big statements.
I like that about you. You're prepared to say the hard things.
Tired of the splinters, I think, from sitting on that fence for too many years. The view from the safety car here at Bathurst, while the Duggan Family Homes hotels, combined sedans, head past the scene of the crime down here. Great to have this category out here. It's a bit of an all-in that was created a few years ago as tin tops, I guess, when we were trying to get cars out of race shops and out of garages and back onto the track. Because there's a lot of cool cars that just don't race anymore. We want them back out the track.
Yeah, that's right, and also an opportunity to do laps of Bathurst, because it is a very special place and we only race here a handful of times a year, so great to have more state-based competitors and club-based competitors getting the opportunity to compete at what is the best 6.2 kilometres of tarmac that we have in the Southern Hemisphere. So it's a great category. Butcher's Picnic is probably what they used to call it back in the day. And I like the rule that you can't just turn up with a serious hot rod and do low twos. You have to have a car that's more, 209s. It's still, it's not hanging around doing a 9 around here at Bathurst. But keeps the pros out of it and keeps it more of an amateur event, which I think is a nice thing.
It's like some of our crew up there. We saw some of those shirts in our compound yesterday.
You've got one of those shirts, haven't you, Nolts?
I think I wouldn't rock that at all. Maybe
definitely got one of those hats.
Be like putting a hat on a potato if I wore one of them. Down there with the fans taking in. We've had a mixed bag of weather, haven't we? It looked like it was going to rain and storm earlier today. That's blown away, but very
now you need the hat and sun cream, don't you? So Mark Griffiths trying to drive this thing back, but it's not really tracking in the right direction. He's got the rear bumper hooked over the boot, so he can take the parts back to pit lane with him.
Crabbing its way back to the pits at the moment. What's that left rear? He's just trying to get it back into the pit area and at least pack it up.
At this point, I think he's regretting his decision to drive it back.
Yeah.
It was a bad decision.
Especially in front of the Ridges Hotel. There'll be lots of cheers and cheers.
That's right. So you might be able to just sneak into the back of the paddock here. There's a gate there. There you go. Well job. Good job, Mark Griffith. You can sneak into the back of the paddock. Don't try and take on the chicane to get into pit lane. His truck's probably not far from there either, so you can just drive it to the tailgate and put it away.
It's a shame. That car was doing well yesterday in race number 1. It was up to 15th. And of course, that battery issue that put him to the rear of the grid for this race today. Go on, say it.
It's good to have young fans here at Mount Panorama. Wearing a good shirt too with that branding on it, just quietly.
Yeah.
And, I reckon that was a bit of you, Matt Nolte, as a young fella. You would have rocked a pretty hard mullet back in the day.
I know sometimes I probably rock one of these as well over the years.
Some would say you still do.
The fans have had a great time. And it's been big since yesterday morning, even Thursday when the track to town happened. And this is the lineup down in the pits.
That's for Chad Nalon to get the autograph.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah. To get Chad Nalon's autograph.
Private jets to the right somewhere as well.
Yeah. That's actually the cue for, no surprise who, but Valentino Rossi. And a guy, one of the serious career highlights I've had so far in TV is to interview Valentino Rossi. And first thing he asked me was, how big was the crowd last year? And then the next thing was, how big was the crowd at the 1,000? How big do you think the crowd's going to be this year? He's fully invested in understanding how big this race is and getting an understanding. And I said, look, Valley, pretty big crowd here last year, and 90% of them were here to see you. And he said, no, they're here to see everyone. So, great guy.
And that's been like that all day long.
Oh, yeah. And he spends so much time. I mean, the time commitments he has and the demands on his time are massive. And more than happy to stop, have a smile, take a selfie, do autographs. And that's why he is who he is, this global superstar. Not just because he can ride a motorbike fast or drive a BMW GT3 car fast. It's just the character that he is.
That was the career highlight for you.
Oh, mate. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, other than calling races, sitting next to Matt Nolte, interviewing Valentino Rossi, serious broadcasting highlights so far in my short TV career.
I wish you'd stop mine on air. Safety car is out here and likely to finish this way with just over 2 minutes remaining in this race. It's a shame because that battle at the front was on. We might get a lap, you never know here, but the clock is counting down. We get one lap when it does get to 0. Shame with Fogg, Taunton and Duggan leading. We are going to get a start. This is good. So race control decided we're going to go for this. So we should get 2 laps in. And well done to Motorsport Australia Race Control to get this back and moving for these teams that have been waiting particularly for this 3rd and final race. There is the man.
It's waving at you, Matt.
Great to have him here. And Paul Tracy also wandering around the pits as well. Here, so we're really starting to get that global feel back here at the Repco Bathurst 12 out. Now they'll need to watch down here with that clean-up material that's on the track. They've opted to leave that here. Now the drivers will get a feel for that on this restart lap. We're going to get 2 laps here, GT.
Which is great news. Great for the competitors to get an opportunity to get 2 more racing laps in. And Angus Fogg has bolted. He controls the restart and he's jumped early and caught Jeff Taunton napping. And he's bought himself a small gap as they come back to the green. There's 1.1 seconds, first to second, so not Angus Fogg. Very, very heads-up racing there. And he's got himself a very valuable head start on Jeff Taunton for the run-up Mountain Straight. The rest of the field make their way through as we go green again. So hopefully 2 clean laps to finish out combined sedans here this year, the 2024 Repco Bathurst 12-hour event.
Michael Leroy pulled into the pits in the background of that shot. He was inside the top 10 up until that point, so an issue with his car has put him back into the pits, and dare say that'll be the end of the weekend as the field make their way up into Griffins and start climbing the mountain here. The 3rd and final race at Duggan Family Hotels combined sedans. So no time to mess around for Jeff Taunton. If he wants another victory, he's going to have to get it done pretty quickly.
Get to work. So we know that car is quicker than Angus Fogg's Mustang across the top of the mountain, so he needs to close that gap down this lap and try and get the job done under braking down into the chase. But Matt, you made the point as we came to the restart that there is plenty of slippery surface issues down at the chase with oil and coolant and whatnot down there. So Fogg will run a defensive line just to stay away from the slippery stuff.
Yeah.
So we're really using only half a racetrack when we get down to the chase. So that negates one of Taunton's passing opportunities.
And
here,
I can't see Angus Fogg in the shots.
That's right.
And he's plunging down the order on our screen. So what has happened to the J.A. Russell Mustang? We talked this up, and now he's nowhere to be seen.
One of the players has gone missing, and Angus Fogg still yet to come through the second sector. Oh, no! Oh, no, Angus Fogg has had a big one, and this is at the exit of McPhillamy for the approach to Skyline. And big damage to the front of this beautiful Mustang. So Foggy was obviously having a crack across the top of the mountain on a cold tyre after that safety car period, and it's caught him out.
And it's going to be called now. Checkered flag will wave on Jeff Taunton. We'll get to the Angus Fogg issue in just a moment, but Taunton wins the final race, gives Mark Duggan second after a troubled weekend in the Aston Martin. Third will be Cameron, fourth will be Lacey, and behind them it should be Vanderkamp, King and Waters. That looked like a biggie for Angus Fogg up the top of the mountain, and that's really going to hamper the turnaround to have it ready for next weekend.
Yeah, that's the first thing that jumped into my mind. Not only has he lost a race win, but then the preparation ahead of Touring Car Masters back here next weekend for that car will be hampered. The rest of the field coming through. They've sort of get the job done in this one. So everyone battling it out down into the final corner as the rest of the field come on through. And then you can see there Angus Fogg surveying the damage. Significant damage to the front of the car. Clearly the radiator damage. You can see all the coolant coming out of the car. Foggy looking over at the right rear of that car as well. So there may be more on that other side of the car that we are yet to see. And that's a real shame. It's a beautiful race car. And we know that Angus Fogg knows how to pedal it well, but he looks pretty frustrated with himself. Disappointed, but it's part of the game we play. I'm no doubt that if there's a chance, Foggy will get that thing rebuilt and back here next weekend.
Career that spans over 3 decades. The man from Riverhead, Auckland, has a bit of work to do during the week now. Jeff Taunton wins a shortened edition of the Duggan Family Hotels Combined Sedans. And Bosch at home for second today on our corrected order here. Cameron, Lacey, King and Vanderkamp, the top 6. And the rest of the field there. Charlie Curry got a result finally in the Honda Civic. He had dramas yesterday during qualifying. Kurt McCready down in 20th position behind Ed Creamer in the Mitsubishi Evo car 57 in 19th spot today. But the story for that one was Angus Fogg, 30th DNF, and big damage to the J.A. Russell Mustang. So Taunton wins here in race number 3. We thank them for their support. Cars and drivers from right across Australia supporting this Repco Bathurst 12-hour. They're heading back to the pits. We're going to head down to pit lane. Shea Adam has got one of the greats of Indy cars, Paul Tracy.
It's kind of a funny thing because when you think about it, if Valentino Rossi wasn't here, Paul Tracy, the autograph line would be just for you. The Australians understand and appreciate the open wheel legacy of North American racing. When you come here, do you still feel that love?
Oh, for sure. I've got a lot of great fans here from my Champ Car and IndyCar days on the Gold Coast, but so it's exciting to be back. I've wanted to come back. The last time I was here was in 19. And then COVID happened and everything got screwed up, and then I got the invite this year, so I jumped at it. But first question for you is, how's your dad doing?
He's pretty good, and he'll get a kick out of you asking about him, watching all of the coverage back at home. But for a Canadian, you come to the other side of the world, and it's a very similar atmosphere, but temperature-wise, we're in the middle of summer all of a sudden. Phoenix or Arizona, it's not too far different.
Yeah, we're in the middle of our winter right now, so it's not that hot out, but today was pretty warm. The car was really good this morning. I ran a really good time this morning. And then we started having some gearbox trouble at the end of session 5. And it just progressively got worse and worse. And we changed everything, wiring harnesses, steering wheel, shift actuators. And it continued into qualifying. And so I was able to just put one lap together. I think we're 3rd or 4th in our class. And now they're going to put a new gearbox in. So we're going into the race tomorrow. We don't know what's going to happen, but we've changed everything. Everything's brand new, so fingers crossed it's going to work.
If it was going to have broken, it would have broken already, and now you guys are putting the new stuff in. So that it almost makes you feel a little more confident or a little more weary.
Well, we just don't. It's an unknown right now. We don't know if we fixed the problem, but we've changed everything there is to fix. We've changed the wiring harness. We've changed all the computer programming. We've changed the steering wheel paddles. The only thing left to change is the actual physical gearbox itself, and we're putting a brand new one in. So our class is pretty competitive. It's got some supercar guys out there, Nick Percat, Hill. So our gentleman drivers are fairly decent. So our goal is just to try to run a pace, stay out of trouble, and hopefully if we can do that and not have any car trouble, hopefully we get a podium.
Is it weird to run to a benchmark lap time?
Well, we haven't been able to get to that benchmark. I'm not fast enough myself and don't have enough experience to get down below a 6. You know, these V8 guys are got a lot of time around here, but you know, I think our cars, its capability is right at about a high 5.6. So for me to get there, I would really have to go over my head from my track experience, and you've been here a bunch of times. When you go over your head, you pay a big price for it.
You meet those walls very quickly when that happens. What is it about this track that brought you back?
I mean, it's just so challenging. It's such a hard track, and it rewards you so much for, you know, there's a lot of tracks where if you push hard, you just go slower sometimes. And this track really rewards you for pushing hard, and it rewards you with lap time, but push too much and it bites you really, really hard. So we've seen it year after year, watching you guys online and watching the races. There's just, when you get it wrong, it's a monster crash.
Well, good luck tomorrow, Paul. Really hope you guys get it right and that you will be standing on the top step of the podium at 5:45.
Well, we'll try. And if anybody out there watching, her dad, he's a legend in sports cars. I raced against him when I was 16 years old. A legend.
You've just made his day. Thanks, Paul.
How cool to have the thrill from West Hill here running this weekend, Paul Tracy. Cool to see the wall racing guys down here. We've got the autograph session happening at the back of the pits right now, and Bathurst's own Grant Denyer signing some autographs of the really cool Lamborghini posters that they've made here with the old model and the brand new Lambo that they've rolled in here. And it's not just a brand new Lamborghini, it's also turned out to be a very fast Lamborghini, because Adrian Dietz at the end of the table has set his personal best lap time ever around the mountain, and so has Grant. So that's pretty good news, Grant. Can you tell us about how thrilling that was to wipe a bit of time off the mountain?
Who should I make this out to? Just to
I'm a big fan.
D-Chat, I love you. Thanks for watching Deal or No Deal.
Can you put lots of love hearts on for me?
I sure can for you. Yeah, amazing. Look, this is my 25th year of racing, right? My first time I ever raced here was in a very sexy Mazda 626 in a 3-hour endurance race. So to now be driving, you know, the latest spec Lamborghini is an absolute dream come true and a pinch me moment. And to, after 25 years doing the fastest ever lap I've ever done around here is, you know, I'm proud as anything. I nearly bloody cried when I got out of the car, to be honest. Because wheeling these things around this mountain it's nuts. Like it's just off the scale nuts. It's wild. It's so much fun.
Do you enjoy this event more now that you live out this way?
Yeah, it means, well, as a motorsport fan, like to all of us, whether you watch it on television, it means a lot to every single one of us. But when you call this place home daily, and I drive my kids from my house to their school, I have to use the front straight every single day. So it becomes really etched in who you are, and it's a big part of my DNA. You know, I certainly feel like I have a spiritual calling to this place, but raising my kids here now and having grandparents here in this town, it's, you know, to see it come alive like it is now and have the world's greatest drivers here, it's very, very special. It's a long way from the first time I came here, where I slept in the back of a Toyota Corolla as a 12-year-old. So to now sort of be in the field and, you know, in a chance to win your class is cool.
It seems like always good team unity down here with this operation. Is that a fair way of summing it up, with such a cool bunch of guys to share the weekend with?
No.
No deal, I reckon.
Yeah, I think that's part of it, right? Motor racing's pretty intense. You know, there's a lot at stake, and if things go wrong, they can be catastrophic. So with that kind of intensity, you want to have a good bunch of dudes around you that support you and lift you and elevate you. And, you know, these guys are all really quick. So to be still getting great pace out of me at 46 years of age is a lot to do with the environment that you sit in. You know, wheeling one of these things over top of the mountain is pretty scary. So you need a good bunch of dudes to, you know, pump your tyres up each morning, you know, personally and emotionally. And that makes a big difference in how you go. This is such a great bunch of blokes. And Adrian loves the sport so much. He's so easy to be around. You know, his passion runs through his veins. And for him to wheel out a brand new car like he has this year for all of us is a real privilege. So, you know, I got to thank this bloke, because he's still making my motor racing dreams come true 25 years later.
I love it. Well, there's plenty of fans who want to come say good day, mate, so I'll let you get back to it.
Thanks, buddy. I love you.
Love you too.
Grant Denyer throwing the age card around. Hey, Dave Russell, the car doesn't know how old you are as a driver, does it?
No, it doesn't. He's just plucking things out of the air there at the moment. He's the town hero here, and we joked yesterday chatting with him, but I said, mate, you better put down a few heaters so you can keep the town hero thing firmly in check for Bathurst.
Hey, let's talk about Bathurst 1000. You got to co-drive Brody Kostecki last year, finished second and help him win the Drivers' Championship. Cool thing to be a part of, right?
Yeah, for sure. It was very, very special. And although I wasn't there at Adelaide with the team, it was great to, you know, see them achieve, obviously, the team's championship, and to see Brody finish it off in, you know, such a style. And, yeah, it's fantastic, obviously, teaming up with him. And, you know, he was definitely the class of the field.
Now, you get to drive everything. This weekend, you're in the Mercedes-Benz AMG. What's it like swapping from all these cars? Carrera Cup, supercars now into the Merc?
I love driving GT cars as well, and look, to be able to be a part of this race, with its history, where it's come from back when we all remember it was a production car race, and now with these GT3 cars, which are very, very fast, they're very enjoyable to drive, and it's also great to have all the factory drivers and teams come out as well, and teams from overseas. So they definitely lay down the gauntlet and show us sort of we're all part timers in these cars. So when they come out, you sort of go, oh, okay, you can learn off them to a degree as well.
All right, mate. Well, all the best tomorrow in the 12-hour race, and we'll be watching qualifying this afternoon.
Cool. Cheers. Thanks, guys. Hi, kids at home.
Davey Russell, one of the great guys, as Valentino Rossi continues to sign thousands of autographs down there in the pit area right now. Of course, the official program, the Repco Bathurst 12 hours on sale. They are in limited numbers this weekend, so get in nice and early. It's 104 pages this year. There's plenty of features, including a look ahead to the Corvette and Mustang GT3 cars in 2025. A feature on this guy on your screen right now, and recaps that classic race back in 1994 and 2014, plus lots of stats and plenty of great reading. Head to superstore.v8sleuth.com.au. And of course, next weekend, the Repco Supercars Championship kicks off in round number 1, the Thrifty Bathurst 500, all part of the Superfest here at Mount Panorama.
Supercars Season 2024. A lot has been learnt, a lot has changed, and we've got a lot to look forward to. It starts with the Bathurst Superfest. Following the Bathurst 12 hour, it's time to kick off the new season at the Thrifty Bathurst 500.
Brace yourself for another great race, Australia. It is showtime.
This year, a new champion will be crowned. Take your pick. It could be anyone's.
Who gets the job done today?
Ticket information can be found at supercars.com. Supercars, unforgettable.
start of the Repco Supercars Championship is just around the corner, so I've grabbed Tom Randall, who's driving the 222 this week with Scott Taylor Motorsport, to chat about what we got coming up, because Tom, big start of the season, Bathurst obviously, we've got the Grand Prix in there, trip to New Zealand. Can you pick a favourite for us? What are you most looking forward to?
Oh, I reckon it's got to be between the Grand Prix and going to New Zealand. So, yeah, amazing calendar that we've got this year, once again from Supercars, and yeah, we're obviously kick-starting that with the Bathurst 12 Hour this weekend, and yeah, I just can't wait to get stuck in.
I'm looking forward to the Grand Prix, obviously F1 with Supercars, and BP, you're a BP ambassador, have a pretty cool competition going on.
That's right, they do, Chad. They've got a hell of a motorsport experience to be had at the Grand Prix, so 5-star accommodation, corporate hospitality tickets, and a chance to meet a BWT Alpine F1 driver. So all you got to do is fill up with 30 litres or more of BP, scan your BP reward cards, and you're in the running.
Perfect. Excellent work, mate. Looking forward to seeing you jet around at Albert Park as well. Go and check out that competition. Details are on the screen right now, and you can be meeting some of the stars at the Grand Prix.
And we thank BP, the official fuel, the Repco Supercars Championship, and Valentino Rossi still sighting down in the pit area here. That's just beneath our commentary position on pit straight here, and that lineup goes for at least 150 metres. Great to have the MotoGP World Champion, the megastar of two wheels in the house. And down at Johor Motor Racing 888, the boys getting ready for later on this afternoon. Brock Feeney, who scored provisional pole, they'll be out for a Pirelli pole shootout later on this afternoon here at Mount Panorama. The autograph session well and truly underway down in the pit panic area, and it has been well populated here this weekend, the Repco Bathurst 12 Hour. We're getting set for our second and final support race of the weekend. They're out on the track now. Let's head down to Chad Naylon.
I'm out autograph hunting. Knobs is what I'm at.
Go, boys!
There you go. I thought he was going to say go forward then. He's going for the super van this week. I want to get a quick word with the juice. JD driving down here with Craft Bamboo. You've got some like world-class teammates going on. Driving for Darryl Young, won the race twice himself. I see why you got a big smile on your face right now, Juice.
Yeah, loving life. It's always good to be at the mountain. Obviously my first time in a GT3, and I've got some experienced teammates to soak in and learn all the information from. So it's been a good weekend, focused on race cars. So I think we have a strong car for tomorrow. So
thank you so much. Just missed the shootout with the boys, but there's still, like you said, all day tomorrow to work on that. What can you guys do to work it through the field in the early parts of tomorrow's race?
Yeah, I think, look, we focused a lot on a race car, so it wasn't until sort of we got to quali that we focused on a quali car. So I think come tomorrow, our car will be a lot stronger over a full stint, so I'm fairly confident.
You've bounced around the last few years in supercars, a little bit of time at Walkinshaw and Andretti United, a bit of time with Matt Stone. Does Mercedes AMG feel like home to you right now? Because it's so cool to see you get this opportunity.
Yeah, it's cool. I've got some good mates.
That's important.
Yeah, who are fairly nice. So hopefully come tomorrow we'll have some silverware and a good day. So see what the future holds.
Good to chat to you, mate. We're not too far away from your home in Penrith, so enjoy it.
Thank you. Thanks, Chad.
Chad Naylon amongst the fans. A Rossi Angel will be called that, wandering around. There's so many of the 46 fans here at Mount Panorama soaking up this really international event that comes here now, and it's growing in stature every year we come back. And the Pirelli pole shootout less than an hour away here as the Group S cars are around the track, something from yesteryear, and a whole mixture of cars from Porsches to Alfa Romeos, but not Chaz Mostert. I welcome Alex Webster from Porsche Cars Australia to the commentary. Man, it's not only raced this, but heads up behind this Group S category. Welcome.
Thanks, Matt. Great to be here this afternoon. And wow, hasn't Bathurst put on an afternoon for us? It looks lovely, and great for Group S to be here.
What an atmosphere, and what a field you guys have put on for us this weekend too.
Yeah, thank you. Look, we're a little bit down on numbers that we probably would have hoped. We were hoping to get sort of 50 cars here, but I think there was a number of cars that just didn't get finished in time. But all in all, we started with 36 cars, and we've got about 31 starting this race 3.
So this race 3 is based on the qualifying result held earlier in the weekend. We've had 2 races, Terry Lawler and Jeff Morgan. The Jeff Morgan that raced in Porsche Company years ago, still racing in his 70s and loving life out there. He'll start on the front row for this final race. We had 2 reverse top 10 races, and the drivers loved it. We certainly did too.
Yeah, look, all our drivers absolutely love coming back to Bathurst. I mean, who wouldn't? It's the pinnacle of Australian motorsport, and to be able to do it in your old classic love, in your old car, it's the best thing ever.
It's my 3rd trip here for the 12 hour. I've come here for the 1000 since the late 90s, but seeing this event grow, that is the biggest I've seen it down there in the pits in the last 3 years, and there's fans everywhere. They've been here since Thursday with the track to town. Of course, Friday practice, there was so much track time yesterday. We had the threat of storms. They never eventuated. We had a nasty one go around us here earlier today, but quite hot and humid conditions out there right now.
Yeah, the drivers have certainly been feeling the heat. A few of the guys are running cool suits, but I can tell you most of them aren't. And after 8 or 9 laps in an old car with no ventilation, then you're pretty warm.
There's a man that knows how to do a few laps around here, Craig Lowndes. Tom Randall in the centre, Cam Waters on the outside of that group, who's been stunning the sprint car world. Cam Waters in the last few weeks with the Classic down at Warrnambool and the Aussie title in the last couple of weeks. Supercars kick off next weekend here as well. If you're not in the area, get up here for the next few days and be part of Superfest, because the Thrifty 500 is here next weekend to start off another chapter of the Repco Supercars Championship. The field are in line. Terry Lawler on your right-hand side and Jeff Morgan in car 41, the Porsche 911. He's got Doug Barber behind. Purvis Wrights, Wayne Potts, who turns 40 here today, looking to celebrate his birthday in style. As the revs come up, watch for the front two guys to go off on their own, as they've done the last 2 races. Lawler and Morgan underway for the final race of Group S here as we build up to the Pirelli pole shootout. And side by side on the way now to turn number 1, Terry Lawler is going to lead just as the battle of the Porsches behind.
Yes, Terry's got the big long legs of the Shelby to get him up Mountain Straight, and then you've got a gaggle of Porsches there. Jeff Morgan, Doug Barber, and then Andy Purvis behind, and then a couple of things different. You've got Spencer Rice in a 2000cc Alfa Romeo, and then Wayne Potts in his Datsun 280Z.
Now, for the last 2 races, both Morgan and Lawler have had to start from the 5th row, punished for being on the front row in qualifying, and now watch Terry Lawler disappear. But don't panic, there's a lot of class racing that goes on here.
There is. We've got 3 different categories within Group S, predominantly based on gears, so the 50s, 60s and 70s, and so there's lots of races within this race, as it is with all our other races and meets throughout the year, of which there's about 11.
Lots of MGs and Alfa Romeos out there as well. Tony, oh, it's been a crash in the background of that
kangaroo
shot. In the background, its windscreen is folded down on one of the Porsches. That's on the way up through the shelf, and that's stopped half the field going through.
That's Andrew Whiteside in, I hope he's okay, and you can see he has the right match. The windscreen has been caved in there. That's terrible.
He's looking to probably pull that car over to the left-hand side, and the field just taking it nice and easy across the top of the mountain here on the first lap. Terry Lawler was already out to 5 seconds. I expect you to see much of him now for the rest of the field as he powers down in this beautiful Shelby GT 350 Mustang. Morgan runs in second. Doug Barber having his best run the weekend up there in 3rd.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a shame for Andrew. He's been having a great weekend. He was on the front row in race 2, and he was just saying to me just before this race how much he's enjoyed his weekend. So that's a real shame that that's happened.
There's Wayne Potts in the background, the Datsun 280Z. It's just such a wide range of cars. And you said, maybe not the biggest field you've had, but there's so many of these cars around the country now.
There is. We've got about 120 active members. So last year, 120 cars competed in 11 different race meetings, predominantly in historics. And as you said, there's lots of different makes. There's lots of variety. I think at last count, we had 12 different manufacturers on the grid. So it's a really good, diverse grid.
For the field making their way down to the chase for the first time, they'll need to be mindful of that clean-up material from the previous race in the combined sedans, and still some remnants from that earlier incident today from this category with a bit of oil dumped down there in the final turn.
Yeah, I might have put the commentator's curse on my good mate Tim Linus. He was coming down there in his 928, and then he's left his mark on Bathurst, but not in the way that he probably would have hoped.
So Morgan, who runs in second spot, 6 seconds away from Terry Lawler now, who's just going to enjoy this Saturday cruise. There's Potts going through, and then a big margin after that scary incident up there on the climb up through the shelf. Lawler leads by nearly 7 seconds from Morgan, Barber, Purvis and Potts. So some cars making their way through the field here, including Tony Karafalowski, who's retrieved the front of that car, and the all-important thing, the badge survived.
Yes, it did survive, and it looks like it might even be back on the car. But yes, you can see the 2000 GTV, 2000cc GTV, no match for the Porsche up the hill. That's James Calvert-Jones just in front of him. On screen now, David Baker in the big Corvette, followed by Tom Walstab, Spencer Rice, and then Michael McElligott. So as you can see, lots of variety there, and cars mixing it up, going up, heading towards the cutting now.
So Peter Boylan going through the shot there. There's a name that's been around competition for many, many years. He's driven some pretty cool cars over the years too.
He has, along with Jeff Morgan. They've been competitors in Porsches predominantly, but all sorts of things over the years, and it's great to see. In fact, Peter probably won't mind me saying this, but he turns 80. I think it's later this year. So great to see him out there. Great to see Jeff out there. He's 76, so a picture of health and something to aspire to.
Time flies, doesn't it? This is Tom Wallstad in car number 3, the 928 Porsche. Nicknamed Sideways. He has been the human highlights reel the last couple of races we've had here at Mount Panorama on Friday and Saturday. Running back there at the moment, just outside the top 10 in 11th position. James Colbert-Jones, both those guys were starting up the pointy end with that top 10 inversion race we had earlier today. And it's a great weekend for this category. Most of the time they run it at club level events. It's really just friends and family get to come along and they get to play on the big stage this weekend.
Yeah, look, there's some great events being run by VHRR and HSRCA in Sydney, so those meets do have a huge amount of following. Phillip Island Classic is in a few weeks' time, and there's probably somewhere north of 450 cars there over the weekend, and we'll have somewhere just over 50 cars on our grid as well, so really well supported.
And it's also a good place for drama. I mean, I remember these names when I was younger. It's a good place for them to go when they hit the dizzy heights of the Supercars Championship, Touring Car Masters, for example. They can come back and run some of these really cool cars that were part of our early years.
Once a competitor, always a competitor. Once a driver, always a driver, I guess. And
you know that feeling well.
I do, and I wish I was out there. So you don't have to rub it in, Matt. Thanks very much.
Sorry. Great to have Alex Webster as part of the coverage here from Porsche Cars Australia. He was looking for a quiet weekend down in the paddock. We've roped him in to do some commentary and decided to stick around for this final race today. As Terry Lawler, well, he's not sticking around. He's disappeared. 7.5 seconds up the road to Jeff Morgan. But it's starting to build now between these two, Morgan and Barber, as they climb up towards the cutting. Car 309 in trouble here now. That's Harris, whether he's just had an incident coming through the chase.
Yeah, the replay will show here. Looks like he's just gone a little wide, and yes, there's some debris there on the track that he must have just picked up and spun himself around.
The clean-up material still there that will blow away eventually. That was from the incident during the combined sedans race. Lermo and Mike Griffith. So back on the track now, but dropped down the field into 20th position in this race. And a long time to play out here still. Over 15 minutes of racing remains. It's a nice day to be out in an open top car here. Plenty of MGs enjoying this day out at Mount Panorama. The gap is 6.5 seconds. Terry Lawler continues to lead in the third and final race of Group S, supporting the Repco Bathurst 12-hour here at Mount Panorama today. We look back through the field here. A wide range of cars, including the MGs.
Look, MGs happen to be one of the most popular cars for Group S because it's a great entry point. You've got little sprites like the one that's on there of David Badgins right there. Michael Rose in front of him in the red with the yellow across the bonnet. And those cars, along with some of the Alfa Romeos, that's a great entry for anybody, be it young or old, to come into the sport, especially a historic one where everyone's welcome.
72 model, this one heading up through the cutting now. What is the oldest car? The question without notice.
So Ron Goodman has got the oldest car that's still competing. That's a 1954 Porsche 356.
Wow.
He's not here this weekend, but he is sponsoring us, which we're very grateful for, with his company Exclusive Bodywork. So Ron does run that and runs it very hard, and he's not in the back. He's right up there.
He's talking about pulling up legendary names. Ron Goodman, the Ron Goodman that ran NASCAR at the Thunderdome back in the days, and certainly knows how to wheel a race car around any track. As we watch the cars make their way across the top of Mount Panorama here. 14 minutes and change remaining. Group S supporting this weekend's event. A bit of a tip of the hat to the cars we see later on today in the Pirelli pole shootout of where we've come from.
Yeah, we think there's a nice link there between obviously Porsches and Ferraris and Fords and Shelbys. There's lots of similarity between what we see back in the day to what we see running around the track just shortly in the next session.
The open face helmet of Terry Lawler, who's cut thousands of laps in his career, never turns out a bad-looking race car, and has driven a wide range of cars in his career too.
He has, and he's wearing the number 1. He won our President's Cup in 2023, and earned the right to wear number 1, and this is his first event running the number 1 on the green Shelby. So he travelled the most, he accumulated the most points, and richly deserved. And we presented that to him just last night at our presentations.
What we did notice in the last couple of races is this car cuts it really fine with fuel. Has he gone too hard too soon here, or do you think he's running to a bit of a number now?
Yeah, he might be. Certainly, he's got only 5 seconds over Morgan at the moment. He'd be conscious of that. As he said earlier in the week, on yesterday's race, he filled the car absolutely full to the brim. And as we saw, it was slightly longer that race. And he conked out going down Conrod. He managed to get it over the line, still in second. So he might be conscious of doing a bit of fuel saving.
Car 155 has come to a stop down here. David Baker in the Corvette Stingray that's turning into what would be the campgrounds entrance here at Mount Panorama. He's out of harm's way. It looks like his weekend is done with 12.5 minutes of racing still remaining. So we'll keep an eye on what goes on with car 1. He's running in the 2:37s. His pole time earlier this weekend was in the 2:32s. So maybe it backs up our claim that he's just got a margin. We'll stay with that. And he continues to lead this one. On a beautiful Saturday afternoon, the storm clouds, they're disappearing away from here. The action continues from Mount Panorama. So good battle for 6th and 7th was brewing. The 555 Porsche of Dave Caneen, Joe Collegia, we saw that. And heading down to the chase is the similar looking 555. There's the 911 entry heading through the chase. The field starts to string out. We'll start seeing lap cars, and now one off in the gravel trap, and that's the top of the mountain.
That's John Del Collo and his Datsun 240Z. That's a shame, and that's certainly going to bring out a safety car. Looks like he and Hugh Harrison there in his Alpha GTV either have come together or something has happened there. There was another moment in the last race on the last lap where Richard Easton, his 911, did a pirouette 360 and didn't hit the wall. So yeah, that's a shame.
They went off in sync, so we couldn't tell if there was contact, but I think there was a pass that didn't go quite to plan. And the 56 parked up there now. Man from South Australia in this Datsun 240Z. Won't be going anywhere. It's a very deep gravel trap up there, and we'll probably call the safety car soon as he unbuckles with 11 minutes remaining. The gap has come down at the top to 4 seconds.
Yeah, John's come all the way over from South Australia, so that's a shame that he's going to have to get the vacuum out and clean out a bit of gravel from that car.
Nothing worse than a car going off into the gravel trap.
No, you'll find it for many race meets to come, generally.
Yeah, you do. You do. So the race continues. Being very generous at Motorsport Australia Race Control today.
Yeah, look,
giving these guys a chance to get out, aren't they?
Tammy Hott's there in a beautifully prepared Sprite, and also Townsend in his oldest car on the grid, the Austin Healey 3000. So that's certainly got some mumbo in a straight line, being a big 6. But Tammy being out there, it's great to see that she's competing and enjoying herself, her first time at the mountain.
Up the road at Blaxland they're from. You pass it on the way here to Bathurst if you drive in from Sydney. You're running down the field outside the top 20 in 22nd position right now. I'll keep an eye on the top as well. First and second, that margin just coming down a fraction. Jeff Morgan, as we see, South Australia run away. Now, back in the day, that used to be, safety car has been called, incidentally. The spectator mountain used to be right on that corner. It's one of the first big extensions they did back in the 80s here at Bathurst. And now that margin of what was 4 seconds brings it back to 0. Jeff Morgan will see the back of Terry Lawless Mustang soon. That's the view from just above us at Motorsport Australia Race Control. They see absolutely every point of the track and some camera angles we don't get to see.
Absolutely, yeah. Jeff Byrne up there in the tower for us, just to keep an eye on things. Just running through maybe the top 10. You can see there Terry Lawler, Jeff Morgan, Doug Barber in 911, in another 911, Andy Purvis, Wayne Potts in the Datsun, another 911 in David Caneen, and then Joe Collegia has made a fair bit of room up and come up to 7th in his big Corvette, followed by Spencer Rice and Michael McElligott, and Todd Walstab in his 928, rounding out the top 10.
Now, if Lawless' car is drinking too much fuel, this is going to help him a little bit. And if Morgan's been holding back, hoping the Mustang was going to run out of fuel, well, that's going to change. Barber up in a 3rd spot now in the 911 Porsche. Safety car on the circuit here. Incident at top of the mountain here at Bathurst. And the field compressing here, right at the top of the mountain. Some 3.5 kilometres that way, up on top there. That's where the incident happened just a few moments ago. Alex Webster, that gravel trap is very deep.
That is very deep. That's going to take a good, decent tow truck to get that out of there, I'm sure.
John DeCollio, it is the South Australian, the Datsun 240Z. So this might tell us what happened from the wall cam. There was a pass attempted that didn't go off too well, and that was the end result.
Yeah, that's a shame. It's look, Hugh certainly races hard in his Alpha. John, as we said, is one of our newer members, but that's a shame to see those two in a place that is obviously really high speed. The cars are a bit unloaded on the left side coming through, and that's not what we like to see, but hopefully no car-to-car contact, it seems. It might have been that it just been a bit of racing room.
DeCollio giving a thumbs up here to the officials, and for the 79 to get away there, Hugh Harrison. That's a blind approach there too, so you'd have been thinking, I need to move this car, because you do arrive there at a rapid pace. As the officials retrieve the 56 from the top, and Chad Naylon buried amongst the thousands of fans that are down in the paddock today.
Yeah, if there's one person here that I would love to get the autograph of, it's Marcus Winkelhock, one of the Audi stars, former Formula One driver who you know very well, Matt, from watching so much F1 over the years. Great to have you back here. We love having you at the 12 Hour, sharing the car with one of the local boys this year in Brad Schumacher. How are you finding your 12 Hour experience this year, Marcus?
Yeah, first of all, I'm really happy to be back. I've been here 2 years ago. Last year I was not in Bathurst, and for me this race is always something special. It's like the highlights of the year, I have to say, together with Spa 24 hours and Nürburgring 24 hours. So yeah, I'm really happy to be back, especially with these guys. I think we have a good lineup this year. We have I think a very good competitive team car, so I think everything is possible.
Last year it was the Pro Bronze team that won their race outright, which was crazy. You guys have the potential for that strategy tomorrow. It could mean, though, that you do a lot of laps in the 12 Hour tomorrow. Are you ready for doing some heavy lifting?
It will be a tough race for sure, but we have some air conditioning in the car. So I did the race in the past without air conditioning, without helmet cooling, nothing, so it should be okay.
We've got Ricciardo, who's got the race suit around the waist, so that means that he'll be ready to go in the Pirelli shootout. What's the plan here for Ricciardo? He's going to be on the first session. Can he take it to the top?
Actually, you have to ask him.
Okay, I will. Perfect. I'll come right this side. Ricciardo, welcome back to the Bathurst 12 Hour, mate. Lots of fans here. You're coming up very soon in this Pirelli shootout. What's the go here? Just put it all on the line?
Of course, always flat out. But obviously, we're also looking to the for the race tomorrow. And yeah, last year we started a bit further back, and it was not so easy in the first 2 hours to catch up. So we tried to start a bit further. Yeah, in a bit better position tomorrow, sorry.
It must be good to be able to share a car and see on the names alongside you, Schumacher and Winkelhock. It's Brad Schumacher this time, who's a local guy. Lives, have you seen where Brad lives, just outside Turn 1?
Yeah, if I miss Turn 1, I go for a coffee at his house.
Perfect, mate. Looking forward to seeing you in this Pirelli shootout. Go get him.
Thank you.
Pirelli pole shootout not too far away here today. Less than 30 minutes while the safety car continues to lead this field around in the Group S. Got to say a big shout out to the officials, the volunteers. There's quite a few that man this event, and they have been busy yesterday, and more so today as the pressure builds to the Repco Bathurst 12 Hour.
Yeah, look, without the amazing officials sitting out there in the flag post like these guys, we wouldn't be able to race, and we can't thank them enough. The weather can be hot, it can be cold, anything in between, and they're out there all day. So big thanks to every single one of them.
And most will be here for next weekend's Repco Supercars Championship opener as part of Bathurst Superfest. Many are going to stay here during the week and be part of it. Never knock back an opportunity to come to Mount Panorama. It really is a special place. When was your first time?
It would have been back in 2018 when we were first at the here, and I've never been more intimidated. Even though you can do many laps on a simulator, it never replaces the real thing. So just the actual reverberation of the sounds of the car coming back into you is a bit disorientating. And but once you get into it, you actually feel the flow of the car. I remember Jeff Morgan telling me just follow the ripple strips, because a lot of the corners are blind, and that was great advice. You can see there, Del Collo, you can see that rear wheel not really pointing in the right direction there.
So that would be contact then between him and the other car?
Whether that was the wall or whether that was the car, not sure. Let's wait till after the race and have
sit
a
on
chat.
the fence.
Yes, correct.
John Del Collo, the South Australian, back into it, but looking to park there. Not sure if that's going to be a safe spot where cars approach the top of Rock Skyline. Safety car continues to lead the field around, and 3 minutes roughly left of this race today. Group S supporting the Repco Bathurst 12-hour. A gap that Terry Lawler had was out to 4.5 seconds. He really did drive away from Jeff Morgan. Were you surprised by that?
Look, I was, but I wasn't at the same time. Michael, who's Jeff's mechanic, said, look, you know, Jeff's getting a little bit older, maybe not as quick as he used to be, and Terry has got that car absolutely wound up and is driving it beautifully. So, look, to see them in the last race being as close as they were was great to see. So Jeff hasn't lost much, but I'm sure that Terry would have been mindful of that and said, I need to build a bit of a gap just to be sure, just in case anything happens. But that's all being eliminated. Now we're under safety car, and let's see if we do get a lap under green or if it's going to finish under safety car, which would be a shame.
And Jeff,
there it is.
They're going to wave the flag to finish this up a fraction early. It's going to take a bit of time to retrieve those cars. So Terry Lawler wins behind the back of the safety car here. It's a shame because it could have been building towards the end. Jeff Morgan will have to settle for second, but Lawler, he has been a class act all weekend.
He sure has. Well done to Terry. He's presented the car as you'd expect, and he's had 2 race wins and a second, so he'd go home very happy. We'll give him a couple of trophies after the race, and he can go home very proud of his efforts over the weekend.
So Barber finishing in third. That'll be his best result of the weekend in the 911 Porsche, that Martini livery behind him. Terry Lawler wins, though, behind the safety car at the end of race number 3. Andrew Purvis back in 4th spot. Wayne Potts will have to celebrate 5th on his 40th birthday. David Caneen back in 6th. Joe Collegia 7th. That was a good battle brewing too. Spencer Rice, Michael McElligott and Tom Wallstab in car 3. James Calvert-Jones will be 11th today. Tony Karafalowski, great result for him in 12th.
Yeah, that's great. Good recovery from Tony. Peter Boylan, great to see him. And big mover there for Richard East. He came up really great to see after his scary moment in the previous race going over Skyline.
Down the field there, Sergio Collier, that would ultimately end this race with that incident at the top of the mountain in Group S. And that is the man. Thanks to Alex Webster. Group S supporting the Repco Bathurst 12-hour. Lawler winning the final one behind the safety car as we build up to the Pirelli pole shootout. Not too far away to set the grid for tomorrow's Repco Bathurst 12-hour. We are less than 23 minutes away from that. And we know that Bathurst loves to welcome racing to this part of the world, and they welcome the drivers even more so. They did that this week.
The music's playing, those beautiful Reckless Brewing beers are flowing. It's the official welcome party, Shay. And we've picked up a little bit of a wardrobe improvement as well. This isn't a Cobra. Ever seen one?
No, never even heard of it before, as a matter of fact. But you said something about crocodile teeth normally adorning this.
We can add that, okay? It's very Crocodile Dundee. We'll see what we can find around here at the moment. That is a Richie Ditch Cobra right there. The drivers are getting them as something of a gift down here. I want to get amongst it and just start to feel the, the atmosphere here. Yeah. The welcoming party, and maybe speak to a few drivers.
Well, and there's been some local delicacies already. Meat pie, I think that's what...
It's not a party pie. It's not a party without a party pie.
There we go.
That's officially how it works.
I've heard rumors of fairy bread, so we need to go in search of that. But the bar is open and people are celebrating, so let's see if we can enjoy it a little bit too.
The invited international drivers that get to enjoy in a Cobra. A couple of young fellas driving for Chaz Mostert. Marcus, what a cool opportunity that is for a guy with that much experience, huh?
Yeah, well, I'm really just came here, yes, to experience a 12-hour and get that under my belt because I'm really looking forward to it, but hopefully learn something off Chaz.
It's a pretty good mentor to have, Tom, but also to enjoy this event, rub shoulders with some of the world's best drivers as well, and experience a welcome event like this.
Yeah, for sure. Chaz is an awesome driver. I've always watched him growing up, and I've been here at the 12-hour as well, staying up in Tent City with my dad and Dad's mate here, so we're pretty much reliving it, but I'm driving this year, which is really exciting. So yeah, looking forward to Sunday.
Well, Cameron, now the party can start that you're here. This atmosphere, it's just so cool. It gets you in the right mentality for a very rigorous race coming up. But what's it like to have the music and everybody just hanging out?
It's awesome, isn't it? It's cool to have a bit of a pit party here, to kickstart the year, and it's great to have 12-hour back to how it should be. COVID kind of affected it a little bit, but it's great to have so many good teams, drivers here, and it's no better way to start with a bit of live music and a bit of a party.
And you brought your own hat too. What's the mentality of that? You're thinking you're going to get ahead of everyone else?
Yeah, it's team uniform this weekend, so just trying to be different to everyone else, and I think we've nailed it.
So boys, can you believe I've been coming here for 20 years and I've never come to the National Motor Racing Museum in my life? This is the first time in 20 years. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, but maybe now it's full of stuff. See, right?
They've got 20 years extra history in there.
So you're basically the perfect tour guide?
I'm a perfect tour guide, so I've been here heaps of times, no.
Counting on you,
do you know who this is?
No.
You got no idea who the King of the Mountain is?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Peter Brock.
Peter Brock, yeah.
He's our legend, he's our King of the Mountain, we used to call him back in the day.
Nice.
Let's go learn about him, yeah? Come on. He won this race 9 times.
Nine times?
And he's an absolute legend of our sport. He is like the king.
Nice.
Yeah.
We have a king.
I'll be honest, I didn't know him when I came here. And to be honest with you, I didn't even know Bathurst until I came here. But when I set foot here and saw the place, I'm like, how have I not known about this place? You know, like growing up, it was Nordschleife and so on, Nürburgring. But you come here and you're like, wow, this is crazy. And then obviously you come here and then everyone talks about Peter Brock. And so obviously, yeah.
You have to look him up and learn about him.
Looked everything up
cool,
and yeah, the guy obviously was a legend, yeah.
So this is the GDO. They call this one of the fastest ever production cars at the time. This is actually, I drove a replica of this car, so in 2012 for my supercar and the Bodlo car, we actually replicated this car, the 52D, and it was all, like back in the day, this was all hand-painted car, so we actually hand-painted my supercar as well.
I was going to say, I remember watching that race and you're in the fight right until the end, right?
Pretty much to the last lap. I probably should have won. That's one of my deepest regrets in my life. I didn't pass Win Cup for the win, but anyway, that's another story. So, Mauro, we have our only German Bathurst winner here.
Armin Hane, yeah.
Do you know him?
Yeah, of him. Not
yeah.
personally, but yeah, obviously household name sort of in German motorsport.
So, when I was born in '85, this is the car that won in '85, a Tom Walkinshaw Jaguar, which was really world famous back in the day. Pretty cool.
Yeah. It's amazing to see these cars and how empty they were. Like back in the days, so much more than today. Like there's just a seat and a steering wheel in there. Like there's
a small roll cage. Like.
Yeah.
Seats are simple.
Everything's so
nothing
simple.
for the head either. Just
and this your cousin?
Yeah, pretty much. My Australian cousin, right?
Yeah. Angle, same thing. So Mauro, we've got a piece of German history here. Do you want to tell us? You know this car?
I was here for this actually.
Well, yeah.
This is our first AMG victory here at the mountain.
Yeah.
First AMG victory at the 12-hour, and I believe in general at the mountain. So. A piece of our history as well. The SLS AMG GT3. I mean, with the gull wing doors, was an amazing car.
So, boys, thanks for coming to the National Motor Racing Museum. I hope you learned something. I know I did.
Yeah.
But there's one more thing I've got to do before I leave. Do you want to have a look?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks for the lesson.
So, fellas, only Bathurst winners get to sign it. So, how about we win on Sunday and we'll come back and do this again on Monday. But for me,
deal.
Can you hold the ladder for me? Is that all right?
We'll hold the ladder because we need you, mate.
Yeah.
Stay safe.
Nice work, Davey Reynolds, taking the Group M AMG guys for a tour of one of the most special places out Mount Panorama. And as soon as you walk anywhere near that museum, you can feel the history oozing through the doors. It just drips with all the amazing things that Peter Brock achieved here at Mount Panorama. We get to write another famous little moment in the history books here this week, and it's going to start with the Pirelli shootout, and it will feature Mauro Engel, the man who put it on the pole here last year with an amazing lap time. We'll talk about that in a moment, but it will work a little bit differently to how we're used to seeing the top 10 shootout. I'll explain all those rules and some of the history very, very shortly. And I think I would be just about ready to go for a tour in any museum anywhere around the world with the wonderful tour guide that is Davey Reynolds. So, like I said, Pirelli shootout not too far away. We're building up the excitement to what's going to be a couple of really frantic sessions. The sun has just come back out, so it's been diving in and out of the clouds. That'll definitely play a factor. We saw that in the qualifying sessions earlier today. The weather, and particularly the UV on the track, and even the potential for some rain with 2 sessions going back to back, could see a very different looking top 10 when we roll up tomorrow for a 5:45 a.m. start. So let's get some more news from the lane. The drivers have headed back into the bunkers off the back of the autograph sessions. We'll start with Shane.
It's nice to not have to go into the car with the UV as strong as it is in the heat. Felipe Fraga, your job is done until we get to the race. Is that something you're happy about, or something you wish you could go out there for this shootout?
It would be nice to do it, of course, because this track, every lap that you do here, it's better. You know, we are so happy always to drive here. But also, on the other hand, when you have Mauro driving it, it's also great. You know, I don't have to be worried. He did the pole here last year, so I think he's the right guy. So yeah, I'm really happy to be here again, and we have this beautiful car, special livery. So I hope we do well today.
You raced here a few years ago and then had a gap. What was it like trying to get back to Mount Panorama?
It helped that I did it one time, of course, but it's super hard track. But what helps also, I came 2 times with the AMG, so the AMG is normally a easy car to drive, like it's a really good car, but it's just special. I love this track, and I'm so happy that I'm here with Dave and Mauro. I think we have a really strong lineup, so I'm looking forward for the race.
You won an endurance championship in IMSA in an AMG. Your Mercedes roots go very far back as far as the long distance racing goes. But what's it like to race here in this car?
As I said, because we always talk to other drivers, and I know in other cars it's hard to go up the hill and downhill. So the AMG is always like a quiet car. So it's been just great to drive here. And yeah, like I drove multiple cars, but the AMG is the car I most drive after the stock car in Brazil. So I just love this car, and again, love to be here.
We're glad you're back, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Well, Lowndesy, you're not in the shootout, and Cam qualified 13th. So first of all, was he disappointed not to make the shootout?
Well, we all are, but I think that realistically, and I think we've got to be realising that, you know, we just quite didn't have the car pace that we really wanted to or needed to. But look, I think we probably could have snuck into the back end of the 10. But you know, the car, we sort of all three of us have been talking the same language about the feeling and the balance of the car. But we just needed to be a little bit nicer in that mid phase to actually get the drive off the corners. And so we're working hard. You know, the car's not terrible, but you know, probably just need that last couple of tenths to get in there. And you know, Cam was a little bit disappointed, I got to say. He was pushing hard. He gave the Exeter Forest elbow a bit of a rub, so you know, he was pushing hard.
Now, you're someone that's done plenty of shootouts, so with 10 minutes to go before the shootout, how do you sort of psych yourself up for an ultimate lap around here, trying to extract the pace? But bear in mind, you've got a 12-hour race tomorrow, so you need to keep it nice and straight.
Absolutely. There's that fine line between standing over it or on it, and I think the thing what we've seen also with these Pirelli tyres, it takes 2 or 3 laps to get the tyres into their operating window. So this is going to be really interesting to see how the teams beside us and everyone down pit lane, how they attack this, whether they pump the tyres up to get that temperature they need, especially when you attack turn 1, because that's where you're really going to feel it. But if you lose too much time at turn 1, you've got to run it all the way up Mountain Straight. So it's going to be fascinating to see how they do it. As I said, we did it on lap 2 or 3 of our runs with green tyres. So look, good luck to them.
We'll watch with interest. Thanks, mate.
Absolutely. Cheers.
Now, I'm happy to report that the Pirelli Pit Bunker is back on the 12-hour coverage for 2024, and it's here tomorrow that we'll be able to break down the race rules, and we'll go all through the strategies, talk about driving time and everything that matters. But today is all about talking about the Pirelli Shootout. And if you're a fan of the Repco Supercars Championship, it works very differently to what you might be used to, because it's 2 15-minute sessions. It's not just one car on the track at any time. So it works out to be about 6 laps of running out there. We do that so that the tyres have lots of time to come up to temperature. You get that peak lap speed out of it. So the slowest of the 5 from that early qualifying session, cars 6 to 10 will go first, and they'll be followed by the faster cars, including Brock Feeney, who went into the 201s earlier today. So what are we looking for in terms of a pole lap? These are proper hero numbers. This is every pole time in the GT3 era, and you'll see at the very, very top. Finally, last year, Mauro Engel was able to eclipse the time set by Shane van Gisbergen back in 2016 in the McLaren. And have a look at the lap time that Mauro set here for pole last year, just pipping Brock Feeney. 2-minute flat, a 2:00.881. Now, I know that we had Jules Goun on and an unrestricted AMG go 1:56 earlier today. Could we see, if the clouds come over and the conditions are right, potentially the first ever 1:59 by a GT3 car with all the BOP and performance aspects taken care of? That's the numbers that we're looking for. And for Mauro Engel, also importantly, looking to become the first 3-time pole winner here at the 12-hour, and also importantly, take what is a very special trophy home again in the Alan Simonson Trophy, which is celebrating 10 years here at the 12-hour. So the Pirelli Shootout's not too far away. It's 7.5 minutes away. I heard that Craig Lowndes is going to be going up in that plane in the next few days, but earlier in the weekend we had the chance to throw him the keys to something very, very special, a Corvette Z06 with 475 kilowatts in the flat plane crank V8 motor, ceramic brakes, carbon wheels, absolutely everything. Lowndes simply couldn't help himself. Check it out.
Hi, Craig Lowndes here. I'm going to take you on a nice spirited lap of one of the best racetracks I classify in the world, in this beautiful Z06 Corvette. You can see there's a nice little bump. We're just running up Mountain Straight right now, over this crest. You do actually get a little bit of wheel spin in a supercar now. Heavy braking into turn 2, but also it starts the climb up this mountain. Get it into the apex, you get a nice little camber on the road here, and then you want to start feeding the throttle on, use all the exit curve, because you're starting to climb up this really steep incline, approaching the cutting, little kink to the right, sometimes have a left foot brake depending on the driver, hard on the brakes, back to second, get it into the apex. You want to get it nice run out of here because you're still climbing, still going up over this little hump, about to come up under the tree, run it all the way to the left-hand side, get it in, nicely done. As you come out of this little section here, before you drop down into the grate, that's sector 1. That's where at that point, you know if you're on a good first sector. Down into the grate, let it run wide. This is where you really make up a lot of time. Flow the car, use every inch of the road. Over McPhillamy, car gets light. You've almost got to preempt, turn the car before you go over McPhillamy, get it set, because as you run out of McPhillamy, the run to Skyline. This is the beautiful part. You've got to flow it over Skyline, not use too much brake, but now as you descend down into the dipper, this is where you go down the gears, let it flow. If you're using throttle at this part of the track, you're not going fast enough. Out of the dipper, hard on the throttle, down into Forest Elbow, left, down into this ride. Hard to get the braking right because easily lock up an inside tyre. This is one of the most important corners. Get out of Forest Elbow and then this long, long straight called Conrod. And it's unbelievable. At this point, you've just gone through Sector 2. This is a little bit of a chance where I used to look around to the left, to the right, and actually have a look at the weather pattern, see what's going on, just so you've got an understanding of what you're encountering, because it could be raining at the bottom, it could be raining at the top. But this Z06 has been upgraded with a Z07 pack, which means it's got a little bit more aero, carbon rims, ceramic brakes, and it's what you really need right at this point. Down in the chase, flat, 150, down through the gears. Back to third, get it into this apex nicely, just clipped it. Good drive out of this chase, flat out of here, under the bridge, and you get to Murray's Corner, and that's a lap of Bathurst. Thanks for joining me.
just a short drive from Bathurst, the Blue Mountains, definitely Sydney's backyard. Fresh air, World Heritage listed wilderness, the Three Sisters there, some of the ancient rock formations. There's waterfalls, rainforests. It could be as relaxing or as adventurous as you'd like it to be. It's one of the most popular day trips out of Sydney, but really take more time. You need a weekend or even a week to appreciate its wonders. And speaking of, when you get over the Blue Mountains, you pass through Lithgow, and about 40 minutes further down the road, you come to a city called Bathurst, and just on the outskirts of that is this place, Mount Panorama, 6,213 metres, 23 corners, and we're in full-blown qualifying mode. Everything cranked up to 11 for the Alan Simonson Pole Award and the Pirelli Shootout. Richard Craill, Garth Tander, John Hindhoff with you, Shea Adam, Jack Perkins and Chad Nailon in the lane. 2 15-minute flat-out sessions, 5 cars in each. At the end, someone lifts a really special and meaningful trophy, and we'll start on pole position for the Repco Bathurst 1000 at 5:45 a.m. Gentlemen, there is nothing like qualifying at the mountain, and that is an excellent beer snake where they're playing the limbo. Outstanding work by them. Good afternoon.
That's as Bathurst gets.
It's so cliche.
Because cars roll out for a shootout, a beer snake, and they're playing the limbo under it. You cannot be any more Bathurst than that for our international viewers on the live stream.
If we could talk about getting under things, then what's the time that you're going to have to get under to take the Alan Simonson Pole Award? I'm ticking that one off. That's the sticky segue, number one.
And if you'd like to see more of that, you are watching around the world, Superview is available for you. That's a staple, supercar rounds anywhere. So get on board. If you're watching from overseas, you can see more of that. There's also some great supercars racing.
It's unmissable.
Lap time. Well, that's a very good question. Last year, 12 months ago and a couple of weeks, one of the great qualifying sessions at Mount Panorama, and indeed the fastest ever qualifying time for any race ever in the history of Mount Panorama. Maro Engel, 2 minutes, .8819. Now, we haven't gone near that today. However, everyone tends to go just a little bit better when it comes to shootout time at Mount Panorama.
They're going to have to go quickly, quite quickly, because that rain is looking quite threatening.
That might actually throw the whole idea of what we're doing here into complete confusion, because what we've got in these two sessions is the less quick cars that were in the top 10 are going now. They might have the best conditions here, Garth, and you want to be out there right now getting your Pirelli tyres up to temperature and pressure and bothering that stopwatch straight away.
Yeah, that's correct. So back to Richard's original question of what time is it going to take to sit on pole position for tomorrow's Repco Bathurst 12-hour. Brock Feeney was the fastest in qualifying with a 2:01.89, so that's nearly a second away from the time that Maro Engel did last year. So it is much, much cooler now. I just stepped outside the commentary box to get a bit of a feels-like feel of the weather. And it was definitely much cooler than the conditions we had in qualifying. And with that cloud cover around, less UV on the circuit again. So that's one thing that you need to take into consideration. So I think you're going to have to be in the ones. Whether it's a mid-one is probably where you'd want to be.
Ironically, with a bit of cloud cover now, this looks like it could be almost perfect conditions, just bringing the track temperature down a bit, so we could see some really fast times. Had a word with the guys from Manthey during the time that we were out of the booth, and we had those outstanding support category races. Thanks to Nolts, of course, and the cast of special guests who've been in with them, including you. Exactly as we suspected, by the way, they are just having to work a bit harder to get the Pirelli tyres up to temperature and pressure on the Porsche 911s, both of them, the 991 and the 992. And as we suspected, we looked at the BOP changes. The 991 does not have the extra 10 years. It's purely the 992. There's a slight difference in the fuel tank sizes as well, which is also a difference between the 991 and the 992, just by a litre.
Yeah, so BOP changes just prior to qualifying. Oh, actually, you can see there on the dash of Kelvin van der Linde, the Race Logic, the timer that they use for stint length and pit stops has come adrift, and that's wobbling around in there. So it's not going to cost you any lap time, but gee, it'll be annoying when you see that thing flopping around. So you'll see it's hiding behind the dash, the 22 MPC signage board, and then when we flick into the chase, there it is, here it comes, stepping up. So there it is. So that is going to be infinitely annoying. That will be over the course of the lap. They'll fix that up in between runs for Kelvin van der Linde.
That's in his eye line, though, isn't it?
It will
see that.
Absolutely in your eye line.
It's like a live G-meter is showing the forces at work. So
it does have GPS in it, that thing. It'll be going crazy at the moment.
So Kelvin van der Linde, the 27-year-old South African, will set the first representative-ish lap time at a 2:03.78. They'll go quicker than that. Liam Talbot watching on. He'll share this car with Kelvin. So who have we got? We've got Kelvin van der Linde, the South African. Ricardo Feller, who has had a couple of starts in this race. He's in the sister Audi from MPC, Audi Sport, the number 2 KFC car. This is Maxime Martin, back for another year with the BMW WRT squad. Car number 46, Valentino Rossi, has been very, very quick in this car all weekend. And then both Porsches from Manthey EMA. So we saw a shot of Yasser Shahin watching on. He's in car 911, the Shell V-Power car. Alessio Piccarello is behind the wheel of that car in his Bathurst debut. And car 912, which I noticed was the last car to leave the pit lane by a good chunk of time, is the Grello, the bright yellow and green latest spec 992 GT3R, and that's got M. Campbell behind the wheel. So Matt Campbell, former pole sitter here in 2022. Kelvin van der Linde has qualified second twice, and his combined margin losing poles about 0.3 of a second on combining the two together. He'd love to get the Alan Simonson pole award today.
Oh, that was neat. Very neat and tidy for the KFC Audi R8. The number 2 car, Ricardo Feller, coming down Conrod in that red and white car.
Van der Linde's going very quickly too. This is a pretty good one. Somewhere in the ones, you'd think. Car number 22. Audi's at speed at Mount Panorama. This is Ricardo Feller. Under brakes for Murray's. Decent lap for the young Swiss driver. He shares this car with Brad Schumacher, and it's a 2:03.5, but it's about to be beaten by Kelvin van der Linde, who gets into the twos with a 2:02.82. Gave away quite a bit of time in the final sector. That's about 0.9 of a second away from what a really, really good lap in qualifying spec will be, but his first and second splits were really good. So that's a bit of a shot there from van der Linde. And just to emphasise, any one of these cars could be on pole. Just because there's 5 still to run doesn't mean that one of these 5 could grab that top spot.
2:02.8 for van der Linde is about 3.5 tenths away from what he was able to do in qualifying to get himself into the top 10 shootout. So what I have noticed, particularly from Piccarello and Maxime Martin, is a much more deliberate strategy to bring the tyre in. So much more gently bringing the tyre in, not as aggressive. So a much more deliberate strategy to bring the tyre in, not as quite as gently there for Piccarello as he left the chase, but you can see now there's a lot more energy going into this car. And this is the start of a push lap. You can hear the front tyre shuddering, so the front tyre still not there 100% for Alessio Piccarello as he starts his first real push lap. It's a 6.2 in that preparation lap, and it's funny you're calling 6 as a prep lap.
Yeah.
But you could definitely hear the front tyre shuddering as he turned into the last corner. When the tyre shudders across the surface, it's not biting into the road, therefore there's not enough temperature in that tyre yet.
Garth, have you put your team manager hat on, have you put enough fuel in the car to do the full 15 minutes here?
Yeah, okay. You have. Because you don't know with red flags, you don't know what's going on, so you need to, you basically work out 15 minutes, how many laps we're going to do in 15 minutes, so you work that out, you work backwards from there, and you have a little bit of extra fuel in there to make sure you can get back to pit lane and do all the scrutineering checks you need to do. But you need to give your driver every opportunity. So a 15-minute session, you're not carrying a whole heap of fuel to get the job done.
Van der Linde flying. Maxime Martin, quickest first sector of everyone, 50.3. That's only 2.5 tenths slower than Maro Engel's first sector last year that put him on pole with a sub 201. Van der Linde 202.7, so he finds another 10th in the Audi. Gave away a little bit of time in the first sector, so yet to complete a full lap. Van der Linde to string those three together, and Martin wide on the exit of the chase. So he'll surrender a little bit of time there. This is the first push lap for car 46.
So definitely cost him some time leaving the chase. So
and dirt on his tyres as well. The right-hand side tyres which work hard.
Yeah, so they will clean up now. Martin a 3.2. So that was looking like it would have challenged Van der Linde's 2.7. He gave up a lot of time at the exit of the chase. Picarello. And that's late. These Porsches are braking so late. We saw that from Matt Campbell in qualifying itself.
But they are right on the ragged edge in that braking because there's little movements and corrections on the steering wheel all through the deceleration phase there.
I love it when people tell me that GT3 cars are easy to drive because they have ABS.
Yeah.
And then you show them an in-car footage like that where the car on the brakes is at the absolute limit and say, well, you go have a crack and let me know how you go with that. Yeah. Because these cars are so hard to maximise. And yes, they have ABS. Yes, they have traction control. Yes, they have a lot of downforce. But driving any car on the limit is hard work.
Proof positive from the BMW, just dropping its right-hand side Pirellis into the Bathurst dirt.
So Picariello's final sector emphasised what you were talking about the braking quicker than anybody as Matt Campbell goes second. This is another look at the dimmer across the top. BMW with one pole position in the GT3 era of this race, at least with Chaz Mostert. Campbell's final sector was
mega.
Enormous.
Mega.
And he's huge chunk of time. And remember, if you saw qualifying earlier today, the Porsche took quite a long time and it kept building and building to get up to speed. So there will be a little bit more to come as Ricardo Feller now goes quicker than Kelvin van der Linde. So the Audi's just trading spots, 2 in front of 22. 202.66, the quickest time.
So just over 3.5 minutes left in this session. So it's just a one run for everyone. So a more deliberate, bring the tyre in, so potentially under pressure the tyre for a longer run. In the first heat cycle of the tyre, you do get more performance from it.
Right to the right-hand edge of the circuit. And remember, there's no runoff there as you turn into Murray's, the final corner, the final left-hander. It's white line, then grass, or dust, in fact.
202.8 goes to third, so decent lap. Picariello a little bit wide on the exit of the final corner. And the first
even
corner.
Wider at turn 1. I see your last corner and raise you at turn 1.
Here's Matt, 50.69 to the first sector. Was a personal best, but his middle not utterly spectacular relative to everyone else. He's still on a personal best lap. I say that, he's fourth. He's only 0.32 from Ricardo Feller's ultimate lap time at this point. So still time to find. Have a listen to the flat 6 Porsche. At 8,000 RPM through the kink. And then as late as anything, under brakes at the top of the hill at the chase. So Matt on pole here in 2020. Great shootout lap. Here's the Porsche's strengths across the top of Mount Panorama, and under brakes to put himself on pole was the brand's first pole position here as well. What lap time is this for Matt? It's another brilliant final sector to 202.9. Closes the margin, doesn't change his position.
I wonder whether they've taken a lot of air off that car because it's very strong in the first sector, very strong in the last sector, not so strong in the middle. And to win races at Bathurst, you need to be fast up the hill and fast down the hill because you can't pass across the top. So I wonder whether Porsche have just changed their strategy a little bit with the way they run their cars, because traditionally the Porsche has always been super strong across the top of the mountain.
Picariello at the top of the mountain now, in front of a huge crowd, right on the fence line to Skyline. Snags 5th gear before the Thrifty Bridge. Now get it all gathered up. Loads of curb on the left-hand side there.
I'm loving what this guy's doing in the Porsche. He's just outdone Matt Campbell in the first sector, and then Campbell's just outdone him. So a bit of inter-team battle going on between the two EMA Porsches, but Picariello in the older generation car is doing some pretty special things.
122.3 cumulative lap time so far, his personal best. Campbell pushing on about 0.05 quicker to the first split. Fella still going on with it as well. You can see the little green sector pop up against the name, the driver of car number 2. This is the Shell V-Power Porsche. Nice.
Yeah, that was nice.
That was very tidy.
These two, well, he's going to close the margin. He's still 0.6 away from what would be provisional pole at the moment, car number 911. So let's see where this lap time stands and if there's any improvement. So 3-0. So he did get some margin, but again, no further position. But Matt Campbell's not too far behind. In fact, he's exiting the chase now. So 4th place right now, 0.2. He'll get to the line and he will get one more lap if he needs it, the Queenslander, but that will be it. Right now, 4th at best. But there's big improvement from the Porsche, and Campbell pulls 0.2 of a second and goes to the top, 2:02.42.
And he will have one more opportunity, one more push lap for Matt Campbell, so he continues on.
Closed pit exit.
Checkered flag is out, so now every car that comes to the line, this is their last chance. Ricardo Fella will be the first to see the checkered flag. What does he have? 3-1, remains second. The fastest of the Audi so far. Van der Linde had a very good middle sector. Oh. Throws it at the last corner, hopes for the best. How does he come out the other side? No, nothing. 2.7, all but matches his best time at 2.7. Stays third.
Campbell's final sector in that session was where all the lap time came in. On that lap, Van der Linde 0.7 of a second away, and Matt's got out of it too. Manthey EMA, a bit of a joint forces operation between the iconic German Manthey racing squad and EMA Motorsport, headed up by Alex Frains and his hard-working team here in Australia, based out of Melbourne. Matt Campbell, well, there's some net gain, so he's gained some ground. The worst he can start now is P6. But it could be better than that. That's a pretty good benchmark. 2:02.42 for the Queenslander. 0.2 of a second quicker than Ricardo Fella and Kelvin van der Linde.
Good point made about how the cars are making their times. Kelvin van der Linde was nearly 0.4 quicker than Matt Campbell in the middle sector on their respective best lap times. But Matt Campbell comes out on the top of part 1. It's a 2:02.4. That is the benchmark. And everybody who goes next knows what they have to do. And it's a bit like winning the toss and deciding to bat second. Put the other lot in and you'll go and chase them. And that's what we'll do for another 15 minutes next here on the mountain.
For Max Martin, that was all that the number 46 BMW had, and he left it out there on the mountain, having a slight debrief with his engineers to make sure that if there's any useful information, he can hand it over, because Sheldon van der Linde is involved in this next section in Team WRT. 2 cars, 2 sessions. It's a little bit of an advantage for them. Let's see if maybe I can just interrupt Max really quickly here. I'll take you, Vale. That's good, both guys. Max, you pushed so hard in that stint out there. I can tell you left it all out on the table. How difficult was it to try and get the tires up to temp?
Yeah, it took a bit longer. I mean, we did a bit longer process to try to get them to temperature, and the car was good, very good for 1 lap. But I did a mistake, and I went in the gravel, so we lost the peak of the tires. So yeah. Anyway, it's a shame, but at the end, it's a long race tomorrow, and that's the most important.
And have you guys decided who's going to get the honor of starting in the darkness?
No, it's not decided yet, but we'll see.
Valentino, is that a challenge that you would like, to start in the darkness?
No. No, I think that I will not start. Or Maxime or Lello. Anyway, it's a long race, so I will have time to, to drive.
You have a very strong race car. That's the good news. 12 hours to get to the front. Good luck tomorrow, gentlemen.
Grazie. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
I saw a lot of comments in the live stream yesterday asking which Schumacher is that. I can tell you it's Brad Schumacher who's out there running around this weekend, and he's just seen his teammate and co-driver Ricardo Fella just walk back into the garage. Pretty good effort out there from both the Audi drivers in that first session.
Yeah, for sure. You know, we chased the circuit all Friday, and so today we've finally got a good car, and Ricardo has done an amazing job in the top 10 shootout there to put it into P2 so far in the bottom 5. So hopefully that's enough to keep us on the front row for tomorrow's start.
What sort of race car do you feel like you guys have? Is it a better qualifying car or a better race car?
We've been working on a race car the whole weekend, so yeah, I feel like we'll definitely have a better race car. And so yeah, we did make some changes, obviously, for the top 10 shootout, make the car a little bit pointier, but then we'll try to make it a little bit more compliant, look after the tyre a little bit more over the duration of the race. So fingers crossed, and we'll see how things go.
It's hard to say how strategy will play out tomorrow, but through the letter of the law and the rules, you don't have to do more than essentially 40 minutes of the race, but surely you must want to get out there and do as many laps as you can.
Yeah, obviously. I do this because I love racing, and so yeah, I'm happy to do as little or as much as I need to do. Whatever the strategists and our engineers work out will be the best arrangement for us is what I'll be complying to be, and I'll do the best job I can for the team.
The guy who won last year has a house on Conrad. Maybe the guy who has a house at Turn 1 could win it this year. Best of luck tomorrow.
Thanks, Chad. Much appreciated.
Hey, Matty, great job out there in that session. We see there's looks like an interesting team shirt of yours here. But look at that, Australian supporter. But hey, tell us about that session. It was a mega job in the end.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it wasn't easy. For me, it was actually harder than the last session. I don't know if the track evolution or whatnot. We didn't really have a big shift in our car balance. So I more or less expected much the same, maybe just a little bit better, but actually it was a little bit more difficult. So got it done. A few moments out there, but reasonably happy with my lap. In the end, we've got a car safe, and we're going to be about in the mid top 10, you know, no matter what. So good starting position for tomorrow, and yeah, on to tomorrow.
Car looks really fast down the long straight, the last sector. Garth Tanner in commentary was wondering whether you've maybe taken some aero out of the car for the race tomorrow. Is that the sort of position you're in?
Yeah, I mean, we trimmed it a little bit, you know, overall, but in the end, the car is relatively the same as it was in the previous session. And I think as a race car, we've got a really, really strong package. I don't think we're necessarily the quickest over one lap, but the most important is we're there at the end of 12 hours, and hopefully in last hour we're there to fight. So anything can happen, but yeah, quali done. Now we can focus on tomorrow.
And before they came to us, you were telling me that it wasn't easy out there. There was a couple of moments. Is that because of the aero balance or just qualifying at Bathurst?
I think it was a combination of both, to be fair. I mean, I expected the rear tyre to come on a little bit quicker compared to the previous session. But in the end, I was having a couple of moments there on my first sort of one or two actual proper flyers. So a little bit too close to call in some areas of the track, but my last lap was relatively clean, certainly on the nervous side, but pretty happy.
Let's see where you end up. The worst you can start tomorrow is 6th.
Yeah, thank you so much.
He's already gone 1.1 seconds quicker than he did when he got pole position here 4 years ago. Matt Campbell, really good lap, provisional pole, but still 5 cars to run. Well, we're seeing the best of the best in the fastest cars right now in qualifying, but the Repco Bathurst 12 Hour is a class race. So to find out a little bit more about the races within the race, Chad Nailon did some digging.
One of the great things about sports car racing is the multiple classes all fighting on the same racetrack at the same time. It's the race within a race. And at this year's Repco Bathurst 12 Hour, there'll be 5 separate classes all fighting for that right to stand on that famous podium.
The top flight Class A is for GT3 cars and is broken into 3 subclasses. At the top, there's the flat-out Pro class, which is for drivers ranked by the FIA as either Platinum or Gold. Next is the Pro-Am class. This is a mix of professionals with bronze-ranked amateur drivers, often lovingly referred to as gentleman drivers. Finally, there's GT3 Silver, which is for teams comprising of 3 or 4 drivers with an FIA Silver or Bronze ranking. Class C is for the emerging world of GT4 cars. These cars are a step down in performance from their big GT3 brothers. As such, they're a little more user-friendly and a lot easier on the wallet. The class is the Invitational Class I. Here, you'll find 12-hour regulars, all competing fairly, thanks to a 2-minute, 6-second minimum lap time. Staying on top of these class battles is always one of the biggest talking points of the Repco Bathurst 12 Hour. So Triple Eight have a couple of cars in different classes and both have qualified for this Pirelli shootout. Jamie Whincup is not going to be qualifying. He's going to be watching his young teammate Jordan Love. Jamie, tell me about Jordan Love. Not a lot of people in Australia would know him. He's just a young bloke from Perth.
That's basically it. Young bloke from Perth, AMG factory driver. So he's done a lot of miles in these cars and he's very, very fast. So proud to be an Aussie. And it's his 4th weekend in a row racing these GT cars. Just come back from the Middle East last weekend. So very experienced. I'm semi-retired, more than happy to hand it over to Jordan to try to keep us in the top 5.
how much you're enjoying the GT operation for Triple Eight, both the stuff that you've achieved and some great achievements recently throughout the Asian and Middle Eastern regions, but are you enjoying the difference that you get to the normal world?
Well, this division of the business just keeps growing and growing and growing, and to win last weekend in Abu Dhabi for the Asian Le Mans Series was fantastic. A huge achievement for Triple Eight, in our 20-year history, not just in the GT land. So, no, GT cars they're fantastic cars. The series is fantastic. We're committed to Australian GT this year, the Asian Championship, and also a heap of endurance stuff through Europe. So it's massive. It's a huge campaign. But we're just forever learning the GT way. And this weekend is just another datum point. And so far, both cars in the top 5 qualifying. We're in a good place.
Right. Enjoy the next 15 minutes.
Thank you, mate. Thank you. Cheers.
Mick Grenier doesn't need to learn the GT3 racing way, but Bathurst, this is only your second trip here to the mountains, so the decision to give qualifying to Brock Feeney, I can imagine that was a little bit hard for everybody within your team.
Yeah, but I knew already before the weekend, as Brock knows the track very well. He is racing a lot of supercars. Obviously, the fans like him as well, so I let him do the job. I'm planning to do the start tomorrow, so it'll be a nice challenge.
Pit lane is just open. That means we are green for qualifying. Let's find out which of these Mercedes can challenge the Porsche to get pole.
Dries Van Thor, your co-driver's just rolled out on brand new Pirelli tyres. How's he feeling ahead of this run?
Yeah, I think quite well. He did a good run on the previous quali session, so looks like he has a good rhythm at the moment. I think it's quite important around here to get into a good flow, to get close to the walls and to optimize the whole track close to the walls. So let's see what we can do.
Is it an advantage going out in the second half of the session to know the conditions and the lap times that have already been posted?
Yeah, it's just, as long as you cross the line, the first time you cross the line, it's nice to know where you can be positioned, knowing the lap time they did before. But at the end, I think we just want to go as fast as possible, so no matter what lap time.
All right, we'll watch with interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
15 minutes was on the clock, and we are counting down from that. If the first session is anything to go by, it might be at least a couple, possibly 3 laps before we see some meaningful times. It's interesting the way that different cars, different drivers and different teams, Garth Tander, decide to do that tyre preparation and bring the tyres, we'd say up to pressure, we mean up to temperature and pressure really, because where you start rolling out the pit lane on cold tyres is not where you want them to be when you're starting your fast lap.
No, the tyre will grow 5, 6, 7 psi in pressure and therefore in temperature over the course of a 2 or 3 lap run. So the rate at which you bring that up is up to the driver, up to the team, how they do that. We heard from Maxime Martin in the 46 BMW from WRT saying we had a very deliberate bring the tyre in gently strategy. And then I've just watched Mauro Engel and Lucas Stoltz go out of pit lane in a pair of AMG Mercedes, like straight out of the lane and straight on it. And then the 2 888 AMG Mercedes, very slow and very deliberate. So even though it's the same manufacturer, same car, 2 very different strategies about how they bring the tyre in.
So we're coming down to 12.5 minutes of the 15 to go to decide who gets the Alan Simonson Trophy. Right, Krelzy, you have studied, you have crunched numbers, you have writing on a piece of paper in front of you. I know that you've thought long and hard about this. Where's your dollar going?
Oh, I'm not going to pick one. No, absolutely not.
All right, give me a time. Give me a time. Come on, no fence sitting. I don't want to have splinters in you know what.
I don't think Matt Campbell's 202.42 will stand. I think you're going to have to do a 1 to get pole today.
Okay, so Matty Campbell was 0.05 off the time he did in qualifying. So you did a 202.42 in the shootout just moments ago. You did a 202.37 to get himself in the game. So all but matched the time that he did. So Brock Feeney did 201.89. It is 15, 20 minutes later now, so we do know that the track, as it cools down, does give more grip. The UV and the sun and the cloud cover is about the same as what we had for the first 5 cars on track. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a high one. The car that I think we need to keep an eye on is Maro Engel.
Yeah.
Because he's just been chipping away. Like he only just got in the practice into the top 50%, and now he finds himself in the fast 5 going in this Pirelli shootout. And every session that car's gone faster and faster and closer to the top of the time sheets.
If I had to pick one, if you put my hand up my back, ow! I would say Sheldon van der Linde, the 32 BMW, got a little bit of help on the BOP. They're a bit lighter, and that car has been looking strong. It does everything well, that BMW. When we've looked at certain cars that are quicker in a straight line, certain cars that are quicker over the top, the BMW just seems to be a really good all-rounder. So
if you crunch the numbers out of the first part of our Pirelli shootout, BMW quickest in Sector 1. I think you'll see where I'm going with this. And Audi was quickest across the top of Mount Panorama, and coming down the hill, would you believe me if I told you it was a Porsche?
I would.
So a little bit of everything playing to the strengths, but right now it's 4 Mercedes AMGs and 1 BMW all going at it. Oh, well, you picked 2. I'll go somewhere else. The way that Triple Eight have approached this event so far has been incredibly professional, incredibly rigorous of them, and they're built and built and built. And in qualifying earlier today, they put their cards on the table, and it was a really good hand, and both of their cars were quick. I think Brock Feeney, who came within 2 tenths of grabbing pole here last year, I think he can do the job today because he has been spectacular. We'll find out because they're starting some push laps now.
It was interesting when you called the sectors there. So BMW fastest in the first sector, Audi fastest in the second sector, Porsche fastest in the third sector. None of those were AMG Mercedes, and that was the fastest car in qualifying.
Correct, exactly.
So we often say that the AMG is the best all-rounder car, and that's a pretty good indicator when none of the fastest sectors, but it does set the fastest lap time.
Just under 10 minutes to go, and we're starting to get to the money laps now. Still overcast, conditions pretty good as we're turning up the wick to decide pole position for the Repco Bathurst 12-hour.
Maro Engel last year, 2 minutes, 0.8819, the quickest qualifying lap in Bathurst history. 2-time pole sitter for the Repco Bathurst 12-hour. We're riding on board with a hugely experienced and very fast German. But right now, there's another German car going quickly because Sheldon van der Linde has set the quickest first sector of qualifying so far in the number 32 WRT BMW. Purple to the first sector, purple across the first 2 so far. So while this is going to be a good lap, that bright yellow bimmer you could just see coming out of the elbow is on a really good lap.
This car of Engel's looks so nervous on entry. Saw it at the chase and again at the final corner. As it turns in, the rear of the car stepping out on him. So Engel, he ends up 6th. Lucas Stoltz straight up to the front row. A 2.5, but this car we expect will trouble the front row and do it with style because Sheldon van der Linde, 2 very strong first sectors, comes to the line now. What does he have for us in the number 32 Shell BMW? Goes to the top. A 1.98 for your first push lap, if you don't mind.
0.4 of a second quicker than Matt Campbell. Massive margin.
See how late he braked for Murray's and how the front end comes down. It's almost scraping, but none of that movement in the braking area that we've seen from some of the other cars, Garth. Yeah. He's got that nailed. The team have got that nailed. Vincent Voss and WRT, a couple of seasons with BMW now after an insanely long time fighting for another manufacturer. My goodness, they've turned out a good car. They've played the game very, very well here this weekend.
Yeah, they certainly have. They've shown glimpses of speed in practice and in qualifying ahead of the shootout, but that 2:01.9 is pretty impressive on your early push lap. This lap from Stoltz has been seriously good to watch across the top. While we've been singing Sheldon van der Linde's praises, Stoltz has got this thing dancing, and this car looks much more settled in the braking zones, and it looks much more under you, if you like, as you turn the car in. So he's done a personal best first sector and a personal best at the end of the second sector for Stoltz. So see what he's got in this last one.
I love this concept, Quilty. I know it came out of a period that was difficult for racing. I'm pleased it's being kept on. These 2 5-car 15 minutes, get out there and give it all you've got. I think it works really, really well. Here's Stoltz coming down to the end of the lap. He's moving around in the braking zone. He's across the curbs as well. Comes across the line.
How close do you want it for second place, guys? So second back to fourth is covered by 2/100ths of a second. Brock Feeney now gets in on the action. He goes to second with a 2:02.24.
Jordan Love with a 2:03.1. Young guy from WA gets the grass.
It's not the first time he's done that.
That's the way to point it at the apex.
It's not the first time he's done that, is it?
He turned in rapidly.
He likes doing that. Reminder for our internationals, we do time down to 4 decimal places here in Australia. We might need all 4 of those by the end of this.
So
Is
that run and done?
Yeah.
That would be an enormous achievement. This is the replay of Jordan Love, so just a little bit wide in the entry into Hell Corner.
So I wonder whether they just fueled that car. One run.
Yeah. No pressure.
Ice the intercooler.
There he's out.
And then that's it. Job done.
That's a great lap. 2:01.9. 24-year-old South African, the younger brother of Kelvin van der Linde, who's tried for so long to get a pole position here, and the irony is that his brother
is going to show up and
could do it. It's going to take some beating that lap. If anyone can do it, it's this guy, Maro Engel. Decent first sector, decent middle sector. There's improvement coming for the Grupa M Racing AMG with that really cool celebratory livery celebrating 130 years of Mercedes motorsport. They've done so much, not just Formula One, but way beyond that as well. And this guy's been a massive contributor. Pole here in 2014. He got the first Alan Simonson pole award just 8 months after we lost our great mate way back when, and then he backed it up last year. He has got a great track record at this place without having trouble at the top step of the podium yet. Should be some improvement from Maro, but the final sector lets him down a little bit and he remains P3.
He still has the over-rotation and the chase and the final corner. As soon as he turns the wheel, he has to catch it and kill the momentum in the mid-corner. So Engel remains third, but still continues to improve his position. So, I mean, they'll be happy to be starting third should it remain the same.
Is there anything that he can do with the tools in the car, brake balance or something like that, that he can mitigate that?
Yep, you definitely still have brake balance, so you can change the brake performance front to rear. And you also have different ABS maps, if you like. So the amount of ABS that goes to the front axle or the amount of ABS that goes to the rear axle. To me, it looks like AMG are using the rear axle to rotate the car, so they've got a lot of rear brake in the car to make it turn, but that's overpowering. So when the car's on the limit, it's over-rotating and making the car nervous. If you get it right, it's working nicely, but it just looks like the rear axle's overpowering the front. So maybe leave that ABS map as it is, but dial some front bias into it. It might be the challenge.
You wouldn't set it up like that for the race.
No,
that would be
certainly
incredibly challenging.
Definitely quali spec.
3 minutes to go, Krillsy. Who's on the quick ones?
Kenny Habul was watching on. Well, Jordan White's still pressing on, 10th at the moment. So Matt Campbell, we saw set the quickest time in part 1 of the Pirelli shootout, has now been relegated to the second row of the grid. So he's 2:02.42, good enough right now for fourth, but still potential to go further back if Stolz or Jordan Love on this lap in particular could go quicker. So the 88 not far away. We're watching Brock Feeney hustling on in the national score of Triple A entry. And personal best middle sector across the top. So he's not given up. That might have been a very good benchmark from Sheldon van der Linde. But Brock Feeney, who is such a great rising star of Aussie motorsport.
He was on the throttle nice and early, leaving Forest Elbow that lap. So it looked like he had a bit of mid-corner understeer, but he just buried the throttle and hoped that it would rotate late. It did. Nice and late on the brakes. And that car, again, looks much more settled than Maro Engel's car. So mentioned earlier that Feeney's braking a little bit earlier than some of the other Euro drivers, but flowing more speed through the mid-corner, and that's treating him well lap time-wise.
That's neat again, that.
Does Feeney improve? He improves the lap time, but not the position, and then just improves the lap time. He locked in on a 2.2, that car at the moment. Remember, he did a 1.89 to get into the shootout, so the car has the potential.
Jordan Love with a 3.0, so 1.1 seconds away, remains 10th. There is Sheldon van der Linde watching on from the WRT BMW team. That squad winners here in 2018. Never had a South African on the top spot in qualifying at this place. Little first from another great motorsporting nation. Could he do the job? Charles Weerts and Dries Van Tor. Dries are winning here with that squad in 2018 when they were an Audi team. Engel still pushing on, so Maro's gone quicker. Personal best in the first sector. And Lucas Stolz, this is his final lap. There's only a minute to go, but
Stolz has rolled out of it, so less than a minute to go. He won't get around and back to the line again in time.
Maro's just done his personal best going up the mountain. How's he across the top? Just waiting for the time. Yes, that's his personal best as well. And he's a couple of ticks of the clock away from Sheldon van der Linde's time. At the moment, he is in a challenging position. 50.1 against 50.1. 31.3 in the middle. This is going to be potentially an improvement, but will it get him onto the front row, or will it get him all the way to the Alan Simonson Trophy? No, he's bailed out.
Get you to pit lane.
Wow.
It's a surprise, because there was potential to go to the front row there. And Feeney's rolled out of it as well, so...
Jordan Love still on a lap, but it's not a lap that's going to put him anywhere quite near the front couple of rows of the grid. So BMW...
1. Checkered flag, close pit exit.
As the checkered flag drops on qualifying, BMW back on top in qualifying at Mount Panorama. They scored pole here in 2018 with Chas Mostert, and a brilliant lap from Sheldon van der Linde, the 24-year-old South African from a great South African racing family. They've qualified second here before. His brother Kelvin just missed out twice, and Sheldon has done the job for BMW with a 201.98 to grab the Alan Simonson Pole Award.
And they were so confident, Garth. That takes some kind of belief in yourself that between the engineer and the driver, there was no more pace left in that car. We're going to park it. There you go, guys. I'm in the clubhouse at 7 under. Come and catch me.
Yeah, I think as a team, you make that decision going into the session. We're going to fuel the car for one run. We're going to prep the tyre for go out and do it very, very early. The driver needs to go and deliver, and he's delivered by 2.5 tenths over Brock Feeney to start from pole position. So big job from Sheldon van der Linde to start from pole position for BMW. Only their second pole in the GT3 era for BMW. So
and look how tight it is from the front row backwards. It is ridiculously close. All subject to post-qualifying checks, but at the moment, that's how it stands. WRT, the team from Belgium, Vincent Voss's Equipe. 2 years as a BMW team. They've snatched pole away with a confident drive from Sheldon van der Linde, who did his laps, parked the car, got the kettle on, boiled an egg, and waited for everybody else to come through to the end. And that is the Alan Simonson Pole Trophy, going the way of a phenomenally well-organised team.
Beautiful lap, and it's great to see WRT back on top. We've got the Alan Simonson Trophy here with the crew from Pirelli ready to introduce it to our pole team here today. 10 years of the Alan Simonson Trophy, and what a special moment this is for Sheldon van der Linde getting the job done. We'll hop in and have a chat with these guys right now as well. Kelvin's come close over the years. He's been second on a few occasions. I know to the sports car world how much the name on that trophy means to a lot of you drivers. So how special is this one here at Bathurst today?
Oh, honestly, man, I have massive goosebumps right now. I mean, just coming back to Bathurst and driving this track in general is an honor for sure. To be on pole here in my second running in Bathurst is obviously unexpected for sure. My brother's here as well, trying to catch me in the race for sure. So the pressure's on definitely. But yeah, my teammates have done an amazing job so far. And as you can see, there's a bit of gravel on the side of the car. So I was really pushing on the second lap to try and improve. Unfortunately, I went off in the fast left downhill. So yeah, honestly, very happy with the lap. No mistakes from my side, and I think that's a really, really good race car.
I'll get a word off the boys next to you as well. WRT have had some special moments, Dries, here over the last few years. Where does this one stack up getting the pole today?
I mean, for me, I had a bit of a relaxing afternoon. It was more Sheldon did a really good job, so congrats to him. But yeah, I mean, together we did work quite hard yesterday and today to get the car in a good win. It looks like it's there at the moment, but I mean, it's a very nice day. It's a very nice achievement for us now, but now the hard stuff starts. So let's see if we can be there tomorrow evening as well.
Charles, we've seen how great this car is in the hands of An amazing driver in Sheldon's capabilities over one lap. Tomorrow, the three of you have to do it for a much, much longer race distance. How will this BMW stack up over 12 hours?
Well, hopefully we can stay where we will start. So first of all, congrats to Sheldon for putting up an amazing lap. I have the chance to drive with for sure two of the best drivers on the grid. And I think we have a good package, but we know that the Porsche, Audi, and Mercedes are very, very, very strong on the long run. So yeah, it will be very, very interesting, but we will give our best, that's for sure.
Well done, guys. This car led a lot of laps last year here at the 12-hour. An amazing combination. Sheldon getting the job done over one lap. Cannot wait to see how this car goes tomorrow. Winners of the Alan Simonson Trophy presented by Pirelli, and they are on the pole for 12 hours tomorrow.
Well, I've got two drivers from the 911 Porsche. Start with you, Alessio, qualifying P9, first in class. You must be pretty pleased.
Well, yeah, first, the goal was to be in pole in the class for sure, but I would have liked to be a little bit further up. But yeah, it's my first time in Bathurst. I'm still learning. We are tuning the car, and we have a good race car. That's the most important. Our package is really strong, so I'm really looking forward for tomorrow.
You enjoyed driving this circuit in the new tyres in qualifying format. It's pretty cool, hey?
Yeah, it was amazing. I need to thank my teammates and the team to let me drive the quali, because for the first time being in the top shootout was a really real honor, and I really enjoy it. So yeah.
And Harry, you told me that you might be starting tomorrow morning the 12-hour race. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about it. Obviously, Alessio mentioned that the car and the package is looking good in race trim. Of course, yeah, we'd like to be a little bit further up, you know, in the qualifying order, but the pole position in class is all that we ask for. Yeah, that's what we're aiming towards. That's our ambition, and yeah, to do it alongside with Yasser, yeah, we're fully motivated for the race.
It's a long race here. Sort of prepared for it. What happens tonight in terms of hydration and getting yourself ready for tomorrow morning?
Yeah, we have some good people looking after us, making sure we're hydrated, feeling fit, and no sore areas. Yeah, the race starts very early, so it'll be quite cool to head out in the dusk and to finally see the light and realise you've still got another 10 hours to follow up with. But yeah, I'm excited for the start, and yeah, early to bed tonight, and then hopefully enjoy some celebrations tomorrow evening.
And the third driver, Yasser Shaheen, has joined us in the conversation. Hey, going well so far, starting P9, first in class. How are you feeling? You've got a lot of experience here, but not so much in the Porsche.
No, not at all in the Porsche, and she's a handful to drive, but she's super exciting. She looks the part, so we're dressed to the nines tomorrow in this fantastic liveried Shell Ben Motorsport Park car. The guys are great. We've become mates already, so we're looking forward to a great outing tomorrow.
My next question was, how are you enjoying the two younger co-drivers? Are they keeping you on your toes?
Yeah, amazing. I mean, you know, I really feel like we've got a bit of a disadvantage with this car this year. It's nowhere near as strong as the other brands over the top, but their coaching, watching their laps, it's something amazing, really. I feel really good about tomorrow. This is our year, mate.
And what's the plan? Just try and stay out of trouble in the early hours. Make sure you're there towards the end, or talk us through it.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, last year we led. It's a long race. Last year we led for 11 hours and had a brake failure. So this is just endurance driving. It's just looking after the tyres, looking after the car, no mistakes. It's not my first rodeo, so I hope tomorrow's our day.
Anytime you get to race around Bathurst, it's a pretty cool experience. Absolutely. And to be able to show it off to these internationals, how proud are you to be here?
Proudest punch. Pinch yourself. I mean, who would have thought 5 years ago we'd be able to showcase our brands and our businesses here? Fantastic.
Good luck all tomorrow, mate.
Thanks so much. Cheers.
Well, now all the hard work is done. Brock Feeney, front row again. You happy with that?
Look, I am happy. 12-hour last year, the 1,000 last year, and now 12-hour again. I qualified second, but yeah, no, happy. It's good. The laps here are crazy in qualifying. It's hard work across the top of the mountain. Didn't have enough speed for that BMW then, but we'll go for it tomorrow. But yeah, great car. Really looking forward to 12 hours of racing tomorrow.
As I understand, neither one of you guys is going to be starting the race. It's going to be Mick who gets the fun in the dark. How did you convince him to take that?
Well, they're just rumours. Obviously, none of that's true right now. Yeah, we'll wait and see what happens in the morning. I'm sure we'll have a long discussion tonight, but he's very experienced in those conditions. We're just a couple of Barrys from Australia that drive supercars normally, so hopefully I can have a big sleep in the morning and stroll over about lunchtime, and these lads have done most of the work.
Well, Will, it's not like you've been doing a lot of the hard work in the last two sessions, but before that, there was a lot of heavy lifting. So how do you calm yourself down, reset, and prepare for the race tomorrow?
Yeah, I felt like I did a lap then. I was pretty nervous watching that, but no, Brock's done an awesome job all weekend. So qualified provisional pole and then second. It's awesome to start on the front row, but for me, it's just been building up, getting more and more laps and getting more used to the car.
And the team as well. I mean, how much of a utilization is this race for you preparing for next weekend?
Yeah, it's massive for us to be able to be on the track all weekend, do a 12-hour race tomorrow, and then come back here next weekend in the supercars. It's awesome preparation for that, and obviously for myself, getting used to working with the new team. So that's been a great part of it as well.
I'll ask both of you this. I'll start with you first, Will. Do you like sharing the car with him?
Yeah, no, it's been terrible. No, I'm joking. It's been really good. Yeah, it's different for me. You know, I'm not used to sharing a car all the time. So no, it's been good though. It's been a lot of fun teaming up for the first weekend.
And Brock?
Yeah, I could say some real bad joke, but no, it has been good fun. We get along okay. But no, it's been good. Obviously, having Mick as well has been awesome to lean on someone with so much experience. And for myself and Will, we don't drive these cars so often, especially for Will. It's sort of, he's just jumping in. So it's been good fun this weekend. We've got a great team behind us, and let's hope that can pay off tomorrow.
Good luck, guys. Look forward to chatting with you throughout the race.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice work, Brock Feeney, standing up just like he did in the Pirelli Shootout last year, and he'll be able to back this up next week as well. All part of Superfest with the Thrifty Bathurst 500 for the international viewers to be able to check all that action out as well on Superview. So go and subscribe to that one if you want to see all the action here in 7 days' time. Fellas, Pirelli Shootout, wow, how about this team behind us? Jack, they're looking pretty ominous for tomorrow right now.
Yeah, they are. Mate, it was a great session, wasn't it? I mean, to give the drivers 15 minutes around Bathurst to do multiple laps. You know, normally when we see the top 10 shootouts, one lap. This time you get a few more laps up your sleeve. But I tell you, this car behind us didn't need the whole session. They came in early once they put the time on the board. But it's going to be fascinating to see how it plays out tomorrow. Last year with these BMW turbocharged cars, we saw through the heat of the day, they lost a lot of the speed of the car. So it's whether they can sustain it for the full 12 hours.
Yeah, that's a really good point. They were lightning quick, as was Chaz Mostert a few years ago as well, when it was all starting in the darkness. I'm looking forward to that. We'll talk about the starting in the dawn very, very soon. Garth, your take on the top 10? How about Brock Feeney? Hey, back-to-back on the front row.
Yeah, Brock did a great job putting it back on the front row again after his heroics from last year. I still think the Mercedes is the car to have. Like BMW have good one-lap pace, but to Jack's point, you know, there's a real question mark over how their performance will go in the heat of the day. The only turbocharged outright car in GT3 here this weekend. So that'll be a factor once the heat of the day warms up throughout Sunday. But AMG, I mean, they've got an armada of cars that are going to be towards the front of the field. Both the 888 cars, the Craft Bamboo car, the Grouper M car, the Sun 75 Sun Energy car. There's so many AMG cars that are super strong, and that car looks like it's the most consistent over a run as well. So we haven't seen anyone do any long runs yet, so that's going to be interesting to see how that plays out.
When you look at the list of names that finished inside the top 10 for Pirelli qualifying, it was Sheldon van der Linde beating not only his brother, but the rest of the field as well, in a great range of cars from BMW to AMG, and the Porsche in there as well with the Audi. So a lot of different marks in there, and for a 201 to get flung that early into that last session. We saw 200s last year, but it looks like ones are going to be the quickest laps that we get. And tomorrow in race pace, we have seen 201s in race pace as well. So for tomorrow, guys, we've had a recent announcement that the Mercedes is going to be limited to running just the 32 laps of fuel. So we'll only be seeing 32 lap runs and fuel tomorrow. So strategy-wise, we'll have a bit of an idea of how it's all going to play out, Jack, tomorrow.
Yeah, it's always interesting here for the 12-hour because the start of the race, and it's looking like the first 45 minutes is probably going to be dark.
Yep.
And that's when the older drivers sort of run away because they don't want to start in those nighttime conditions because it's pretty hard. And the younger guys normally put their hand up for it. So that's going to be really interesting. And then just the way the track changes through the course of the day. We're going to go from the nighttime into sunrise, and the sun's going to be putting a lot of UV on the circuit, and then it reaches a peak around 2 o'clock and it's going to cool back down. So keeping up with the conditions, keeping the car consistent and sort of staying out of trouble is what everyone's sort of predicting.
Yeah, there's also a prediction, Jack, of some fog tomorrow as well. If that happens early, you watch all the Pro-Am guys just chewing through the minutes in the beginning of the broadcast. One thing we noticed, Garth, when we drove through the gates today, my gosh, the campsites here, especially in the infield, they are packed.
Yeah, I mean, we noticed it on Thursday when we rolled in that the campground at the back of the pit paddock here was almost full, and it's continued to fill up. And then all the campgrounds across the top of the mountain and the fans on the side of the racetrack throughout that qualifying session. So great turnout here this weekend for the 12-hour, and this event continues to grow and grow and grow. So a great opportunity to see GT3 cars here this weekend, hang around for a week in downtown Bathurst and watch supercars next weekend. So it's not a bad way to set up camp and hang out at Bathurst for 10 days or so.
Yeah, so if you're wondering when it all starts tomorrow, we are going to be live from Mount Panorama. Nice and early, gentlemen. Set your alarms because 5:30 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time, we are live. I think that works out to be about prime time into Europe as well, which is pretty handy too. So you'll be having your dinner in Europe, we'll be having our brekkie down here. And like you mentioned, Jack, a good hour of racing in the darkness, huh?
Yeah, something to really look forward to. And We spoke about a lot of the manufacturers, and except for the Porsche of Matty Campbell, I can't wait to see what he can do tomorrow. As Garth pointed out in commentary, his car looks really fast down the straights, and quite often you'll win the race at Bathurst down the straights, not over the top of the mountain.
Yeah, so it's nothing like watching a night race at Abu Dhabi or Singapore, by the way. Garth, it's night up there.
Yeah, I can tell you from experience, it is proper dark when they roll out at 5:45. So watch out for that. Like Jack said, all the experienced drivers will be hiding in the back of the garage. Put all the young bucks in early, and then put the experienced hand in late.
It's been great to have your company here for qualifying day. Well done to Sheldon van der Linde. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
Glenwood goes to the top with a 4-0.
Millimetre perfect. We'll have a 2:01.89.
And that is an excellent beer snake.
You would like to start in the darkness?
No.
And Campbell pulls 0.2 of a second and goes to the top. BMW back on top in qualifying.